Hi, Mac Mac. Oh, shit. Let me turn that camera on, huh? Hi, welcome in. Jaden Echo, variety streamer. Tomorrow's my birthday, and I'm gonna just fuck around and do some crafts today, because that's what I feel like doing. These are little felt dudes. I've made 4 of them already. I have 2 left to make, which is clearly the rabbit that I need to finish. And a chick! A little peep chicken! But I was sitting here watching garbage and making one, and I was like, why don't I just turn my fucking camera on? Like, what the hell? I don't have the answer. So, whoops! So yeah, let's play the intro. So if anybody asks, I played it. No sass back! Alright, so we've got some Am I the Asshole and Asians cooking shit. Enjoy.
Coworker. I cheated with a coworker. His wife was my nurse.
Ooh, sounds a little spicy.
Welcome back to Take It to the Grave, where we react to your most disturbing and funny confessions.
Confess, give us the tea. You're probably wondering why I'm wearing glasses today. Well, I have something called migraines, yes, and bright lights trigger them. No, I'm not trying to look cool. I'm just trying to not get a headache.
You kind of look like Johnny Depp.
Yeah, if he was stung by a bee, a big bee.
First confession. Anonymous, if you post, please. A handful of years ago, I fooled around with a coworker over the course of a year while at work. Spicy.
It's kind of hot, isn't it?
And slept with him once, even though I knew he was married. Okay, not so spicy.
Not so spicy, yeah.
Not so spicy. I mean, like, spicy, but, like, don't love that you knew he was married. Carried on for far too long, especially considering it was it was lame.
Giggity.
Oh, so he wasn't good at schnitzel?
And lame everything. What is the point then? Like, one would hope that if you're gonna be cheating, it's gonna be this, like, really hot and heavy experience. Cause, like, if it's not good, then why are you doing it?
They have to be either really attractive or really good at...
Have you ever wondered how warriors prepare for epic voyages? Watched samurai...
I think one or the other. Otherwise, there's literally nothing in it for you. I wasn't in a good place self-esteem wise, and he was really hot. Okay, there it is.
Yeah,
There
yeah,
it is.
yeah.
But
Knew
even
it.
then.
Knew it.
But even then, though, what's the point?
I don't know. I mean, you know me. I'm not a one-night stand kind of guy. I'm more of like a nourishing person. You know, I like relationships. I like getting to know you. I like to plant the soil, water it.
How come you don't water our plants?
How come you are stupid? I have taken care of our lawn outside.
I love how he immediately goes to the lawn. I'm talking about the indoor plants. I don't think you have ever watered the indoor plants.
Well, I mean, we have our domains, okay? You are out there, or in there, and I am out there.
Okay.
Got it?
Got it. Anyway, I let the fling die away over time, moved on and settled down with my now husband, got pregnant, had a baby. Turned out my baby needed to be in the NICU for a few weeks. So one day I'm holding my preemie with tubes all attached, and I had to ask the care team for help with nursing. Who walks in the door but the dude's wife?
No.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Does she know about you? Oh God, I hope you didn't tell her.
Oh,
I mean,
God.
not that I think she would do anything. It's kind of like when you're at a server at a restaurant and the person that you're serving is like your high school bully or something. Or
Yeah,
like,
it's like, can I get you anything?
like you can spit in the food. You can't really do that as a nurse, right?
No, you can spit on the baby? You can spit on the baby, I guess, no?
Don't spit on the baby.
No.
She's my NICU nurse, come to help me try and
Stupid
breastfeed.
sexy
It's
slander.
ironic that she's teaching how to breastfeed because she taught her husband how to breastfeed her.
Genuinely horrified with myself. I've never even told my closest friends, who probably wouldn't judge me. I mean, they might not judge you to your face.
But they're definitely going to judge you.
They're for sure judging you. I blocked him on all social media for good measure that same day. Need to air this laundry. P.S. They're super divorced now due to his philandering. Shocking. Oh, they're divorced now, eh?
Shocking, a little philanderer, are we?
I am not shocked.
Maybe you can confide in her. No, actually, don't do that. Don't tell her.
I think this is one that you're gonna have to take it to the grave.
Take it to the grave. Bury it with all their baby poo. All the dirty diapers, all that shit. Put it down there, deep. Deep in the hole.
Ugh. Next confession. I hate my daughter's name, and I can't even say it out loud without feeling sick.
Oh my god. What an act.
My daughter's 3 years old now, and she's the most incredible little person, but every time I have to call her by name, it feels like a punch in the gut. When my wife was... I'm sorry.
Is her name Uppercut?
When my wife was pregnant, her family went into absolute overdrive about naming the baby after her grandmother, who had passed away a year before.
Probably like Mildred.
Yeah, it was probably
or
Mildred.
Agnes.
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 Like Gertrude.
Gertrude.
When you,
Girl.
when you say the name Gertrude, it kind of is like,
Hey, Gerd.
I feel like with those names that there's alternatives, right? Like Gertrude, you can be like Gertie. Or Mildred is Millie.
No, it's Gert or Trude or Gur. Hey, Gur.
Trude.
Hey, Trude.
Yo, Trudy.
Yo, Trudy, what's up? What's up?
Trudy's
What's up?
nice. I like Trudy. Okay.
Does she like Trudy?
We don't actually know if that's the name. That's the
Is
thing.
it Trudeau?
They kept talking about how much it would mean to them and how it was the only way to honor her memory. And I was just trying to be a supportive husband because my wife was emotional and exhausted. I agreed to it, even though I always thought the name was incredibly old-fashioned, just plain ugly. You have a very strong case of the people pleaser, my dear. Now here we are 3 years later, and the resentment is just eating me alive from the inside out. I find myself giving her a million different nicknames like Bean or Bug or literally anything else so I don't have to use her actual legal name. When we were at the park, I have to call her over. I feel like this wave of physical nausea and embarrassment.
It's like you're calling over your grandmother instead. Like,
Yeah.
Gertrude, get off the playground. It's like-
Gertie. I love how it's like so obvious what the name is.
I want to look up like popular names. What are
Popular
like
old lady names.
Old lady names.
My wife thinks I'm being dramatic. I mean, you are kind of. There are plenty of nicknames for those older sounding names.
Margaret?
I
But
like
Maggie's.
Margaret.
No, I'm just saying.
Yeah,
I'm
Maggie
listing
for
them.
Margaret.
Eleanor? Lenore. This is the Queen's
Ellie?
English. Beatrice, Edith. That's one.
Edith's a big one.
Edith. Why don't we say the names as if like it makes it more... Mabel.
Mildred. Yeah, that one's a little pukey.
Bernice.
And by the way, we're so sorry if these are your names. We're just really trying to guess here. My wife thinks I'm just being dramatic, but she doesn't get that I feel like I lost a part of my connection to my kid before she was even born because we didn't even get to choose who she was going to be. I mean, I feel like the time has kind of passed for you to change the name. I don't know. She's 3.
Also, like, your name doesn't matter. Like, it's not who she is. You're not defining who she is by naming her Gertrude.
And like, what if she likes that name when she grows up? My little brother actually didn't like his name, and he goes by his middle name now. What's her middle name? Maybe she like.
That's what I was gonna say. It's like most people I know go by their middle names.
Yeah.
And funny enough, I think I've told this story a few times, but I have a friend whose dad got to choose the middle names because the mom chose the names, right? And their middle names are Elvis and Guido. Yeah, funny, right? So maybe
Like
that's.
middle name Guido.
I know. How funny is that? Guido, yeah.
Guido.
Why don't you and I have that agreement? You can pick the names, but I get to pick the middle name.
Absolutely not.
So they'll just be Charlotte Dobre Jr.
It'll just be like Dookie Ricci. or
Yeah,
something.
Dookie. I like the name Dookie Ricci.
Duke Ricci. I initially liked the name Duke because of Duke Ellington, but then our family tends to give nicknames like unapologetically. We just had like a nephew that was born, and his name is Oliver James, so we call him OJ or the
OJ.
Juice.
I don't know why I didn't get this sooner. This is actually insane. My friend came over the other day, saw this in my kitchen.
I'm sorry. But like, it's like tongue in cheek. Like, it's funny. If we named our kid Duke Ricci,
No, I couldn't do it because my whole humor is based off of farts and poo. Be Dookie, come here, little gas.
hey little Dookie, come
Where-
here.
Where's my gas tank?
Dookie Ricci?
Dookie is such a funny word.
And it sucks because I do love the
Duke.
name Duke.
We don't have kids yet, but like I feel like when you are choosing names, you have to like rehearse, right? So it's
Yeah.
like, let's say we like the name Duke. You have to do like a test, like, Duke, Duke, get down here right now. I mean, my nickname was Ricci,
Mikey?
but no, people would call me Screech.
Screechy?
Screech.
Why?
I don't know. Just Screech, Reach.
I have a reach around.
Some meaner people called me Chicken McNugget. He's still friends with my brother. Not even a Big Mac.
I feel like the whole point of this conversation is just like, you can name her one thing, but the world is just gonna give her whatever name they see fit. Okay, this has been a very long tangent. Let's get back to the story. It was a funny tangent. I really enjoyed it. The retention chart is just like, shut the fuck up. Her family constantly talks about how she looks just like her grandmother, and it makes me want to scream because she isn't a ghost or a replacement. She is her own person. I feel like this is kind of like you, like, not liking that you don't have control over this, you know? Your wife also has the right to pick her daughter's name, too. I lay awake at night wondering if I should just push for a legal name change and deal with the fallout. No, you definitely can't change the name without her permission.
He's being dramatic.
You
but like
are being
also
dramatic.
But also like you agreed to this, man.
Yeah, you did agree to it. You should have been like, I'll think about it. Whenever you're faced with a situation where you feel like you don't want to say yes to something, just say, I'll think about it. And then you have time to process it. You don't give someone a yes, you don't make a promise. Just say, let me get back to you. I'll think about it.
This is me taking notes. Because that,
So-
doesn't work on you. Let me think about it. No, Mike, you can't make decisions.
No, I need a decision now.
Yeah, so be careful.
So the fallout, but the thought of the family drama makes me want to disappear. I love my kid more than anything, but I absolutely despise the word that defines her to the rest of the world, and I feel like a monster for even thinking this. Oh my God, the first comment is, let me guess, Gertrude?
Yeah, literally, Gertrude. Gerd. Dude, I'm telling you, it's Gertrude, and it's such a ridiculous name.
Oh my God.
I actually think it's even funnier that GERD is literally indigestion. It's acid reflux is called GERD.
Wait, I actually want to look this up. Are you sure?
100%. GERD, G-E-R-D.
GERD is a chronic condition where stomach acid frequency flows back into the esophagus, causing persistent heartburn, chest pain, and potential damage.
No wonder. Maybe you should tell your wife that Gertrude is causing you acid reflux.
We don't know what the name is, but like it's a high chance that it's probably Gertrude.
You know Yoni's name, my brother Yoni, his name means
Vagina.
Vagina, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think my parents, my dad knew that?
I don't know, but it is very funny.
It's ironic because
Because he's a vagina?
he is a big vagina. Man. It was his birthday yesterday.
Yeah, it was. Happy birthday, vagina.
Happy birthday, Veggie.
Everyone's guesses are in the comments. Edna.
Edna's good.
Edna, Mode, and guest.
Maud?
Nuggets.
I think it's got to be like Mildred or Gertrude.
Dolores.
Oh, Dolores Umbridge. She sounds like a
Bernice.
bitch.
Oh, Dolores Umbridge is awful. Okay, so there's some more context in the comments. So what's really her name? OP responded, I really don't want to put the name here because some of my in-laws are on Reddit and it would be a dead giveaway. But let's just say it was the kind of name that was popular in the 1920s and sounds more like a heavy piece of mahogany furniture than a 3-year-old girl. Myrtle?
Mildred. It's Mildred for sure.
You think it's Mildred?
It's kind of like this. Like, hey, honey, I kind of want to get like a new chest of drawers. I was thinking maybe oak or how about Mildred?
Okay, but like even that, like I feel like it could be like Millie, you know? Like you could find a way around the name.
I love the name Millie.
Millie's really cute.
Millie Ricci. Millie Ricci. That sounds kind of nice. Did
Millie
we just
Ricci?
think of our child's name on air?
Millie Ricci? No, I already know what I'm gonna name our child.
Excuse me. Oh wow, your child. That's news to me.
He gets he gets your last name, and
Yeah.
I pick the first name. It's just the rules.
Wow. You're just like really feeding into the patriarchy, aren't you? I was thinking that you pick the name and the last name, and I just don't do anything.
Okay.
No, actually, I think
I was like, is this a trick question?
Okay, so 1920s, most popular names of the 1920s, okay?
Okay.
Just quickly. Mary, too nice. Dorothy, hilarious, but no. Ruth. I don't know what it is about Ruth.
It's not even that funny, just the way you said it.
Ruth.
What? Why is this so funny? I don't know. Rude.
What about Ruth?
Oh, I'm sorry. Are we having an 89-year-old?
Point blank, if you see this, OP, you can find a way to be okay with her name. She also has a say in her name as well at the end of the day, so like, I would just keep this to yourself.
Yeah.
Take it to the grave. This is a pretty spicy one. This is from the You Need Jesus Instagram account. At the top of this, it says, this guy has been a menace to society for almost half a decade. The first time he DM'd this account, it was December 11th, 2021. I'm really nervous about sending this, but I really need to get it off my chest. I've been having an affair with my wife's sister for the past 4 years.
I just like never understand these, man. How do you do that?
She's married too. She just had a baby 2 months ago, and it has a lot of my physical features.
Oh no, bro. No.
Jokingly, her husband goes, kind of looks like, says my name, did a DNA test, it's mine.
No. Oh my Gerd. Irma Gerd. Irma Gerd, we're Burger Gerd. Brother sisters are having babies. Dude, that is so bad.
You need Jesus for sure, my guy. Please make sure I'm anonymous. Thank you. Feel a lot better. You just needed to get that off your chest, eh?
Throw that on the internet, just like, that's fine.
Oh my God, there's more. Okay, so that was December 11th. This is December 23rd, 2021. So just like a couple weeks later. Christmas 2018 was at my in-laws. My sister-in-law and I were DMing, and she was telling me how much she hates something. I told her that's because you've never been with a something, and we do it better.
Oh, shit. Alice has my scissors. That's fine. I got clippers.
I wonder what that could mean.
A real man?
No, but like, why blur that out then?
My mind is going straight to butt stuff.
I don't know. We'll leave it open-ended. She said she could never be with me because of it, and I wouldn't have the balls to wear a blurred out sweater to her dad's house, and if I did, she would let me. So I showed up with a something sweater. We went into the garage to get cider, and I was like, put your money where your mouth is. We can't put that on YouTube. I ended up getting her pregnant by February. She now has a something baby, and nobody knows it's mine. Is she talking about race? I feel like this is talking about race.
I don't know though, because it has your features, meaning like it kind of looks like you. If the baby had a different race than the father and the couple was the same race, I think it would be pretty obvious. I think the features are implying, I don't know if it's that.
But she now has a blank baby and nobody knows it's mine. I feel like that's referring to its race. That's my first guess, but okay. Her husband jokingly one day goes, kind of looks like my name, and they all laughed.
It would be very obvious, I think, right? If the baby was born.
Was born with like a different race?
Yeah, I mean, we don't know.
But then what is he talking about then?
I don't know what the sweater means.
I don't know what the sweater means either. Anyways,
is that like a euphemism? Like,
I don't know. I'm confused. Maybe there's clues in the comments.
Can someone tell me what's happening? I don't know.
I'm a therapist sending my information. Okay, there's another post from January 10th where he submitted to this account. So this is after Christmas. I have a bunch of shit I've sent, but my latest one is my worst. I'm having an affair with my wife's childhood friend.
What?
In addition to her sister? What is wrong with you?
What is wrong with you, bro?
Dude, you need Jesus. You are going to hell for sure.
You need Jesus.
This started a couple years ago too, but I've been married for 8. I watched my wedding video and noticed that in the background she was always staring at me, even biting her lip. Now I've been sleeping with her and in a full-blown relationship, and my wife's sister had a baby and it's mine. My life is fucked.
This can't be real. You think so?
Either it's fake and he's just been lying to this account for years, or it's real and he needs to get it off his chest somehow.
That is insane,
This
bro.
is crazy.
Keep your horn in your pants, for the love of God.
Oh my God, wrap it up, buddy. But like, not even wrapping it up. Like, what is wrong with you? You need like therapy. I have the number of a good therapist, but honestly, I don't want to burden her with your problems. Good part is nobody wants to say anything because it's people close to home, so I'm holding on to that. I'm going to hell. 1,000% you're going to hell.
You're going to hell.
And I am a demon part-time, and I am an expert on who goes to hell and who doesn't. Just saying. And you are going to hell for sure.
H3 too. You're skipping H3.
If this was a Am I the Devil, you would get biggest piece of the video.
Yeah, you would. You would for sure get that.
Okay, there's more. When this post said you've been a menace to society for half a decade, they weren't kidding. So, but he's still having an affair. Been with my wife for 19 years, married for 12, married to a kind of wealthy family. Parents and siblings are something and I'm a something, so we hate each other. See, I do feel like it's about race. I slept with my sister-in-law 6 years ago, who's hated me from the very beginning, so their youngest kid is mine. Fortunately, it just looks like my sister-in-law now, but it now has been a secret and will remain a secret because their family has a huge reputation to uphold. Wow.
That's interesting.
Listen to this comment. Whenever I start getting down on myself for not being a good person, this page always snaps me out of it. How do you
do that?
This person's conscience, like, clearly is getting the best of him.
What was the new update? Anything else in there? Like
there was nothing else to my knowledge.
What the man?
That was just another nugget of information.
I don't know. This guy's crazy.
You're gonna need to take that to the grave because, like, in all honesty, I genuinely feel like you're gonna ruin everyone's life, including yours, if you ever say anything. But can you, like, stop having affairs, please?
We're gonna get another update in a couple weeks. Hey, I was scanning my wedding video and I found another girl that was biting her lip, so I decided to go after her. And she's pregnant with twins, so now I have 17 children. But we can't tell anybody because we have a reputation to uphold.
Yeah, you're buddy. You might not get your repercussions in this lifetime, but you will in the next.
Can you imagine, like, this was someone we knew? We just didn't know that we knew them.
I mean, You Need Jesus is sitting on a treasure trove of blackmail information, I'm just saying. Moving on. I created a fake employee at my old corporate job and collected his salary for 3 years.
Kind of genius.
How would that even work, though? Does the guy just, like, not have his camera on when he zooms?
How do you, like do meetings and stuff?
Yeah. Okay, let's read it.
How long was it, did he say?
3 years.
Jesus.
So back in 2018, I worked in middle management for a really bloated logistics company. My boss was completely checked out and basically let me handle all the hiring and payroll approvals for my small remote team. Oh my God. That's crazy to me that a company could be so big and people are not paying any attention to the point where like you like have no idea that someone that you're paying doesn't exist.
You could just have a fully remote team of you. I have actually 4 team members. They each want a salary of like $80,000. Yeah. So.
Yeah, but he would still have to do the work though, right?
I mean, you could always offload it.
We had a guy quit without notice, and instead of reporting it to HR right away, I kept him on the roster and changed his direct deposit to a different bank account I had. I thought I would do it for like a month just to get an extra paycheck because my rent was super high and I was drowning in debt, but nobody noticed it at all. I'm like not even mad, because that's crazy to me.
How did nobody notice?
That's crazy. After a few months, HR did a system update, so I panicked and actually created a whole new identity for the guy. I renamed him Marcus in the system and gave him... Marcus. I don't know why names are so funny. And gave him a fake employee profile. Whenever we had Zoom meetings, I would log on my personal laptop with the camera off and just type in the chat as Marcus, saying his mic was acting up. I'm just like wondering, like with taxes, like how...
The IRS would figure it out.
No, there's no way. Because it's also going in your bank account, right? I'm assuming the money's going in your bank account. I don't know if I would believe this, honestly.
He might get caught. If he gets audited, he's...
Yeah, if he gets audited, he's for sure.
And everyone gets audited probably once in their life.
Yeah, it's just the tax thing. Like, how do you get past that? Does he just say that that's his salary? He could.
He probably wrote a T4 with his own name if he handles his own payroll. I don't know.
The crazy part is I actually had to make sure Marcus hit his quota so I didn't get caught. His job was mostly data entry.
So you worked for it at least.
And formatting spreadsheets. So I literally paid a guy on Fiverr like $15 a day to do all of Marcus's daily tasks. Wow. Marcus actually got recognized by upper management once because his spreadsheet accuracy was perfect. I collected a $65,000 salary for 3 years on top of my own. I only stopped because we got bought out by a bigger company in 2021, and they demanded in-person meetings for the merger transition. I made Marcus send a really angry resignation email about corporate culture, and he quit on the spot. I bought my first condo with Marcus money.
Hell yeah, brother.
I still get paranoid about the IRS or someone catching up to me, but honestly, it was the easiest money I've ever made, and the company was making billions anyway, so I don't feel bad. No, but listen though, like, if it's direct deposit, there is 1,000% of paper trail, and you're like, you will go to jail. If this is real, you will go to jail.
You're gonna go to jail.
You're gonna go to jail. Bye-bye condo.
Or at the very least, give the money back. Pay it back.
Oh no, this is jail time for sure.
Yale?
This is embezzlement.
You're going to Yale.
You're going to Yale.
If this is You Need Jesus, we should do that as a show.
We should.
Where we both wear sombreros and mustaches and call it You Need Jesus. You know what we should do to gamify this in a fun way? If they need Jesus, we have to do a shot.
But they all need Jesus, though. I feel like we're going to be hammered by the end.
Exactly.
Yeah, but how is that going to work? Like, no, we have shit to do. Like, we can't just take a whole day off because we're drunk.
Coward.
So people in the comments are like, you're confessing to textbook embezzlement on Reddit. Some people are pointing out like maybe this is fake. It's possible. There's very few things in life that are certain, but one of them is definitely taxes. Even nowadays, like strippers pay taxes.
Sorry, all I was thinking of like there's 3 things that are certain in this world. Death.
Dookie.
And taxes.
Death, dookie, and taxes. There's multiple crimes here. Embezzlement, wire fraud, money laundering.
Booping.
This is for sure jail time.
But if he's audited and he's cool.
Like, part of me is like, okay, clearly this company is not doing its due diligence, and the fact that they could even watch, like, they could be okay with losing that amount of money
is pretty nuts.
It's pretty crazy. Like, they didn't even notice it. I'm not upset about the company losing money, but you are committing a crime. So I would not recommend this for anyone that's getting any ideas.
What are you, a narc?
I'm not a narc. I hate corporations. I don't really like corporate culture. I always think that they would dispose of you the minute that they get a chance, but I don't think that this will end well. If it is real, that is.
And also, like, how could you, like, I'd be living with, like, looking over my shoulder a little bit, being like, is that IRS? Is that you?
Yeah, because it do be coming. It do be coming.
It'd be coming like a stinky little dookie.
Yeah.
After a bad burrito.
Okay, so we actually have someone who was inspired by, you know, the first video that we did. It was about a girl that cheated
with
on
the
her
makeup
husband.
artist?
Yeah, on her wedding day. So someone saw that and was like, by the way, I also have my own story about that. I cheated on my husband before our wedding, but not on the actual wedding day. Like that other girl. That's next level disgusting.
Oh yeah, you're so much better.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
like
wow.
I'm not as bad as her. Get the fuck out of here. Be so for real.
I mean, it's still like, I mean, yes, it's true, but it doesn't make you a better person.
It certainly does not. Oh, the timing was better. No, you still cheated.
Bro.
I would say on the scale of like horrible things you could do to your partner, I would say that that's a 10 out of 10. This is like a 9 out of 10. So
Yeah.
good job. You saved a point.
Well done.
Mine was on my bachelorette party. Sometimes you get the tingle. The tingle. And you just got to do it because then you'll be thinking about it forever.
Are you? Do you think about it?
I don't think you do.
I'm
I don't
asking
think
you. Do you think about it?
No. Think
Neither do
about
I.
what? Cheating?
Yeah.
No.
What if?
No.
That's what your 20s are for, bro.
No. Like, I'm sorry, but like if your partner doesn't excite you to the point where, and maybe some people are different. I don't know. Maybe some people aren't monogamous, but I think her husband's probably monogamous and she's not. It gets stuck in your head like a constant regret cloud. Just like the other girl said, you still love your husband. If you think about it, it's like getting rid of an itch when you're not supposed to scratch something and then it all makes sense.
Well, you know what you're supposed to do, right? If you have an itch, you actually think about it a lot. If you focus exactly on where that itch is, then it goes away.
Really? I'm
Yeah.
gonna try that next time.
I actually like, it doesn't
I
work
just
sometimes for me.
scratched my itch.
Well, when I have a bug bite, I'm like the no-see-em bites, I'm like,
those no-see-ems.
where is it? Where's that itch? Where's that itch?
Where is it?
Then you think about it, think about it, think about it,
Yeah,
and then
but
it
like
goes away.
likening cheating to an itch from a bug bite is.
I'm just trying to say, like, you know, I'm just trying to like make it be a little philosophical.
You can make an itch go away by not thinking about it. I think that's what you're trying to say.
Yeah, or you can scratch somewhere else. Like maybe. I don't know. It's called misdirection. Misdirection. So
Just
like,
walk like the rest of us.
yeah, that's true.
I'm just kidding, kind of. Guys do it too. That's the point of bachelorette and bachelor parties.
No, it's not.
It's actually not, but I understand why you are saying that because it's not uncommon. Like I've been out in situations where I've met bachelor parties. Some of them can't even be near girls. Some of them do not even want you in the vicinity of where they are. And some of them want the women around. And then some of them
They get,
tell
like,
you
hall
they
passes.
have a hall pass. Yeah, exactly. So this is the thing is like, who wants to be a hall pass? Like that's not appealing to me. And maybe they could be lying about having a hall pass too.
Even still, like, I don't know.
What's the point of
What's
that?
the point of that? I don't
What is
know.
the point? This person's getting married. They're not like.
But hey, if you have permission and that's how it is, then that's fine. I mean,
give me a break.
no, but some people
one
have more
night
open.
of sweaty, mediocre. Like fuck that.
Yeah, it's true.
Like, ew. It's like, this is the situations where there's been, like, bachelor parties that I've, like, come across. I'll be in Vegas or Tulum or something like that. And, like, we're all, like, out and, like, dancing during the day.
With the
and
guys?
Sweaty and, like...
You're dancing with the guys?
I've, like, hung out with bachelor parties before. I haven't gone that far, but I have hung out with bachelor parties before. Sometimes I'm on a bachelorette and they're a bachelor party, and sometimes it's fun to combine forces. More often than not, though, they're combining forces for reasons that are different from our combining forces. But, like, in all of those situations, you're, like, dancing and sweaty and drunk. It just sounds kind of gross, to be honest.
Yeah. I'm gonna use this as just a way of.
If the dude can even get there, might I add.
Oh God.
Just saying.
Yeah. Okay. Moving on. Moving on.
And it's not normal, okay? There's been plenty of situations that I know of where people have just gone out with their boys. Like Mike had like the most straight male-coded bachelor party ever. They picked him up at 7 a.m, gave him Jameson shots at
Oh
8.
no, it wasn't even a shot. It was a glass.
It was a
you know
glass.
those red Dixie cups? It was that much whiskey. I get into a bus at 7 a.m. They're like, "Here you go, buddy." Have a great day.
Yeah.
And it set me on a course of fun.
They went golfing with dildos on their hats, and then they went to some guy's house and had like a beer pong tournament, and then pissed all over the woods. Then they went to a casino, and Mike passed out at the dinner table. And then they came back here and had a fist fight.
As is the case for most bachelor parties.
Yeah.
I will say it was more of a civil war between comrades. They sat next to each other at the wedding, so
Yeah,
everything
there
was
you
fine.
go. Well, not by
Not
choice.
exactly.
Not by choice. We kind of put them next to each other.
Yeah. Over such a dumb thing.
Yeah, it was so dumb. We found a button later. Like there were buttons all over the place.
Because he
they
ripped his shirt.
ripped-
It was a good wrestle, more than like fists. But fists did hit, kind of. Do you know what I wanted to really do for my bachelor party? Call me old-fashioned. Call me a nerd. I wanted to have like 4 of my closest friends and do a LAN party. You know what that is?
No.
You sit in a basement and you play video games, okay?
I'm glad that you had like a much like crazier experience than that.
I know, but sometimes like that's fun, you know? And just
Yeah,
go
I mean,
gardening
that's
the
fair.
entire time.
And just what?
Go gardening the entire time.
Go.
We
go.
could we could
gardening.
forage mushrooms, eat some nice morel mushrooms,
Oh
if
my
you know
God.
what I mean,
That
and
is
just
very funny.
play Halo. Yeah.
The point is, again, it doesn't have to be like that. And the vast majority, their hendos, and bachelor parties, etc., are not like that. It's not like, oh, everybody does it, so this makes it okay. It's
Yeah.
not okay. Guys do it too, but my husband just had dinner. He didn't go to like a strip club, is what you're saying. You went and cheated on your bachelorette, but your husband didn't.
I think you need Jesus.
For sure, you're gonna need to take this to the grave, my guy.
Take it to the grave.
Take it to the grave, my guy. Your husband doesn't deserve you. Okay, moving on. Next confession. I paid a fortune teller to potentially lie to my now wife that we are perfectly compatible. I'm white, now husband to an Asian girl. Both she and her family are superstitious, and they told her she has to go and see if we are an astrological match based on Chinese astrology. This is actually quite common. I'm a person that is very rational and doesn't like to leave things to chance. We had already been dating for a year and things were getting serious when the topic came up. By that time, I was already deeply emotionally invested in this relationship, and when I began to realize that for her, the astrological match was a potential deal breaker, I panicked and knew I could not just gamble on it working or not.
Just, it's so ironic. Oh God. Okay, yeah, go on.
So I told her we will go to Chinatown and see a fortune teller. I'm sure there are more sophisticated words for them, but honestly, I don't care much for them or their profession.
Maybe you aren't the right match for her.
Yeah. The day before, I secretly went to Chinatown, met a fortune teller with a good reputation, and paid her $400 to tell my now wife that our astrology and whatnot is perfectly compatible. She couldn't have looked that up herself.
I don't know. I don't know.
The next day, we went to said fortune teller, and she did as asked. Even printed out some report sheet that details why we're such a great match. I'm happily married now. Our first child is on the way, and I have zero regrets. That is crazy. Imagine what if they had said that you were a bad match? Maybe you'll end up being a bad match. I mean, you literally had to lie to get your wife to marry you, so maybe you aren't such a great match.
Remember in Mad Men where he pays the therapist to tell him what his wife is saying in
Yeah.
therapy? Can you imagine?
Oh my God.
Like me and,
so
like-
bad. What a betrayal of trust.
Me and your therapist were like chatting. I
Oh
just
my
like smoked
God.
cigarettes, so tell me.
Oh my God.
What's she talking about?
You don't want to know.
No, it's okay. We don't
actually
need a
do-
therapist. You tell me to my face.
I actually do tell you what we talk about in therapy.
Yeah, same. I do too.
Yeah. It's you. Kidding.
And I have therapy after this, so I
And go
guess
about me?
pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah.
Bitch about my bitch.
It's about my
The bitch in my life.
Oh my God.
We're funny. We're funny.
Everyone's like, I saw some red flags in their relationship. I called her a bitch.
You should see what our texting is like.
No, you shouldn't.
Dude, honestly, I joke about this because of our senses of humor, but if like one of us were to be found dead, our text messages, if they were read at face value, not like with our sense of humor, they'd be like, oh yeah, she for sure.
Did you not check to see if you were actually compatible first? OP said, nah, the chance that we are and I paid for nothing makes me feel a little better about it. Fair enough. You know your wife, you know you're compatible. You don't need to give a stranger money to tell you something you already know. You made the right move. Interesting.
Maybe they actually are a good match and you didn't have to worry about it.
See, this is the thing with
Hey,
like
baby.
astrology, right? Like it doesn't always necessarily mean something bad if you're like
Dude, the amount of girls I would go on dates with and
Yeah.
they're like, what's your sign? I'm like, I'm a Scorpio. They're like, we're a terrible match.
oddly Virgos and Scorpios are a good match.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Yeah.
That's why a lot of my friends have the same birthday,
Yeah.
September 17th.
Yeah.
But anyways, like on those dates, I'm like, okay, well, yeah, nice to meet you too. Obviously, if you have that going into the date, like, what's your rising? I'm like a rising Capricorn or some shit. Yeah, we're a terrible match. Should I just leave now then? Or like, are we gonna give this a
honestly.
whirl? That's why I
Honestly.
find it a bit
But
hokey.
it is like a part of Chinese culture though to like the matchmaker thing is like a big thing.
In my culture, which is the Mike culture, I get Murphy to go around the person and I let him like sniff around you.
If the dog likes me, and he did.
And he would not want to leave her apartment. He
yeah, he
refused.
literally wouldn't.
Yeah.
He would refuse to leave.
I kind of miss your old place.
It was just nice that the dog didn't want to leave. He's like, no, we live here now.
Wouldn't it be funny if you guys were meant to be together, but you just had to do this? And the funny thing is, if she finds out, then you're definitely not going to be a good match.
Yeah, totally.
I think you got to take that one to the grave, bro. That's
I
very
think
funny.
that's one you better not share.
Or maybe down the road, if you're happily married and you have kids, and you're like,
Oh,
hey,
you know what's so funny?
by the way, I paid that fortune teller.
No, man. If she knows that that he lied about that, that's so bad. Anyways, thank you for your confession. You are not forgiven.
I paid the efficient to marry us, by the way.
Yeah, we were supposed to pay him. He has a fee.
Yeah.
You asked for more ways to create, so we made a major update. Sleeve printing is now live. You can now design directly on sleeves across some of our best-selling hoodies and tees. It's built right in.
I paid your dad to let me marry you.
He for sure accepted.
You're
He'd be
ready
like,
for
"Hell
a
yeah."
I
holiday.
will give you all the money in my name and 14 cabbage rolls.
Nice. Well, it's going to be
And he
summer
said,
break
"Okay."
soon.
Yes.
Yes,
Good.
yes, good. He's not Russian though.
His accent's kind of hard to do, honestly.
But he does like, you know the Italian, okay,
Okay.
because your mom does that.
Okay.
But he does it, but like also in a Romanian accent. So he goes, it's not Mildred.
I told my husband I had to travel for work. The truth is harder to explain. My husband
Yeah?
and I both worked from home for 5 years. That means 24/7 togetherness.
Cool.
No commutes, no office breaks, no solo grocery runs. Just us, always, all the time. I can already tell that you don't like that.
We are together all the time.
Yeah, we are
That's
too.
like us.
We are too. I really do love him. This isn't about wanting to leave or cheat or blow up our marriage, but somewhere along the way, I started to feel like I was dissolving. Like there was no space that was just mine, no thoughts that were just mine, no silence that wasn't filled with someone else's voice. So I lied and told him my company was hosting a mandatory multi-day event at headquarters. That's a 3-hour drive from my house. I even packed work clothes and my laptop to sell it. In reality, I took paid time off, booked a hotel 3 hours away, and I left. Right now, I'm lying in a hotel bed doing nothing. There's something incredibly peaceful about knowing this little pocket of time is mine and mine alone. No one knows where I am. No one needs me. I'm not hiding anything scandalous. You know, it's actually so interesting because like the way that you wrote this at the beginning, I thought you were gonna go and cheat. I actually saw someone on TikTok say, like, when women are discovered for having double lives, it's not the same as men. Like, men are always with the other wife or the other girlfriend or whatever, with other children. Women just want to be alone. Like, we just want to be like.
But sometimes
clean
we
and
do too.
alone.
That's why I'm like.
I'm sure.
That's why I like to go up to the cottage on my own.
I know, but having a double life and needing to lie about having a double life, it's not about wanting to go and get with like another man. It's like, no, I want to get away from everyone. Leave me alone.
But it can be true for both.
Yeah, totally. I just think it's more likely. I could relate to this a lot.
Well,
I
when
know.
you have a car and your license, you can drive 3 hours to a work. Hey, I'm
yeah,
going
guys.
to a work event in
T-minus
California.
3 weeks until I take my driving test, guys.
Everyone, buckle up on the streets.
Buckle up!
Buckle up, Buttercup.
Buckle up, Buttercup!
Okay.
Sus. I know lying isn't great, but I also know if I'd told the truth, it would have hurt his feelings and started a weird argument. This way, I get what I need and no one gets hurt. That's kind of sad that you have a relationship that you can't be like, I need to like a little retreat for myself. You don't even have kids. Honestly, it's been wonderful. I think my work will probably host more mandatory events in the future. A lot of people are asking why I didn't just talk to him about needing space. That only considers my side. His feelings matter too. And here's the truth. His needs directly conflict with mine. He finds comfort in constant closeness. He would be hurt to hear that I need time apart, even if he says he supports it. Oh, brother. Seriously?
You know what I like about us is like we both love being around each other for the most part.
Yeah.
But I think what we like more is our solitude.
Yeah.
So it's like I know you like to sort of sit by yourself, or like we both have our work
Yeah, just like a
trips.
couple hours of quiet time.
Yeah, and then you recharge.
And then I come downstairs and annoy you.
Yeah, exactly. You scare me with my headset.
We would talk, he would agree to my alone time, and I would still take the time. But now he's sad I wanted it, and I feel guilty for needing it. The result is the same, just heavier for both of us. How is that better? I understand you wanting to please your husband, but you're gonna keep lying about this. It sounds like forever.
I don't know, if you communicated the right way, it's like, hey, I just need, like, the way you kind of told it to me. Sometimes I just need to be alone. I need
Yeah.
some quiet time to recharge my battery.
Totally.
And then I learned. At first I was like, oh, she doesn't want to be around me. Like, she hates me. I'm ugly and fat and stupid. That's what I thought. But then I realized, oh, wait. An hour later, you're like peppy and
Yeah,
excited. And,
literally, I just need a minute. And I've always been like that, even when I was a kid. I always need alone time.
and I'm actually the same thing. I'm the same way.
I think like the vast majority of people need like some recharge time in general.
I think that it's just expressing yourself, being like, look, I need a bit of time to be by myself, and it's nothing to do with you. I still love you.
Yeah.
And maybe you'll have nice quiet time as well. Like maybe you'll be okay.
I like quiet time.
I like it too. In fact, as soon as we're done filming,
Quiet time?
quiet time.
Quiet time?
Sit in silence?
Yes.
Because we did just talk for 2 hours.
Yeah, literally.
we just talked for 2 hours.
Let me add some additional context about going out with friends, hobbies, running errands by myself. I do all these things. He doesn't have a problem with it. I'm not a prisoner. Okay, that's good to know, because I was kind of like, is this a little controlling? Like, are you kind of like suffocated here? But these activities are social engagements or in a public space where there are expectations of how to act. Doing these things is vastly different than being completely alone in a private space. I'm never at the house because my husband doesn't drive for medical reasons, where everyone gets out their pitchforks. So if he leaves the house, I'm driving him somewhere. Public transport is non-existent. Uber/Lyft is spotty at best. Sometimes waiting 30 minutes, sometimes no driver willing to take the fare. I still think it would be good for you to just like talk about it.
Just chat, yeah.
Yeah.
Why can't he? Oh, yeah,
How do you
metal.
know? How do you know until you have the conversation? And quite frankly, like, you shouldn't feel bad about having needs in a relationship. I understand that it will upset him, maybe for a bit, but if he's not willing to give you what you need, then that's like part of like a wider problem, I think. I think you just maintain that, like, hey, like,
I'm gonna take a break.
I'm just taking a break. I'm taking a social media break. I just want to go, like, just have a breather, a little retreat, so to speak. I know so many people that do that.
I think I might do that.
Yeah, you need a break from me?
Kind of, yeah. I want to go up north. I want to go to the cottage. I want to
Yeah.
take Murph up there. You have.
Oh, perfect.
That way you
Love
don't have to
that.
worry about the dog.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Go. Can you go today?
I'm leaving on Monday. I'm actually going away. Going to a warm place.
I would hope that everybody feels like in their marriages and relationships that they can be honest about their needs. And this isn't a big deal. Like, it really isn't.
No, it's not. I think, and the way she's talking about it is quite.
Like, she feels
wholesome.
so guilty.
Yeah, I don't know. My vibe is like, it's okay. Just talk to him.
You didn't do anything wrong, Mama. If this is wrong, then I'm going to hell for sure.
Mrs. Dookie with the door open.
Not every time. Just when I want some company. I swear, I know the most you need Jesus woman in the world. I'll call her Jane. After being single for years and dating solely men, Jane one day declared she's a lesbian and married a woman with a ton of money after knowing her for 4 months. Jane's wife paid for IVF and they now have 5-year-old twins. Thing is, Jane's been cheating on her wife essentially since they got together. At one point, she was cheating with a woman and a man who were engaged. They were a side throuple for almost a year, until the man broke it off with his fiancée and Jane lost interest.
Sounds like a thrill seeker.
Jane cheated with an elderly man, 80 plus, and Jane is in her 30s. Okay. Her personal trainer, her professor, the list goes on. Oh, dear Lord. I don't get it. Jane is beautiful, intelligent, her wife isn't bad looking, and she told me they have great chemistry. Every time I go to their house, I have to look her wife, who's our friend too, in the eye, knowing Jane's been going to town on an 80-year-old dude low-key. Oh my God. Her wife has worked like crazy to provide for their family, bought them this big, beautiful home, and buys Jane anything she wants. Jane doesn't have to work, and their kids are now in school, but Jane decided to work part-time as a receptionist so she has an excuse for when she goes out for her
Giggity goo.
giggity goo.
Giggity goo. Sorry.
A few weeks ago, Jane ended up getting pregnant by a rando After she ended the pregnancy, she realized she wanted to work on her marriage and broke it off with all the men she was sleeping with on the side. I honestly don't know how her wife doesn't know, but in Jane's defense, a few years ago, her wife came back from a business trip and told Jane she needed to get on antibiotics because she had an STD that must have been dormant for years to resurface.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Dormant for years. So maybe they both need Jesus. That's nuts.
Dude, she needs Jesus for sure.
It's possible that Jane was just responding to like her wife's infidelity because there ain't no way. Like it was dormant. A dormant STD?
I mean, isn't herpes a dormant STD? I don't know. Like, I don't have it.
You don't know that?
You dirtball.
Okay, they can be dormant. Chlamydia, gonorrhea, HPV, herpes, HIV, syphilis. You can have an STI without knowing it. You can transmit it even without symptoms.
Interesting.
Noted. I guess it can be dormant, but like... Really? You get home from like a trip and say that you have an STD now?
It's so weird. I don't know.
Oh, it's so weird. Like out of nowhere.
How'd that get in there?
Come on.
You've had an STD inside of you.
Yeah, there's no way.
Yeah, maybe don't put that one in there.
I actually thought that was very funny.
Thank you.
So there's actually an update.
Oh no.
Jane had some female issues going on, so she went to the doctor. The doctor did an STD test, and it came back that she had an STD. She then semi-came clean to her wife, and she said she cheated and had an STD, but only admitted to one of her hookups.
Boy, oh boy.
Turned out the test was faulty. She didn't actually have one. I'm not sure if this is true or if she just didn't want to admit to actually having it. Her wife said that she must not have been a good partner for her to seek out someone else and wanted to go to couples therapy, so they did. At the same time, someone that Jane was hooking up with got really sick and was in the hospital, and she was sneaking off to visit him while trying to work on her marriage. Jane.
This is where I have a dilemma. Like, would you anonymously, like, tell her wife that she's doing this shit? Would you tell her wife as yourself? Or, like, is it just not your business? This is what I struggle with. Like, if you knew that your best friend or something was cheating,
That's tough.
It's tough. It's very tough.
That's very tough. I do lean on the side of I would probably say something. Especially if I was good friends. What?
Or to the person
I
who's
would
cheating?
tell Jane's wife.
Or would you tell, like, the person who is cheating? Be like, yo, you better tell her.
I would say if you don't tell her, I'm gonna tell her. It's one thing if you like barely know the person and that's like not my circus, not my monkey type shit.
Yeah.
But like if you're going to Jane's house and like looking her wife in the face and not saying anything, personally, I would just burst. Someone gets me some like Prosecco and I would literally just spill the whole beans. Spill all the fagioli. Fagioli. It might make me a shit friend, but I asked her not to tell me anymore because I have to be around her wife and kids all the time, and all the info I'm holding inside while they kiss and are super lovely toward each other makes me feel so guilty. So that's all I've got. Her wife still works super hard, cooks all the meals, cleans, takes care of the kids. Jane still buys whatever she wants, and I guarantee you she's still hooking up with random people, but at this point, it is what it is.
Are you not telling her that, like, you're a bad wife? Is this friend not saying to her, like, hey, you should probably stop this, no?
Yeah, I see, and I'm also, like, I also have friends that have admitted things to me that are just, like...
Ugh. Yeah.
And I can't, like, realistically look at her and be like, oh, yeah, go for it.
No, you gotta be like, are you
I'm
nuts?
like, dude, I'm honest with my friends when I don't approve of their choices. Especially if it's, like, repeated bad choices, and they're also involving me by telling me all the shit that I, like...
It's only really one friend.
What?
It's only really one friend.
No, I've had, like, a few different friends that have had, like, you know, I don't know, just, like, behaved in ways that I didn't like.
Fair enough. I feel like a lot of my guys now are just like pretty boring. They're just like, no, nothing.
Honestly, I prefer it that way. I'm bored and I love it.
Yeah.
This is why I go out in public sometimes so I can bring tea home to you because like my initial circle is just like so vanilla that like I need to go out to like collect the tea.
Collect the tea?
Collect it.
Give me the tea.
There's gonna be some tea after tonight, I swear. Should she take it to the grave? See, this is the thing. There's some of these that are like, I love the name of the series, but it's like, I feel like this is one thing that I would really prefer you to admit to, you know?
So I wouldn't take it to the grave. I
Yeah.
would say you got to talk to her about this because this is fucked up.
I think that at the very least, telling her that like her behavior isn't okay. I understand she's your friend, but like...
You got to say something. And maybe like she has the courage. That way you can do your part, right? Like if you're saying nothing, you're complicit in this.
Yeah, you're
I guess.
complicit, but also like...
But
like
again,
lying by omission as well.
It's not really her place to go like, I mean, you can judge privately, but what you can do and what you should do is say, hey, this is not right. Like, you should say something. And I don't want to hear about this anymore. Because you're obviously her springboard.
Yeah.
You are her Reddit.
Yeah. She's
know?
like clearly telling you all this stuff because
She feels guilty about it.
Or she's keying about it and she doesn't find it to be a big deal or something.
Yeah, either way, it's naughty.
Naughty girl. I left an anonymous harsh review of my coworker's book 2 years ago. And now I have to listen to her quoted in meetings. She published it herself, like a proper self-published thing with a cover and everything, and she sent the whole team with this very excited email. I read it because I felt like I had to. It was fine. It was about productivity and habits, and honestly, it was pretty generic. The kind of book where you can predict the next sentence before you read it. I don't know what came over me. I left a review on Goodreads, anonymous account I made specifically for this. I wasn't cruel, but I wasn't soft either. I said something like the core ideas felt borrowed and the author seemed more interested in sounding credible than actually saying something new.
Bullshit. Derivative.
I said it read like someone who had read a lot of books about writing books and not made quite the jump to having their own voice yet. It's interesting that you wouldn't say that to her face, though.
Okay, well, I need more context.
I thought that was the end of it. It was not the end of it. About 2 months later, she mentioned in a team meeting that she's gotten some really challenging feedback that forced her to rethink her approach for the next project. She read part of it out loud. It was my review, word for word. She said it was the most useful thing anyone has said to her about her writing, and she was genuinely grateful to whoever wrote it. Okay.
But you can't say that in person because then it comes off as like harsh.
But it kind of sounds like OP's like, yeah, she's not very good, whatever. And now it sounds like this person is like salty that she took the feedback so well. She's mentioned this mystery reviewer 4 times since then. Once she called them brutally honest in the best way. Last month, she said the feedback changed how she thinks about her own voice as a writer. I sat there every single time and said nothing. I make a face that I hope reads as, interesting, and not that was me. I wrote that at 11 p.m. on a Tuesday because I was mildly annoyed. I'm never telling her it would ruin it somehow, and also I'm a coward.
You know what, actually? Yeah, I think I like it. Like, don't tell her. Take this one. I think you got to take this to the grave.
I think this is one thing you need to take to the grave,
because it's like, you got like that, I don't know, that annoyance out, whatever, and it's actually like resonating well with her.
Yeah,
you know?
I'm glad that she's taking the feedback. Like, it's not bad. Like, you weren't like vindictive. I wouldn't be totally ashamed of saying that to her face, though, either. Here's the thing, though. When people give me feedback, there's an initial part of me that's like, well, who the f*** are you to say that to me? If it's an anonymous reader, they might take the feedback more seriously.
It should be backwards, though, shouldn't it? Like, if it's someone that you know, you should trust them.
It depends if I trust their opinion or not.
Yeah, it's true.
You know? Like, there's some people who I really trust their opinion and I will take the feedback. But let's say someone gives me feedback and that person is not someone that I would trade places with nor have asked their advice for ever. I would feel apprehensive about taking that feedback. Because sometimes people give feedback not because they genuinely want you to be better. Sometimes they're being vindictive.
Maybe. But it's like, would you trust an avid reader to review your book or writers? You know what I mean?
I feel like I would trust. That's a good point.
Like both.
That's
like,
definitely a good point.
I don't know the context of this, like why they're having team meetings about her book.
I don't know either. I guess she's just bringing it up in meetings.
The hell are you doing?
I don't see like this as such a bad thing.
Did you get a sausage tack?
And I think it helped her. If you were to say,
or did
like,
you drop
I
something?
said it to her face, or like, oh, now she's using me, like I'm annoyed with her. Like the fact that you're kind of just content with where it's at.
Did
I
you
think that's fine.
drop diamonds
I
everywhere?
wouldn't tell her. I think it's a good idea that you did it anonymously.
All
because
right, good
you
job.
never know how someone's going to take feedback.
Take to the grave. Dog.
Take that. You're going to need to take that one to the grave.
Take it to the crematorium.
Thank you for joining us.
Subscribe.
Hey, Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. Now, I don't know if you've...
Am I overreacting for wanting
Alice
to cancel
did.
my wedding over this interaction?
Now that sounds hotter than a whining tea kettle.
Welcome back to Red Flag or Overreacting, where we decide if it's a red flag or if you're overreacting. I'm the red flag.
And I'm the green flag.
I'm going to wave this red flag every time we see a red flag. Mike is going to wave a green flag whenever he sees a green flag.
Yeah.
He won't use it much.
So I guess I'll just sort of put this away then. I should have my own red flag.
No, I think we'll keep it. It's too messy, honestly. Like, I think this is simple. And red flags cancel out green flags. At the end, we decide if it really is a red flag or if you're overreacting. You ready?
I am.
Are you ready? Beep, beep. Okay, so for reference, my fiance and I have been together for 6 years. I am a feelings-based person who has tried really hard to meet him where he's at. He's a strictly logical person who puts little value on feelings.
Sounds fun at parties.
I texted him after I heard the apartment door close this morning. I'm really tired of asking for the bare minimum and being berated when I try to stand up for myself. We are supposed to be getting married in September, and it's moments like this where I wonder if the good outweighs the bad. Am I overreacting? Okay, so we have a text message exchange.
We have a screen here as well, so if you see me shift this way.
Yes, sorry. He needs to be able to see.
I need to be able to read because my brain is like a Pac-Man.
I hope you have a good day today. I love my wife. Heart. It makes me so sad when you leave without saying goodbye. Crying emoji. And then he says, it's always something. This is a known fact though. Why is it difficult for you to say, I'm sorry, babe? All the way off.
Wow.
So entitled. I'm sorry. I feel like I missed a red flag. So the first red flag is it's always something.
Maybe he should have said there's always something.
Okay, well that's another red flag.
I know,
Because of grammar. Next red flag is all the way off. So entitled. I'm sorry, sir, she's entitled to a good morning kiss from you? Yeah, you're goddamn right she is. I was teasing before, but damn. Just stop acting like this all the time. You know you're 30, right? I would actually argue that as you get older, you have higher expectations of your relationships. He's trying to tell her that she's a child for wanting a basic, I don't know, affection.
Show of affection.
Show of affection from her fiance, which is not too much to ask. So she texts back, the it's always something was not a tease, that was real. You know you're almost 30 and you can learn how to communicate with your partner, right? Yeah, I would actually argue that he's the immature one, not her.
Exactly.
Have you ever stopped to consider how exhausting it is to deal with someone who stomps their feet and demands an apology for not getting their goodbye kissy in the morning?
He's making her just seem like a little kid, huh?
Yeah, a little. He's very patronizing.
Yeah, very much so. I desperately yearn to date an adult woman. Jeez, can I borrow that red flag for a second?
Woo! I almost think that we need an even bigger one. Like, I feel like we need like an assistant on set that like their only job is to just run by the screen with a gigantic red flag. Wait, we can have the little police thing.
That didn't look as cool as I thought it would.
That's a red flag from the depths of hell, Satan.
Yeah, sorry, we'll put that one away.
Yeah, that's bad.
I'm green, remember?
That's crazy to me. I'm sorry. I desperately yearn to date an adult woman. You're telling your fiance that?
He's being so facetious.
He's being a straight up.
He's being a bung cheese.
Have you ever stopped to consider how exhausting it is to ask for the bare minimum and not even get that? It's not that you're not getting the bare minimum. You're getting rejected for expecting the bare minimum and like insulted. Yes, Mike?
Quick question. I was wondering if maybe like you could read the blue and I'd be the man. Like you read the lady and I'll be the man.
Ooh, a little role play.
A little role play action. Yeah.
Okay, I love this. I like
Team
meeting over.
Do you want to do like voices or do you want to do like accents? Let's just do it straight up.
I think it's like I'm a woman, you're a man. I think that.
Okay, I'm gonna speak how I think this guy sounds.
Okay. I desperately yearn to date a considerate man.
You gotta love my wife and turn it into this argument. I'm not the problem here.
After I reached out to you, you know how important those little moments of connection are for me.
Moving those goalposts.
No, I'm not. You're just mad that you can't score.
More boxes, more options. Grainger has over 1,700 box types in stock and ready to help you pack, store.
Boom. Roasted.
Honestly, their banter's kind of sick.
Yeah.
They got some good banter.
Yeah,
I gotta say.
I've told you how important it is to me dozens of times.
Yeah, that's my point. At age 30, you should not be crashing out because you didn't get a morning kiss.
At 6 years in, you should know that it's important to me.
You should know how important it is to me to have a partner that doesn't start fights over this kind of stuff, but I've never got that consideration even once. I give you what you want because you throw a fit.
I've gotten much better at getting over things, but I shouldn't have to blow past absolutely everything. This is a small thing that doesn't take much time or energy from you, but it means the world to me. I do not understand why it's difficult. But if I'm asking too much, then great, I'll lower the bar for you.
There's a very famous saying by John Mayer, or someone else possibly, is that love is a verb. Love is a verb.
It's what you do.
It's what you do.
It's an action.
It's not what you think you want to do or should do. It's what you do.
Yeah.
I buy Charlotte usually flowers every Tuesday.
Yeah.
And it's just like little things, you know?
And that makes me happy.
And she makes me sleep on the floor.
Yeah.
when I
No,
forget.
don't. You just go downstairs because your neck hurts.
Hey, let's not get into that, okay?
Okay. I don't make you do anything.
No, but it's just like the little things, you know? The unexpected things, little acts of service, little gifts.
Yeah, it's just like, it's so important. When your partner has expressed to you, hey, I would have really appreciated a good morning kiss from you before you left this morning. Oh, it's so annoying.
You always do this. There's always drama.
No, it's not. This all could have been resolved by her just stating her needs and him just saying, you're right. You've said that before. I'm sorry. I'll definitely do that next time.
Yeah.
Over. Literally, that's all it takes. It's just over.
Yeah, it's true.
So simple.
But
what?
No, I'm just kidding. Like, he's had a hard morning, okay?
Clearly, such a hard morning.
Sometimes, though, you know?
He made himself have a hard morning.
I had a hard morning, and I needed to leave to catch the bus. You don't care about that at all, though. It's all about you getting what you want, even if it's the most insignificant and childish hill to die on. Ooh.
I'm sorry you had a hard morning. Of course I care about that. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and waive this because he's playing the victim here. What part of his morning was hard? That he was late to catch the bus?
He's upset that you keep bringing stuff up,
Yeah.
and you're upset because he's not listening to the simple, like, simple
simple
thing that she's requiring.
And you're not like criticizing him. You actually want connection from him.
I know, but the way that men hear, I had tough morning, and you yell at me. I can sometimes internalize, like, when you say something, I always think, like, okay, like, what else have I done
my
wrong?
God, so she's
and you make it about you.
But literally
The worst thing to do, sorry, let me finish. The worst thing to do when someone confronts you about something, which I've learned,
Yes.
the hard way, is to don't use that as an excuse to go on the defensive. Just say, I hear what you're saying, but...
Bunny donut!
If someone is bringing up something to you, they're being vulnerable with you. They're saying, I would really appreciate it if you did this.
Bunny
knowing
donut.
that sometimes you get in fights. And all you have to do is just
Into the
take
donut
it in,
box.
And that's it. This is not your
And
excuse to now
and
say,
you go,
well, I've
you.
had a hard morning,
All
and
right.
all these
Now we're
excuses.
doing the
and then,
chicken.
Sometimes you don't kiss
I don't
me.
want to do the chicken
And do you
right
notice
now.
how she's apologizing to him now?
I'm gonna change
Also,
to a
like,
video
you use
game.
that voice when you confront me.
Okay.
Babe.
Yeah? It's a lot sweeter than the normal,
Let's
like,
play
Charlotte has a
Steven
powerful voice.
Universe.
So it's important to note that she is
Yeah, man.
now apologizing to him when he should have apologized from the very beginning.
And then it creates this tough dynamic of, like, every time now she's gonna be afraid to call him out because
Because there's a punishment for asking for basic consideration.
this is so meta.
This is so
Moments in our relationship sometimes. Not that we have this issue, but like
not anymore, at least.
in the beginning.
I think a lot of relationships have this issue. I
So
think men hear
garden-
feedback and they
so
think it's
garden-
criticism when it's
garden
really
was,
women like
made
fighting
out
for the
of
relationship and just
ruby
wanting more out of it.
And sapphire?
Garnet.
Poke your eye out with this.
If I had a red flag,
Yeah,
I'd wear one
garnet
of
to
you.
ruby and a
Okay, we're
sapphire.
not
You know you can
done
watch
yet.
Steven
We
Universe
actually
on the
still
TV, the
have,
same
like,
place
some
you
bit
watch
left.
Adventure Time,
Go
right?
ahead.
Bits and pieces? Okay.
I'm sorry you had a hard morning.
Uh,
Of course I
Disney
care
Plus?
about that.
Then why didn't you
Is that where
ask?
you watch
You just went straight to,
Adventure?
why is it difficult for you to say, I'm
Yes.
sorry, babe? You don't care at all. Off.
Adventure
Wow.
Time. Come
Don't
on,
text
grab
me
your
again.
friends.
Hey, I'm assuming that's his name. I
And
love you
Pearl
immensely.
Remember when I was
It's made
complaining
out of
about how
pearl.
I'm sick of being nagged and pestered all the time? This is exactly what I'm talking about. Spend the next 8 hours of silence thinking about your good morning kiss and ask yourself if this fight was worth it.
Ooh, major.
Dude, huge red flag.
Major red
Except
This
flag.
isn't
those
your, like,
two,
little petulant
real
child.
ones.
This is your
Look
fiance.
at the crystal
You're telling her not to text
crystal
you.
ray.
I feel like this relationship is over, honestly. And
They're
asking,
gems.
Like, if wanting to cancel my wedding over this interaction,
gem
absolutely not.
lady.
I think at the very least delaying it. Have you put deposits
I
down?
definitely think, and to be honest, I think it would be important for you to say, listen, I'm not comfortable with continuing down this path of getting married with you until we figure out our communication issues.
Yeah, maybe therapy.
I think
fists.
he really needs to know how
Punch you
serious
in the
it is,
face.
the language that
face,
he's using to
face,
speak
punch.
to you. And do you notice
Punch,
how
punch, punch, face,
combative
face,
he
punch,
is
face,
and how
face.
she's really trying to problem solve in the way that she's talking about
All
that?
right.
Yeah.
And
We
now
need
I
to go
bet
back to the
anything
strawberry
that you're
fields.
gonna have issues bringing up grievances. He's saying that she nags him a lot. It's not nagging. Like it really isn't. It might feel like that because it feels like she's
here and
always
see if we can build
criticizing.
anything else
but
yet.
she's just asking for a good morning kiss, my guy.
That's
It's
it.
not that serious.
Like, as we've all talked about a lot, in the morning, Charlotte and I have a safe word, which means everything's okay. She comes downstairs and she just says,
Good morning.
That's what I ask for, because I just need to know that we're okay. 'Cause I've
So
been-
every morning we just.
It's a peridot.
and Murphy grabs a shoe, like,
Peridot.
There's no direction,
Peridot,
no food,
right.
just a deserted
Yeah.
island. I can't contact.
Even Murphy wags his tail when I say good morning like that. He's like,
He's made out of a gem, right?
Yeah, she's made out of gem
I
too.
understand
She's
that
made
obviously
out of a
there's history,
peridot.
but it's so unbelievably
Peridot.
important to talk to your
Yes.
partner, like in a nice
It's a green
way.
colored
the
stone.
paradox of fighting back is that it actually makes things
It makes
worse.
things so much
If you're
worse.
just like, oh, sorry, yeah, I'll do that. Even if you don't agree with
Oh,
it, just
I
say
need
it.
one more
It's not that
purple
hard.
for the
There's
whip.
no shame in just saying a quick, oh,
Bag
sorry.
of backpack.
You're right. Over. Conversation
know.
And then it's
over.
over.
It's
That's
literally
what you learn
over.
about marriage. That's what you learn about marriage.
It's literally so simple, and you really have to pick and choose your moments. Like, if she's criticizing you on a regular basis and like harping on you for a lot of things, I think that this particular moment was not the moment to bring up your grievances.
Never use your partner's moment of expressing their grievance.
Oh, I
to, like,
already
bring
upgraded
something
her
else
hands.
up.
Yeah, because then it's gaslighting.
I've learned this in therapy. It's not healthy.
It's not healthy, and like by
Because
all
I don't
means,
like conflict. I don't like conflict.
but by all means, if you have grievances, bring them up. Just don't use your partner's like moment of vulnerability with you asking for something more to bring it up.
Just remember you said that, okay?
I will.
When I
And I
confront
do.
you about something.
Let's go to the comments.
Let's go to the comments, yeah. Do
Do you two like each other? No, but seriously though, like I'm reading that and I'm like, I think she likes him more than he likes her because he's told her to fuck off more than once in this conversation.
If I ever texted you that, you would literally hold me
I
like
would literally-
up to a wall and just be like,
No, your would be on the lawn. Like I'm dead serious. Because why are you saying that? We're supposed to love each other.
I wouldn't say it.
Good.
And
You
if
should
I did
never
say-
say that. Listen, Mike and I fight sometimes, but whenever it treads into
Which
the
broke?
territory of
Hang on. Let's see. It says I'm still alive.
Yeah.
okay, this is not healthy. We acknowledge we should not be talking to each other like this. And it completely, I feel like it really changes the dynamic of the fight because it's like, you're right, we shouldn't be speaking to each other like this.
There's a difference between, which I've tried to express sometimes to my wife, which I love very much. There's a difference between running away from a confrontation and acknowledging that like you're too heated to have this talk now. I'm gonna go for a walk and come back. And that always is very helpful.
Yeah, agreed.
Because then like, I don't know, let's just say this happened between us. Like I go to work and then I tell you to f off and sit in silence for 8 hours.
Yeah,
see what you've
literally.
done. For me personally, I'd just be like, I'd be like shitting my bricks for 8 hours. All day at work, I'd just be thinking, oh God, I gotta deal with this
It's
when
just
I get home.
awful. It's just awful. So
Yeah.
confrontational. Do not get married. 20,000 upvotes. Honestly, at the very least, you have to postpone the wedding. He needs to know how serious you are about
Oh.
your feelings, and I think that will be the only thing that will get him to
Goodness.
change. But even then, what he's saying to you is pretty.
Strawberry
bad.
field.
Honestly, I know a couple who talks identical to this, and they're the most miserable married couple I've ever met. I guarantee it's exhausting for everyone around them. I've been around couples like this, and it's so crazy to me the way that how comfortable they are talking to each other in this manner, like not even just privately, but when there's other people in the room. I could never. Like I could literally
Well,
never.
you get desensitized to it, I guess, over time, and you're like, really?
Oh,
You said that
that is
about?
so bad though. Like, man, really?
Yeah, I know people like that. Don't put this in the video.
Oh yeah, they talk to each other like that?
Yeah, but we're not gonna put that in the video. I don't know anyone like that. ADHD brain.
ADHD break. ADHD break. So, if you're enjoying our banter, if you're enjoying this channel, firstly, I want to ask you to subscribe so you can hang out with us regularly.
Yeah, subscribe to us.
We have lots of really exciting things coming. I don't want to spill the beans too quickly, but we have lots of exciting things coming that it's gonna really take this channel to the next level. And also, because this is a small channel, please take time out of your day and hit that hype button.
Hype us.
Hype us up,
Hype
my
us.
guy.
Hype,
It
hype,
actually
hype, hype,
really
hype, hype,
helps
hype.
this channel get reach. It helps us reach new followers, and it would really mean the world to us. So definitely do those two things. Let's move on. I'm telling my fiance I'm reconsidering having kids with him because there's a chance they could have darker skin. I am a little concerned by this title, but like we'll hear you out. My fiance, 23 male, and I, 23 female, were on the topic of having kids, which we later down the line very much plan to have. He's mixed with Hispanic and is relatively pale,
Damn
but
it.
could tan well if he really tried. Me, on the other hand, I'm mixed with black, so I have a nice caramel tone to my skin, which I love. I'm very much his type in many aspects of looks, down to the personality, common interests, etc. While on this topic of having children, I expressed I had always loved curly hair, which we both have, around 3B curls. And I always wanted my children to have curly hair as well. He mentioned he could really care less, but hopes our kids have his eyes, which are a green hazel color, and they are beautiful. It's also a little backhanded too, honestly. Like, oh yeah, I hope they have my eyes, not yours. Genetics are funny.
Everyone
you get what
wants
you
their
get.
kid to have like light
To look
colored
like
eyes.
them, yeah.
No, I was gonna say light colored eyes.
Yeah, I guess that's true. I was explaining that it would be interesting to see how our kids turn out since recessive inheritance is a thing, and my mother's fully African American with beautiful, dark, glowing skin, which is totally possible for our kids to have with kinky, curly hair, or blonde hair and blue eyes from my dad. Now, he expressed he would feel weird having a dark child.
Oh my god, why would you say that?
You're a monster. If the child got my mom's recessive gene of dark skin. Is dark skin a recessive gene? I actually think blonde hair, blue eyes are recessive. Melanin is almost always a dominant gene, isn't it? Hang on. I'm gonna do my research. Dark skin is generally considered dominant over light skin in a broad sense, but it is not a simple single gene trait. Human skin color is polygenic, meaning it is determined by the additive effect of numerous genes, over 378 known, that produce melanin. Now, he expressed he would feel weird having a dark child if the child got my mom's recessive gene of dark skin and walking around feeling weird. I was really shocked he said that and mentioned we literally live in the 21st century where there's lots of parents walking around with kids having completely different skin tones, hair color, and texture from their own parents. Then I told him, that makes me uncomfortable if our kid potentially came out dark and you're worried about what other people would think. Now I'm asking myself and him if I should reconsider having kids, knowing this is a red flag for me and could likely end our engagement. Am I overreacting?
I was gonna say, like, I think you should definitely have kids one day, but not with this guy. I was gonna say end your engagement, bro.
Yeah, this is kind of weird, man. You don't get to decide what your kids look like. Like, obviously, I would love to have kids with red hair, but I won't, probably.
I would like to have a little...
Look at this guy. Like, ain't no way. Suppose you have 2 or more children with different skin tones. Will he favor the lighter one? The kid doesn't need to learn colorism from their own father. Yeah, I do feel like there's some colorist language that he's using.
Use!
Yeah, it's kind of weird. Like, what's her background?
She said, I'm mixed. My mom is black. My fiance is pale. He would feel uncomfortable if our kids got the recessive black skin tone gene because of how it would look.
And yet you're married to someone who is black? Like, I don't understand.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, but then he would have been even more racist if he only wanted to date people of a specific skin tone.
Weird. I don't like it.
It's interesting how freely people talk about this shit. Like, didn't the royal family express concerns about Meghan Markle's baby?
It would be too tanned.
Yeah, they did that. They literally expressed that they would have concerns over
We
having...
will not allow the baby in Buckingham Palace.
In Buckingham Palace with
if
that
its
sort of skin tone.
is darker than the white behind me. Come on, honestly.
You would think parents would only be concerned with the child's health, not looks. I think that all parents kind of fantasize about... My mom fantasized about having a daughter with red hair, but I think that she would have been happy with both. It's kind of like even the gender debate, right? Like, we all kind of want... Like, I want a girl. I think Mike wants a boy.
Well, I mean, yeah.
Well, I mean,
I think we're gonna have a girl.
Well, we'll see. You don't know that. Like, you literally don't even know that.
The thing is, I'll be happy with both.
I think it's like everybody has like preferences, but it's different to feel like your spouse won't love your child as much if they are like a boy or a girl or they look a certain way.
I think that like before your kid is born, you fantasize about these things, and then once they're born, it doesn't matter what they are. As long as they're healthy, you'll love them no matter what.
And even if they aren't, you know, like I know people in the comments are already going to be like, well, my child's not healthy and I still love that. Fair enough. Fair enough. I don't think it's wrong to want a healthy child. I think that that's fair. Dark skin is not recessive. What the heck are they even talking about, lady? That was my point. It's not recessive at all.
This guy's brain is recessive.
Yeah.
Boom. roasted.
So let me get this straight. He told you he's worried your future kid is going to look black. As
Okay,
a
we got
fellow mixed
it.
black woman, run. Don't have kids with that guy. He's going to be racist towards your kids if you have them. It's hard enough growing up mixed, if you know, without the hate coming from inside the house. So yeah, it's a little difficult for us to comment on something like this because this is not our lived experience. So I really was like looking in the comments for other people. Like I had a feeling, but like it's difficult for us to like make judgments based on that. I do think that it is a red flag.
How do you get
And you're
anywhere
not
else in the strawberry
overreacting.
fields?
Let me just even look at the comment that he made again. He would feel weird having a dark child.
Go
Even
back
that is
to
so
the
bad because
other
it's like
one.
I would love having a child that looks like this, a boy or a girl. Don't express that. Oh, I would honestly, Mike, if my kid looks like you, I'm gonna be really upset.
After you said that, if my kid looks like your mom, like honestly, I may just have to abandon both
Yeah,
of you.
honestly, abandon
I think I
Nice.
know where I am on this one.
Yeah.
My arm's like stiff down here. I want to use my
I
green
know.
flag. That was a fake green flag. That was like just to remind myself what it feels like. I don't think you're overreacting.
I don't think you're overreacting.
I
This is
think that you
concerning.
should run for the hills.
And like, truthfully, it's like, this is not our lived experience, but people in the comments who have had this lived experience say that it's not.
Just a general opinion is that like I think you should love your baby no matter how they look. And if he is putting stipulations on
on the
or
love.
preconceived notions on like the love of the baby, then maybe you should consider having kids with this guy.
Yeah. Am I overreacting to this text from my husband? When he says stuff like this about the gas, it hurts my feelings, but I can't tell if I'm making a big deal about it or not. If I say something about it, he will say something like, am I supposed to be happy you didn't put gas? But I don't know. I don't feel like it's normal to talk to someone like this, even if you're upset. Is this a big deal or am I making it one? Okay, let's role play again. I enjoy this. This is fun. Action.
Sorry, my head hurts.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Actually, can you get a baguette or something like that?
Okay.
You can't put gas in the car.
What? What?
I just filled the car right before you spent hours driving to different places for Facebook Marketplace.
What's he buying?
It doesn't really matter what he's buying. So he goes and drives around and expects someone else to put gas in the car.
Is that the whole thing?
That's literally it.
He doesn't even first of all say please.
Yeah, he doesn't say please at all. Actually, can you get a baguette or something like that? So I'm assuming that the conversation before this was, I'm at the grocery store, do you need anything? He responds, sorry, my head hurts. Oh, I'm sorry. Actually, can you get a baguette or something like that? Which she agreed to do. And then the next text is, you can't put gas in the car?
I feel like when you put in a text, it just escalates.
But even you can't put gas in the car, why don't you put gas in the car, my guy?
Also, just how you said it. Maybe you could have said, why didn't you put gas in the car? Or did you forget to put gas in the car? Like, not that that's okay to still say, but like...
Yeah, just escalates it incredibly, but still. I get a lot from this text exchange, and what I get is that he expects her to do everything for him.
Actually, can you get a baguette or something like that, please?
And it's interesting, OP actually wrote like a subsequent post that was like, I don't like the way my husband speaks to me.
You want to read it?
Yeah, kind of. My female 21 husband, male 26, talks to me in ways I don't like. For example, this morning he went to take the car to go somewhere and I didn't know he was planning on going somewhere, so I was planning on putting gas in my car on my way to work. He texted me, you can't put gas in the car. I can't tell if I'm being too sensitive or if this is actually rude. I think he genuinely doesn't understand that talking to someone like this can be hurtful, even if they've done something wrong. Is there a way to move past this where I can show him how to talk to me, or am I being dramatic? Oh, you're so young. I can tell by the way you're writing. I can't tell because growing up, me and my family never really had conflict, period. We would just get over whatever was bothering us without talking about it. So maybe this is normal and healthy when you're close to someone. It's
definitely not.
It's not
normal
unless
or
you're
healthy.
joking.
We jokingly swear at each other.
Yeah, we jokingly swear at each other all the time, but it's all about the tone, right?
Yeah.
It's not normal to be speaking to your husband or wife or boyfriend or girlfriend or like anybody. Like, can you picture talking to your mom that way?
My mom would.
All right, but
slap
don't
me.
wreck the
She would
donuts.
literally smack you.
Even when
and me.
I don't know if you've talked about this, like my alter ego, when I'm hungry or like
Yeah.
cranky, it's Kurt.
Yeah,
Because I get Kurt. If I have just like a slight tone of Kurt, my mom's like, okay, I'm gonna hang up the phone now. You call me back when you're not being rude. And I'm like, what?
I kind of love it. I'm gonna take a page out of her playbook next time Kurt comes out. Excuse me, Kurt? Kurt?
We gotta think of a name for you that isn't.
Yeah, I know. And Kurt are not. It's not as funny. Sassy? Sally? How about Sally?
No, it has to be K, because it's but it's.
Karen? No.
No, that's Karen.
That's Karen. That's Karen.
Kurt and Cat.
Kurt and Cat?
We'll think about this after.
Yeah, we'll think about this after. But I'm perfect and I never have
Yeah.
a tone.
Yeah. I don't think you should be talking to your wife like this, your partner,
Right
or anything
here?
like that. I think it's a little bit rude.
I don't think there's ever a situation in which that this is like, okay, like, wow, why is it so hard for people to just be nice to each other?
Yeah.
Like, oh my God, just be nice.
Well, maybe if you just like stand up for yourself. She said that her and her family don't really talk about things, but if you just say, I don't love the way you said that, it kind of made me feel like I'm your servant or something like that, or it feels very patronizing or belittling.
Yeah.
Can you say, can you get me a baguette, please? Or like if she did make a mistake, you knew I had to, go to work. How come you didn't fill the car up with gas?
You want to hear what my therapist would say about the situation? Instead of saying, you said something hurtful to me, you ask your partner, would you be willing to speak to me in a way that's a little nicer?
Yeah.
Would you be willing? Do you think that you could? Would you be willing? So this is how you approach situations in which, it's less accusatory and it's more like asking for help.
But also like the old like trope of you make me feel,
Yeah.
because like when you're confronting someone and you're saying you're mean, it's like, no,
when you
your
speak to me
words,
like that,
it makes me feel
I feel sad because I just don't feel like I'm being respected. Even that's, I don't know, there's more than one way to go about it, but like saying I feel, or it makes me feel, or would you be willing to speak to me in a nicer tone when you want me to do something?
A parrot? I
Regardless
thought
of
it was
who
a peep
did or
peep.
didn't put gas in the car, the way he speaks to you is disrespectful. I couldn't imagine texting my partner in that tone or receiving a text like that. I'd rather he bring it up in person. If this is a pattern in how he speaks, I'd be cautious and rethink things, not overreact.
Thanks,
Oh,
Ben.
that's what that means. I'm so dumb.
Yeah, nor.
I thought they were like
Nor.
I thought they were like no, absolutely nor.
Nor.
Or nor. I got down under. I was like, there's a lot of Australians here. Or nor.
That is so funny.
Yeah,
Nor.
sure.
No, we should literally just say it like that. Nor.
Nor.
Not overreacting.
Or nor.
So, nor, you're not overreacting. This is 1000% a red flag. Am I overreacting for calling off my engagement after my fiance admitted his family secretly tested me to see if I was a gold digger?
What?
Okay, using a throwaway because my fiance is an occasional
Thanks
Redditor
for the
and I really
lurk.
don't want him to find this. I, 24 female, have been with my fiance, 27 male, for almost 4 years. He has a really well-paying job in tech, and I make pretty average money. We've always split things fair, and I've never asked him for expensive stuff or trips or anything. I honestly thought money was a non-issue for us. I was never interested in him for his money anyways. We genuinely clicked so well, and I loved his personality. We are into the same nerdy things and his family seemed to really like me. I never thought I would have to worry about our relationship going south until now.
Do tell more.
So you split everything even though he makes way more money than you? I find that a little interesting. I'm assuming living expenses as well. I think in general it's good to do like a based on salary split.
I think she's implying that it's not like he does everything. That's like my guess.
Okay, fair enough.
Let's not pick let's not nitpick yet.
All right, fine. I just want to. A few days ago, my fiance sat me down and said he had something he wanted to tell me and was smiling like it was good news. He basically told me that his family has been secretly testing me for the last 11 months to make sure I wasn't a gold digger. He said they were worried I only liked him for his income and wanted proof before we got married.
Why would you ever like confess that? Let alone why would you do that?
Yeah, it's like.
But why would you confess that?
But like you said it out loud. Wow.
Yeah. Like he's like, look, we tested you behind your back
and you passed. Good job.
I mean, I kind of knew before, but now I know for sure.
Oh my God. I actually know someone that not tested someone that I know, but like in that case, it was like, okay, how could she possibly be interested in him if it wasn't for his money? Like, I'm just saying, she was this like gorgeous girl and he was not. You know, it's kind of like when you see like a 21-year-old that's with like a 50-year-old man.
Yeah.
You kind of assume, okay, she's with him for security, because what 21-year-old in their right mind dates a 50-year-old man if she's not getting something out of the relationship?
Someone who feels like they're an old soul.
Give me a break with that old soul. Anyways, it was a situation like that, and he was constantly so worried about it because he couldn't ever imagine that she would be with him for any other reason than his money.
Old soul and old balls.
Yeah, sure. So let's just get back on topic. So the test was that they all made it seem like he was struggling financially and might lose his job. His mom would casually bring up layoffs. His dad talked about how unstable tech is, and slowly it turned into he might actually lose his job. And you guys might have to really downsize. At one point, his mom even told me I should be prepared to financially help him if it came to that. I never wanted to bring up the possibility of a layoff for him because I didn't want to stress him out. I wanted to be prepared to support him if needed, so I started budgeting more, saving money, cutting back on random spending, skipping stuff I wanted, and just generally trying to prepare for the worst. Oh my goodness, you're doing all of this?
Proud of you.
Wow.
Hey, hang on.
I know, but like, I think we're trying to assess the fiance, not her. I feel like she's just one gigantic.
You're just a walking green flag.
You're just a walking
You're
green
a green flag, and I love you.
I love you.
I love you.
I constantly reassured my fiance, encouraged him, told him we'd be fine, that I didn't care about money, that I just wanted us. But the whole thing was fake. His job was never in danger. His income never changed. There were no layoffs. His family literally planned this whole thing together. They kept it going for almost a year. Oh!
Kind of hope he does lose his job now.
Yeah, fuck you, honestly. Subtle comments made in passing to manipulate me and test me. So you passed on a bunch of things that you wanted to do. You saved up money. You changed your life.
To accommodate
him because you thought he was going to lose his job. Imagine the betrayal. Imagine how much she had to give up because she thought that he was losing his job.
For a year, too.
For a year.
Yeah.
It would be interesting to like just sort of test the waters with that for like maybe like a couple of weeks or like a month. A whole year?
But also like if it was just his family versus just him. Like was he involved in it?
I think he was involved in it, yeah.
Cool.
Apparently, this all started because his older brother went through a really messy divorce. His brother now pays a ton in child support and his ex-wife got a lot of money in the divorce. And his family fully blames her and thinks she was a gold digger. I'm sorry, but like, get a
What do you want for dinner, Bubba?
prenup then.
Yeah.
You don't like test your partner and your family member's partner. The brother was stupid to not get a prenup.
Yeah.
And also, to be fair, prenups also don't save you from what the law legally says you're entitled to if you're with someone for a certain period of time. It really depends on where you're from, but I know that like in Ontario, for example, if you're with someone for an extended period of time, like let's say 10 years, you're entitled to spousal support, regardless of what the prenup says. So
I mean, it's very nuanced, but I'm sure there was gonna be one anyways.
So they have children.
You
He
want
pays a
kitty
ton of
food?
Child support, and his ex-wife got a lot of money in the divorce. Well, if he has children, then he absolutely should pay money in child support. Like, are you kidding me right now? So
Oh,
now they're
good,
super
I found the
paranoid
other
about
way
any
finally.
woman who dates
Fuck yes.
one of their sons. The thing is, I've actually met his brother's ex-wife before. She was dropping off the kids at a family night, and she seemed really nice and normal. I never once got the gold digger vibes from her, and honestly, it makes me uncomfortable how much they demonize her. I don't know. I feel like I'm gonna wade this again. We've said a lot, but I definitely think that this deserves like another. Like, obviously, we don't know the extent of the divorce, but I don't love that someone that wants child support is being labeled as a gold digger, and that's their excuse for treating her that way. My fiance said his parents finally told him that I passed and that they're comfortable with him marrying me now. I'm just gonna say again.
You passed.
Why is it up to his family to decide whether or not he marries her? Even at the suggestion of
He should have said like
this test that they wanted to do, he should have been like, "Fuck you guys, I love her. I knew who she is as a person. I'm not doing this to her." But instead he participates, and then it's kind of like, "Oh, my family's like comfortable with me marrying you now." Like, you're a grown-ass man. Make your own decisions.
This sounds like something a wealthy family would do.
Yeah, totally. And like, to be fair, I do know that wealthy people get really butthurt about like who their family is letting into their lives in a marriage capacity. He said he wanted to tell me because he thought I'd be relieved to know he actually isn't struggling financially and that it shows how much his family cares about protecting him. Then he tells me that to celebrate, he upgraded our honeymoon to a nice luxury resort in Hawaii. I mentioned this resort when initially honeymoon planning, but deemed it too expensive, so settled for a more modest option. But I feel weird about it. I don't want to be rewarded for being manipulated really well. Like, good job, we tricked you and you're so gullible you believed it. Here's a nicer vacation. Yeah, this gives me the ick, honestly.
Yeah, that's not good.
You've been with him for almost 4 years. If he doesn't know after like year 2 that you're not with him for his money and doesn't need his family's approval, I don't know, man. You prove that with your actions. You know, if you're splitting everything and you're not demanding him buy you things, you're not like demanding expensive vacations, all these things, like where do they even get that from? Like you have to base your opinion of a person on their actions, not the actions of another.
Also, you base your opinions on people based on how they make your like son or daughter feel.
Yeah, for
You know,
sure.
we've had issues with this where friends or whatever may have their thoughts about our relationship, or we have friends who we have thoughts about their relationship. But at the end of the day, we're not there. We're not in the bedroom, you know, watching. No, my point is that like you don't know unless you're in the room in the relationship 24/7. Sometimes there are red flags, and
sometimes
it's
there
important
are.
to step in for your friend, like when there's like manipulation, when there is cheating,
If
when
that
there's
person's confiding in you and telling you, oh my god, like he's saying all these things, he's doing all these things, he's fucking calling him fat or whatever, you know, like
that's one thing. But
Yeah.
to be like, I don't like
I
the
don't
way
really like her.
I don't like her voice.
Yeah, literally.
She's not humble. Shut the fuck up.
I told him I felt manipulated, embarrassed, and honestly humiliated that his whole family was watching my reactions and judging my character behind my back for almost a year. He said I'm looking at it wrong, and I proved I'm not with him for his money, and that this should make me feel more secure in our relationship. Okay, maybe he's feeling secure, but I would feel less secure, honestly. I wish I could ask my family what they thought, but unfortunately my mom passed away 2 years ago, and I don't have a relationship with my father. I'm feeling sad and lost because I don't have a reliable second opinion to lean on. His family had become my family. That's what makes this even harder. His family's acting like this is totally normal and that I should be proud of myself. His mom literally said most girls wouldn't have handled that so gracefully.
Oh my god. This is
whole
so
situation.
this is so messed up.
This is such a
You
whole
did
situation.
great. You passed our weird little
Good
test.
job. You're not a gold digging. Now you get to have the life you deserve because you didn't ask for it.
Honestly, get out of there.
Yeah, you're too good for this guy. I'm telling you right now.
Maybe he's a good guy, but he got coerced by his family, but he was part of it. you
No,
know?
it was a whole year, my guy. Like, no. It's possible that he got pushed into it by his family, but like a whole year? I told him I needed space, and I'm seriously considering calling off the engagement, but honestly, I don't know what to do. I love him, and this is so out of left field. Now everyone is acting like I'm blowing this out of proportion and being dramatic. Part of me wonders if I am, but another part of me feels like my trust is completely broken. Am I overreacting? I'm not sure if tests like this are normal. I feel weird about it. I don't know. Please help.
Bro, you're not overreacting.
No, you're not overreacting. I feel like a test like this, like there's obviously ways people gauge whether a loved one of theirs is, you know, they're in a new relationship and they kind of like, they're observing you. Like they're definitely grilling you at the beginning,
Dude,
right?
Tammy would just like look at me like I was like just like a foreign object. I'd be like, I'd look around the room, just kind of like, I'd look at her and she'd be like,
Make sure you've got space on your desk.
Yeah, I feel like it's normal to go through like a grilling stage with your friends and your new partner when you start a new relationship, but like this is a whole other level. This is deception.
I wouldn't trust them. It would take a while and teach them a lesson.
Oddly enough, it's like they kind of thought that she wasn't good enough for him, but in actuality, I genuinely feel like he's not good enough for her.
That was a green flag statement right there. Green, I just want to wave it. I'm so lonely over here.
Oh, my baby, I so.
Green flag statement, yeah.
It's just so hard, right? Because there's some times where I wave the green flag, but most of the time, people are really concerned, right? And they're only sharing the negative.
It's true.
So OP added an edit. I think, in my opinion, not overreacting.
Not
but
overreacting at all.
Not overreacting.
IMO.
No. A couple people are asking why he didn't just ask for a prenup. We actually did discuss this before we got engaged, and I told him I would be open to a prenup. That even in and of itself, if someone agrees to a prenup, I think that that's like such a green flag, you know?
Yeah, 100%.
I think if someone pushes back to the idea or the suggestion of a prenup, that's a red flag.
Yeah, especially strongly.
I brought this up when he confessed. He said he wasn't necessarily worried about divorce. The whole thing was about testing my character and making sure I was a morally good person before he married me. It doesn't make much sense to me, and it feels like his whole family went out of their way to do some stupid morality test. I've never even given the indication that I'm shallow, so it really hurts. I just think they're suspicious of any outsiders who come into their family.
So it sounds like they're just one of those like wealthy, inclusive or non-inclusive families.
OP hasn't even said if it's like them that's the wealthy one.
She
like,
she kind of just inferred it. They're just suspicious of outsiders who come into their family.
She hasn't made the suggestion that they're wealthy, only that he's
Honestly,
wealthy.
though, this sounds like wealth. This sounds like
Fair
wealth.
enough.
I don't know. I feel like with wealthy families, it's like we're doing a prenup. And
Yeah.
you don't have a choice.
Yeah, for
kind
sure.
of thing. So,
But I feel like that weeds out a lot of people. And that in and of itself is a test, right? Because it's like, is this person okay with some sort of limitations on our marriage and the divorce and what they would get. And I feel like if they react in a way that's like, no, that's a red flag.
Yeah. I don't know.
We do actually have an update.
Okay, hit me.
Thank you for all your comments. It means a lot to have so much support and validation. I knew right away deep down that this was wrong, but I needed validation, as bad as that sounds.
Go back
I don't
the
have
other
close
way
family or many
first.
friends, so hearing that my feelings are normal makes me feel less alone. This happened a couple days ago. I'm still staying with my fiance right now, but things are tense and I feel anxious pretty much all the time. He knows I'm upset and knows I need space, so he hasn't tried to talk about it since. He knows I'm considering calling off the engagement, which is why I think he's been so sensitive around me the last few days. He hasn't been acting like it's a positive thing anymore, and he seems pretty remorseful since I told him how much it hurt me. This morning, I asked him if he knew about it the whole time, and he told me his parents started making the comments without his knowledge.
That's what I suggested.
Okay. And even after he overheard a comment they made to me while over at his parents' house, he asked them privately why they said that. And they explained they were testing me. He decided to let them continue just to see what I would do.
Okay, so that's a big red flag.
Yeah.
Wave it.
From past interactions with his parents, I also know he's had a hard time standing up to them or disagreeing with them, so it makes sense that he didn't call them out and just started going along with it. They told him they were offended when I suggested an expensive resort for the honeymoon and made a comment insinuating that his parents would be paying for it.
I don't know, man.
It's their honeymoon.
I mean, it's not making him look better, but I just assumed that parents would start it. That's kind of not fair to be like, yeah, well, I can't stand up to my parents. Like, they do whatever they want. You could have just said stop, or I'm not going to bring her around you.
Yeah, totally. Shut it down. So they got it in their head that I just expected them to shoulder the cost of an expensive resort without question, which isn't true. I happily accepted a more modest option when they suggested it because I didn't want to seem pushy or entitled. Plus, typically, the groom's family pays for the honeymoon, so I don't know why they were offended by that. Maybe I really did come off as entitled, but that was honestly never my intention. Regardless, I don't think that justifies testing me like this. I feel like in any other circumstance,
Is it bubbling?
it might be a red flag for you to suggest that they pay for a hotel.
Is that
like an
normal? The
expensive-
groom pays for the honeymoon?
I think that it's normal for parents to contribute to weddings and costs of weddings, including the honeymoon. But yeah, maybe I could kind of see how, like, oh, that's weird. Like, why is she just kind of, oh, so then you're gonna pay for this, like, you know, we're going to the Four Seasons and like, let me send you the bill. Like, depending on how she worded that,
Weird.
I could see them feeling some type of way about it. He wasn't the mastermind, but he never stopped them and didn't see why it was wrong or manipulative until I told him how upset I was. Part of me wonders if he was manipulated by his parents to think this was acceptable. I'm torn between calling it off or having a conversation with him and asking him to go to couples counseling and set boundaries with his parents. I also see some suggestions recommending I talk to his brother's ex-wife. I think that's a good idea, but I'm honestly nervous about it. I don't have her number, but I follow her on Instagram, so I'm considering DMing her and asking to call her.
Wait, babe, did you see the new update?
I do have a new update, yes. Oh my god, we do. Oh god, we have an update. I was gonna go down to the comments and see if anybody else kind of felt that maybe there was a bit of a shift with regards to the comment about the honeymoon that she made and like insinuated, but let's just go straight to the update.
I just saw
I've clocked it, but let's just go straight to the update.
Okay.
Well, my fiance found the post. Honestly, I feel pretty stupid for thinking he wouldn't find it. I didn't expect this post to get as much attention as it did, so thank you for that. But I was extremely detailed, which was kind of dumb. He saw the post and immediately clocked that I wrote it. He came to me yesterday with the post. I was super afraid he would be angry, but he was actually very understanding. He said reading the comments was super eye-opening to him on just how messed up the situation was. Yes, you may waive that.
Yes. Remorse, understanding, accountability. That warrants green flag.
I think it's a good thing that he found the post and that he is taking it in. Take
Reel
a
it
minute,
in.
take it in.
Take it in. Reel it in. Reel it in.
He feels bad that he ever tried to spin this in a positive light. We had a pretty deep conversation and he came to realize that he has been manipulated very heavily by his parents and family. When his parents justify something, even if it's bad, his brain will immediately try to justify it too because differing opinions were not allowed in his household growing up. This whole situation has started the realization for him that he grew up in a manipulative and emotionally abusive household, but has never given space to realize it because they had an extreme us versus them mentality.
Yeah, that's the thing about tight families. Sometimes can be like very judgmental and closed off to other people and outsiders.
We know a few people like that. So even when an extremely normal and well-intentioned person comes into the family, aka me and his brother's ex, they will do anything they can to invalidate their character because they're uncomfortable with outsiders. I learned a lot about myself through this situation as well. First of all, I am emotionally vulnerable and I need therapy bad. My need to belong has caused me to stay in situations that are unhealthy for me
What
just
is
because
the
I'm so
pause
desperate for a
button,
family.
Mama?
I know that's bad. And I know it will be hard, but I want to change. With that being said, even though my fiance was very remorseful and apologetic, I told him I want to call off the wedding and take a break from our relationship. Wow.
I mean, good for you.
Good for you.
That's not
So
easy.
the
It doesn't surprise me, honestly, because you are a
it
morally
was shooting
sound,
from a
emotionally, like, I know
cannon.
you're saying you need therapy, but like,
We're proud of you.
yeah, like genuinely, I think that you need less therapy than the people in the other people in this story. We both have issues we need to work on by ourselves before we consider joining in marriage. I want to figure out who I am without someone to lean on, as painful as that may be, and he needs to seriously evaluate his relationship with his family and how they have affected him. I told him in the future, if we find ourselves emotionally healthy and if the timing works out, maybe we can be together again, but for right now, that's not the case. So we need to go our separate ways. We still live together. I don't have anywhere to go, so my fiance said he will move out and try to find other living arrangements. He will pay his portion of the lease until I find another roommate. Again, thank you for all your comments and support. They mean a lot to me.
What a journey.
This has been quite the journey.
Makes me sad, but also makes me feel uplifted in that you just stood up for yourself.
Yeah, I really admire this person because like
that was the hard decision.
That was a very hard decision, and not only was she emotionally mature, morally sound person, but like she proved that in that she wasn't willing to settle for less. She knows that she's a good person.
Yeah, you knew what you were worth.
Yeah.
And you stood up for yourself, even though you know you don't have much family, you're not close with, you don't have that many friends.
Yeah, man.
And it's a scary decision, but ultimately you set a boundary for yourself and you put yourself in front of everyone else, and I respect that.
Yeah, I'm like very impressed. Good for you.
Nor. It's just so satisfying to have a story like that where there's so many updates and there's closure.
And there's closure. I love closure.
I love closure.
I love it when there's closure.
I should tell you something though.
What?
We've been testing you and you passed. I'm not really a man. I'm a broom.
Am I overreacting for thinking my friend is a liar? I lent him money and he was supposed to give it back to me yesterday. But instead of meeting, he sent me this picture and told me he had some accident, pepper spray or something. Sorry, let's unpack that for a second. Someone pepper sprayed him and
he then stole the money, allegedly?
No, but he's like, oh, I can't pay you back because someone pepper sprayed me. Why did someone pepper spray you?
What were you doing with the money?
No, babe, separate thought.
Okay. ADHD brain.
I'm saying like it means that he's a person because someone is pepper spraying him. He's in the hospital because he needs to have some kind of oxygen therapy. I think it's a fake photo and I'm very upset. He insists it's real. Am I overreacting?
Is that AI?
Honestly,
I don't know.
He looks like Darth Vader.
Is that what an oxygen tank tube looks like?
I don't know if it does. Listen, we watch a lot of The Pit, and I've never
Doesn't look
seen
like The
3
Pit.
tubes like that.
I don't know. It looks like fake to me.
So you asked for your money back, and then your friend was like, oh, I can't. I'm in the hospital. I like touched a girl's so she pepper sprayed me. Now I'm in the hospital. I can't pay you back.
Oh, God.
Listen, if he can take a photo from the hospital, he can absolutely Venmo you.
You want to know something kind of funny?
What?
You know, like the nickname for one of the characters is Huckleberry, right? The account for this is Huckleberry.
Oh, think Huckleberry, 285. Ooh, so Pit coded.
You are such a Huckleberry. Have fun with Robbie's plants.
Yeah, there's no need for that mask to have 3 hoses when all it does is deliver pressurized air from an anesthesiologist. Okay. No, this is 100%. I feel like this is AI. It's pretty good AI, though. I don't know too many phones that blur the background like that, unless you're in portrait mode. Okay, so OP and this guy were supposed to meet up yesterday so that he could get paid back by this guy. Instead of meeting up, this guy says he's in the hospital because he got pepper sprayed and he's on an oxygen tank. I'm sorry, but like you don't need to meet up in person for somebody to pay you back unless you guys are doing something like illicit.
It looks like he took a photo of himself in his bed and then he's like,
And then change the background and add an oxygen mask.
Yeah, make it look like I'm in a hospital. 1 CPAP, 1 BiPAP.
1 CPAP, 1 BiPAP, 1 TriPAP.
Char, look at that.
Whoa! Oh my God, it's gonna be so easy to get out of going to work from now on.
Should I show the camera that?
Yeah. Okay, we used AI for educational purposes, okay?
I took a selfie of myself,
I'll
okay?
recycle a bottle of water.
All right, so this is the photo.
Yeah.
This is the AI.
But that looks real. No, there's never more than 1 tube, is there?
That is so crazy.
No, this dude's just trying to get out of paying you back.
I don't think that would be put on your face with pepper spray. With pepper spray, don't you just have to like?
You have to clean out your eyes.
Yeah, you rinse your eyes out.
Yeah, you rinse your eyes out. Is your friend a scammer? Have you met him in real life?
Go visit him in the hospital or call and ask to
Yeah,
be
be like,
connected.
oh, what room are you in? Let me find you.
I'm in the ICU. You can't come in here. It's busy. It's really crazy.
This guy is 1000% a red flag. I think the red flag in and of itself is when you were supposed to meet up with him and he was supposed to pay you back. He didn't meet up with you. His excuse was that he's in the hospital, and then the third red flag is this oxygen mask.
You're not overreacting.
Oh,
No,
go ahead,
He's
buddy.
for sure faking it.
This last one is from the Charlotte Dover YouTube subreddit. Am I overreacting for getting upset that my boyfriend won't wait to get spicy time? Hello, beautiful potatoes. Hello. Nice
Hi.
spot.
Hello.
I need some outside opinions on this one because I think I'm right, but who knows? So I, 31 female, just recently had plastic surgery, which has the recovery time of 4 weeks. So I couldn't start any sports again.
Sports being giggity.
So that I could have a good recovery. And my boyfriend, 29 male, didn't have to get time off to take care of me. I asked my mother to stay with us once she doesn't live in the same country we live in. The surgery was good and I was feeling okay, and it was suggested by the physiotherapist to do some walking. My mom and I went shopping for something she wanted to buy, not every day, but just sometimes, so we wouldn't go crazy inside my apartment. So this is where I want an opinion. My boyfriend, after 1 week, wanted to have spicy time, but I was not feeling good. The stitches were bothering me and I was afraid to get hurt, so I said no, and he got mad/sad about it. I feel like light walking is totally different from like physical activity like that.
I mean, depending on what the surgery is. If it is what I think it is.
I feel like she got a boob job.
I think so too.
Again, yesterday, almost 2 weeks, I said I didn't feel comfortable doing it because it could mess up my recovery. So he got mad about it again, didn't say anything, but I could tell. And I got so frustrated because I'm recovering from surgery and he's stressed because we didn't do anything for 2 weeks. I felt like he didn't really care about me and just wanted to let out some steam and I wasn't helping. So fellow potatoes, am I overreacting? Absolutely not. He's gonna cheat on you. I'm just saying.
Oh, why jump there?
He will.
Maybe he just loves her.
No.
Maybe he just loves her and he wants to just get back on the horse, you know?
But then why get mad at her or sad about it? She's literally recovering from surgery.
Because she's so beautiful that he just wants to be with her. Those are the green lenses I have on my eyes.
Oh, crack off.
You know what?
Oh, oh wow, I even told you to crack off. Get out of here. Okay.
Guys, you heard what she said,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, I did. I'm
Talk
abusive.
to me in 8
I'm
hours.
abusive. Off. Not overreacting. In fact, I think you're underreacting. He's putting his desire for spicy time over your physical well-being. That tells you how he sees you and how he feels about you. In other words, he's selfish, doesn't care about your recovery or comfort, uses you for spicy time and has no respect for you. If he actually cared and had respect, he wouldn't be getting upset or pouting or being mad. He would be an adult and accept he's gonna have to wait. Personally, I would leave someone over this. This is why I'm saying, like, I think that he's probably just gonna go cheat.
I don't know.
I think
you
will.
should definitely leave her alone, first of all.
Yeah, he
I
should
don't
leave
think
her
that means
alone.
he's gonna go cheat. It's probably a
I
cosmetic.
wouldn't be surprised.
I'm just like guesstimating here, but it's probably a cosmetic surgery, and he's like
No,
turned
she
up.
said it was plastic surgery.
Yeah, so I'm guessing it's something
Yeah.
that maybe makes him excited. But yeah, you
She's
gotta let
the
her
purple
recover,
one.
bro.
It's a little weird and unnecessary
Purple lady.
and too bad. I feel like you are underreacting, honestly. So this is 1000% a red flag. Alrighty, if you enjoyed that video,
Which
hype us
crystal
up.
lady?
Subscribe.
Which crystal person do you like best?
The kind that eats their dinner.
What's that name?
At Spectrum, we believe every day
Amethyst.
unlocks unlimited
Amethyst
possibilities.
loves to eat stuff.
Spectrum transforms your gaming
Amethyst eats everything.
Am I
Amethyst does eat everything.
Silly.
Very silly.
And it's silly big guy that punches people in the face.
Super punch people in the face.
marriage, or am I overreacting? Is this delusion audacity, or am I justified? Because right now, it feels like I'm their third wheel. So I'm either setting healthy boundaries or starring in the prequel to a story I don't want to finish. I don't know if they would overtly cheat on you. It is like
Funny.
very inappropriate. Let's just say that I had a friend that was a little too adventurous.
Is that what they're calling it these days?
When it came to kind of showing off her body in front of married men. I think that's fine if you're at a party and everybody is single. It's a bit of an attention grab, but whatever. If you're at a party and or you're in a social situation and there's married men there, you do not take your shirt off. You do not, there's no pool, no nothing. You don't just lift up your shirt. It's just common decency. So weird. Update. I blocked my friend on my husband's phone the night of the hug incident, and everything feels broken. For those who asked for an update about my last post, here it is. The same night the hug incident happened, after I texted Monica, I went ahead and blocked her on all of my husband's socials and his phone number. I also deleted their text messages between them. Then I waited. I gave it 2 days just to see if anything would magically get unblocked behind my back, and nothing did. So I finally told my husband what I had done because I wanted to see his reaction. He immediately told me I was taking things too far. He should have done that. I'm sorry, but like you having to do that, like he should have done that. The minute that you said that you were uncomfortable, I understand that they're like buddies, but like they lost the privileges of being buddies. He said it was not that deep and asked me why I would even do something like that. According to him, it wasn't right. He should have done that of his own volition. I told him it made me feel better. Then he asked me again what the problem was between Monica and I. And I kept telling him the problem is him, but he just doesn't believe me. I mean, it's both of them. Like, he's definitely, I don't like Monica. Like, I literally don't like her. Like, nah. You know, they both owe you loyalty, but your husband owes you more loyalty. And the minute that you say that you're uncomfortable about a situation, it doesn't matter if he thinks you're overreacting. What you care about should matter to him. He just doesn't believe me. At that point, I couldn't get him to understand my point of view, so I sent him this post I wrote about everything, so he may or may not be reading the comments. For context, my husband is from the same country as Monica, and English is both of their second language. I share the same background culturally, but I was born here. Instead of reading the entire post, he stopped halfway through and told me that I started this mess myself. He said he never knew I used to joke about him being our husband, and now suddenly I'm trying to complain about it and blame him. Okay, shut up.
Shut up!
Like, literally shut up. That is very clearly a joke. And a joke that probably came from you sort of like trying to like almost make it okay that everybody kept asking your husband for help. You do not take that joke and run with it. He stopped reading right there.
That sign can't stop me because I can't read.
So honestly, I gave up. I can't force someone to understand something if they don't want to understand it. As for Monica, I actually went into work an hour early so I could talk to her privately, but she got caught up and the conversation never happened. The vibe between us was very off. Later that day, she posted something on social media about how sometimes friendships hurt, and then she deleted the post. So here we are. I want to say thank you to everyone who commented on my original post, the good, the bad, and even the harsh ones. I read every single comment, and honestly, it helps reinforce in my mind that I'm not crazy for feeling the way I do. No, you're not crazy, and I'm really sorry that your husband is not listening to you. Your spidey senses are going off, my guy. If you feel uncomfortable about a situation, like, you should be able to go to your husband and be like, I don't like that. Because it's just like, it's just weird. Like, I've often said that, yeah, okay, you can be, in my mind, I am not like friends with my friends' husbands. Like you said, my friends are my friends, and my friends' husbands are my friends' husbands. Let's say my friends like get a divorce or they break up with that guy, he's dead to me. Like, literally, like, our friendship does not exist. Friendship does not exist, okay? I have literally no reason to be texting or talking to my friends' husbands. There's even like a social decorum with it where people will text both people in a group chat.
You and me, just us and your friends, Steve.
Unless you're planning some sort of surprise or an engagement, or like you have business, you want to hire that person, there should be like, honestly, very few reasons in my mind that you should be having a personal relationship with someone else's husband. I'm just saying. That's how I operate. I don't see any reason why. I know I'm a people pleaser. I know I can be a pushover, and I know I love way too deep and try and give people the benefit of the doubt. Yeah, but you also set some very clear boundaries, and I don't care if people don't like it. Here's the thing. People are not gonna like it when you set boundaries as a people pleaser. They're just not.
Too bad, so sad, bye-bye.
You know who you need to worry about the most is yourself. You cannot go around in life harboring resentment, wishing that you had said something when you didn't, wishing you had called people out when you didn't. You just can't go through life like that. Like, yes, you're allowing it so that other people aren't upset, but what about you? Don't you care about you? Don't you care about your feelings and your feelings of resentment and your stress? Because I can tell you right now, the minute I started setting boundaries with people and stopped resenting them because like I said exactly what was on my mind and I stopped people like from walking all over me, I started being happier. I stopped overthinking as much. It's so important. Just do it, please. It is that time of year to get your little piggies out of your Bombas Ripper slippers and into the Bombas Friday sandals. I will not be showing my toes in this video, not for free. It has been a long winter, my friends, longer than most, and I'm really excited to do some actual gardening this summer. But before I can do that, I have a ton of yard work to do, and the perfect shoe to wear when you're digging around in the dirt is the Bombas Friday sandal. They come in like 9 different colors. They're super light and squishy, great support, great traction. They have this hexagonal pattern on the sole that'll prevent you from slipping and sliding around. Plus, I've already been using these to dig around in the dirt and do some yard work, and all you have to do to clean them is just hose them down.
What's a what?
And they look like new. And if that isn't reason enough to pick them up, Bombas is a purpose-driven brand. They make the number 1, number 2, and number 3 most requested items in clothing, shelters, socks, underwear, and t-shirts. And Bombas has a one purchase, one donated policy. Over 200 million essential clothing items have been donated to date. And every item comes with a 100% happiness guarantee. I love working with Bombas. They're such a great company. And I also have a code for you. For new customers, you get 20% off of your first purchase. Just go to bombas.com/Charlotte Dobre and use code Charlotte Dobre, all caps, at checkout. So when I'm for someone, I'm really for them. I'm a girl's girl to my core, and that's exactly why this hurts. I've decided to walk away. Walking away from this friendship feels almost impossible. I keep wishing I could wake up from this nightmare and everything would go back to normal. But the truth is, there's no going back now. I can't unsee what I saw. My heart is breaking over this. Oh, bestie, I feel betrayed. I keep asking myself why she would treat me like this. We were like sisters. I truly loved her, like the sister I never had, and what hurts the most is that I feel like she knows I hate confrontation and she's leaning into that. Because in that picture, she's smirking.
What did he say?
So I'm done. I'm gonna find another job and focus on myself, but I still want to talk with her so she doesn't play the victim. I want my friends there not to pick sides, but to understand we have irreconcilable differences. We can still do business together, but we will not be friends. Update. My husband thought me and my friend were setting him up until he read the messages. Huh? Things took a turn. I didn't expect this outcome. After everything that happened, my husband initially thought that me and Monica were setting him up. In his mind, because me and her were so close, he didn't believe what I was telling him. He thought it didn't make sense that she would act like that. So the only explanation to him was that we were both playing some kind of game on him. That alone blew my mind. But then he actually sat down and read the messages. Not just skimmed them, really read them. He spoke to one of his friends, had a real conversation, and then came back to me and we had a long, serious talk. That's when things shifted. He realized I wasn't being dramatic, I wasn't exaggerating, and I definitely wasn't crazy. Once it clicked for him, he actually got upset. Not at me, but at Monica. Finally. Oh, finally. Like, literally. As a loyal husband, you should be upset about your wife's friends pushing boundaries and being inappropriate. They shouldn't exist to you outside of your marriage and like them just kind of being on the fringes of it. What bothered him most was this. At no point did she try to clear anything up. She never once said nothing is going on. She never tried to reassure the situation. She never corrected anything. And he admitted something that honestly stuck with me. He said, from the outside looking in, it does look like something is going on. Absolutely. And that's what upset him. Not because anything actually happened. He still stands firmly on the fact that nothing has ever happened between them, but because now he sees how everything looks and how far the boundaries were pushed.
Took him long enough.
But here's the part that's not sitting right with me. He doesn't understand why she has an attitude with me. During our text exchange, instead of trying to fix things or even meet me halfway, she came off defensive and almost bothered like I was the problem. He doesn't understand because it's like a real friend would step away and respect the boundary. She's defensive because she knows she's caught. And that's what's confusing me now, because if nothing is going on, if everything is innocent, why the attitude? Why no reassurance? Why no accountability? Why no effort to fix the friendship? Because she wants your husband, babe. She doesn't care about you. At this point, I feel like I finally got some validation from my husband, which I needed. Thank you. Took long enough. Some guys are really just that thick. Not a lot going on. But with her, we tried to keep it business, and now the friendship is officially over. This is my final update because at this point, there's nothing left to figure out. We tried to continue working together and keep things strictly business. It didn't work at all. She wouldn't hold up her end of the deal, and every single thing I said either confused her or made her defensive. There was no accountability, no communication, nothing productive. And I don't mix drama with business. So I treated her exactly how I would treat any regular client. Professional, direct, no emotions involved. That clearly didn't sit well with her. She got frustrated and finally told me to give her her things and she would give me mine. That was it for me. That was the nail in the coffin. I'm done. We are no longer friends. But that wasn't the end of it. She went to our mutual friends crying about how hurt she is because I accused her of being inappropriate with my husband.
But you were.
All you have to do is like show people that picture. Body language tells everything. She's painting herself as the victim. Meanwhile, she's taking zero accountability for anything she's done, not the boundaries she's crossed, not the way she handled conversations, not the tension she created, nothing. And honestly, that's what leaves the worst taste in my mouth because I can deal with conflict, I can deal with misunderstandings, but I cannot deal with someone who refuses to take accountability and then flips the story. At this point, I'm choosing peace. It hurts, I won't lie. This was someone I truly cared about, someone I considered family, but I'd rather lose a friendship than keep explaining my boundaries to someone who keeps ignoring them. I'm really relieved. Like, her immediate response to you being uncomfortable about anything that she's doing is to respect that. And the fact that she's being like defensive and weird is like, I think that tells you everything you need to know, honestly. I'm glad that you cut her out. It's really not worth it, honestly. At bare minimum, they're talking about you behind your back. At bare minimum, she's kind of like sneaking her way in to like show her what a good wife she would be. If you had let it go on any longer, she would have made a move. So you're not crazy. There's definitely something going on from her side. Your husband's a little dumb. I'm glad he finally saw the light. We've got some more best friend drama. Don't go anywhere. And if you're enjoying this channel and you like talking, hit that subscribe button. We talk a lot on this channel. Am I the a-hole for sending this text after my friend returned clothing she took from my apartment? All rise. You may be seated. My best friend of 10 years, we'll call her Lucy, has been cat sitting for my husband and me for around a year and a half. We pay her and let her and her partner stay in our apartment. Most recently, she stayed for 2 weeks. Additional context, while she was there, I left her 3 bags of clothes to keep, which we talked about beforehand. These bags had the same type of clothing she later returned, pants, tops, PJs, etc., so she had plenty that she was welcome to take. Not her helping herself. 2 weeks after getting back from vacation, when Lucy and I were hanging out, she mentioned she had borrowed my aloe sweatpants while staying over and needed to return them. Okay, not asking first. And bestie, aloe sweatpants are expensive.
Oh my God!
I didn't know she'd taken them, and she wouldn't have known this, but they were a gift I'd only worn once. A few days later, I asked to get the sweatpants back and a pair of Lulu leggings I knew she had from a few months earlier. When I got the clothes back another 2 weeks later, she brought out a huge bag of clothes, far more than I knew she had. Some things were missing since last summer, some were new and never washed or worn, and some were sentimental and vintage. They were clearly from multiple drawers and cabinet in my bedroom and closet, not things I willingly lent her. Oh no. See, this is why, like, sometimes I know that there's like a lot of dog sitters out there that like, they like, you know, stay in your house. I don't think I could ever do that. I got a really nice bag collection, you guys. Maybe, no.
No.
Even if they were a guy, like they could like, no, I do have like a combo. Like I do have a lock on it. I don't trust anybody. Like I literally, I literally don't. You wanna know why? It's because I am so like generous. I trust myself, but I don't trust other people. Like I'm willing to like lend, not everything, but sometimes I will lend people things. I will like make them super, super welcome in my space, etc., etc. But almost always people cross the boundary. You give them an inch and they take a mile. Almost every time. Like I have yet to be proven wrong about that.
The field always be right.
I revel in it.
Since I also had left the 3 donate bags, I worried that everything got mixed together and it would be a guessing game to figure out what was mine. She apologized to me to let her know if I could think of anything else I'm missing.
Why don't you tell me?
Also now, if you don't think of anything else you're missing, she's just not gonna give it back to you? How about she goes through her closet, finds everything else and gives it back? Over the next few weeks, I asked about some specific items, including pants that went missing around the first time she cat sat. She had those too. She said next time I'm over, I can look through her closet to see if she missed anything. At that point, I'd been trying to get my stuff back for around 6 weeks. Ugh, absolutely not. This was the message I sent. I need to be honest about how serious this feels to me. It doesn't sit right that I would have to come search through your closet to figure out what of mine you took. Over the past year and a half, you went through multiple drawers and cabinets in my home and took so many items without ever asking or telling me. Some of these were things I had never washed or worn. Some were gifts. Some are sentimental or vintage and irreplaceable. I've also spent time thinking I lost certain items at yoga or in my building's laundry, never once imagining that my friend, someone I trusted in my home, had taken them from me. I need the rest of my belongings returned. If you're unsure if something is mine, send me a picture and I can let you know. Be so for real right now. Who doesn't know what's theirs? No, the only instance in which this is somehow passable, in my opinion, and like, it would drive me absolutely crazy. Like, I'm so glad I don't have any sisters, but like, it like, sisters steal clothes, right? But like, you live in the same house. No, she fully like stole from you, and if you hadn't noticed, she would have just kept them. Nah, buddy, no, this is like friendship ending. I'm done. Like, I'm done. Okay, text goes on. I just need space to process everything because I didn't expect this at all while you were staying here. And I'm at a complete loss because I never thought you would be someone to violate my privacy in such a big way. She apologized and has since returned more items. The total is now around 25 pieces of clothing. No. Am I the a-hole for sending that message? No, you would be an a-hole for not sending that message. I'm worried I should have worded it more nicely and that my directness could make me an a-hole in this situation. She stole from you. I feel like you were too nice. Not the a-hole. Your friend stole from you and is making it your responsibility to tell her what she stole. That's what's like crazy to me. Like, if you didn't remember, then it's like,
Oh, it's just mine now.
Not the a-hole. This person is not your friend and is taking advantage of you. I would find another cat sitter. Yeah, that part. And also, I don't love that people are like staying in your house. Not a fan. If you did find another cat sitter to stay with you, I would set up like cameras. Truthfully, I used to have, like, back when I lived alone, I had cameras set up like close to my closet where all my like nice stuff was. Getting ready room where all my nice stuff was. Every time that like a friend would like go in there for whatever reason, I don't know, and I would get like a notification on my camera, I'd pop on the camera and just be like, hey!
Where is the intercom?
Oh my God, it sounds so awful, but like at least they know someone's watching, right? I just don't trust it because it happens literally every time. Not the a-hole. She took advantage of your trust and friendship. If she was smart, she would have put everything back before you even noticed. But she didn't. She just took it. She stole from you while being paid to do a job in your home. Oh yeah. Oh my God, yeah. Wow. You have the right to request your things back. Be safe and change the locks. Don't leave her alone in your home again. You handled it with politeness and class. You didn't use bad or aggressive language or make any threats or false accusations. I assume you didn't try to ruin her social or professional life either with drama. Yeah, I would actually argue that this is like, you could go to the police, to be honest. OP responded, no, I did not. If anything, I ended up with the brunt of it because I'm now the one out of the friend group trio because of my message being mean. I would go to your other friend and be like, if you notice anything missing.
More boxes, more options. Grainger has over 1,700 box types in stock and ready to help you pack, store, and ship everything. And you can count on Grainger to deliver your boxes fast. Count on Grainger for boxes. Call or click Grainger.com/boxes today.
I am creating the miracle of miniaturization.
This is the top secret project you've been working on?
Oh no, Lindy.
So,
Kevin! You were literally paying her to do a job and she went and helped herself to your closet. To your aloe sweatpants. In my mind, no, you are not the a-hole. And if your friend has a problem with it, just like let her know that like she should look at her own closet. See if anything's missing. Would I be the a-hole if I kicked my friend out of my apartment earlier than I intended? This was posted in the Charlotte Dober YouTube subreddit. Hey everybody, I need your guys' honest advice. I'm sorry this is such a long post. I really wish we had the option to send audio. I mean, possibly in the future. It's a good idea. I, 29 female, have a friend. Let's call her Sophia. 34 female. I met Sophia at work when I was teaching overseas during COVID in 2020. We clicked instantly and became very close very quickly. I would even babysit her daughter, and there were times I let her stay overnight or for a few days. Sophia felt like a big sister to me. She moved back to the States in 2022, and even though we lived in different countries, we stayed in touch. When I moved back to the States in 2023, it became even easier to keep in contact since we were in the same time zone. Fast forward to August of this year, Sophia visited my state for a family reunion with her daughter. On the last day of the trip, they stayed with me and we had a great time. Toward the end of August, Sophia told me her parents decided to sell their beach house where she, her daughter, and her sister were living. Since her sister planned to move in with her boyfriend, Sophia had two options. Option 1, find her own apartment. Option 2, move back in with her parents and pay $700 in rent. For context, where she lived at the beach house, she was only paying $250 a month. Dang.
It's free real estate.
There was a catch with option 2. Her parents were willing to help her watch her daughter while she got back on her feet, but they did not want her cat to come with them. I'm not sure why, especially since the cat got along with the dogs and Sophia had watched the dogs before. I felt bad because the cat meant a lot to her and her daughter loved it too. I suggested that if she didn't want to give up the cat, she should start looking for apartments in her city. Unfortunately, apartment hunting wasn't going well. That's when I suggested she move to my state. I explained she would have better job opportunities. My mom knows a lot of people and could help her find work. Cheaper apartments and better schools and social opportunities for her daughter. Okay, so you
All right, I'm gonna go in there
tell
after
her she
I...
can move in with you right away. Looking back, I really sold the idea. I probably should have gone into sales. I was so focused on convincing her that I also said, you can stay with me temporarily until you find a job and a place.
Hi, baby.
Big mistake. Big. Huge.
I would like to state that my
Still
lease is
playing
up
video
at the end of
games?
April, and she will know of this information later
Yeah,
on. In the back of my
fucking
mind,
awesome.
I was hoping her parents would eventually allow the cat, but they didn't. She later texted me asking if my
I'm
offer
playing
still
Steven
stood.
Universe
Before
Save the
agreeing,
Light.
I set clear expectations. I explained that her cat needed to be an indoor cat temporarily because I didn't want it going in and out of my house.
Murdering
Bringing in
all
who
the
knows
little
what.
butters.
I have a dog, and I didn't want him getting sick.
Yep.
Something similar had happened before and had cost me a lot of money. I told her
No, I'm
also
just
I
playing by
liked my
myself. It's a
house
solo
very
game.
clean. Think Saturday mornings with music and cleaning supplies. Since I worked 2 jobs and attended school, she probably wouldn't
Half
see
my
me
phone
much.
is fucking
I'm
up
also
again.
a night owl and do most of my work at night. She agreed to all of this, so I said
I
yes,
don't know.
she could
Like, I can
stay
still use it,
temporarily.
but the bottom half of the
This
screen
is
that was blinking
where
out before,
I
now it's like a
realized
greenish
I
color.
had bitten off more than I could chew.
Yeah.
Because
Like,
a
it
lot
still
had happened
works,
between
but, like,
September
what the
and now,
fuck?
I'll list the issues below. 1. When they first arrived,
I
her
just
daughter
finished making
broke my
dinner for
wooden fence
Alice,
from Home
and
Depot with her
she's at her
suitcase.
desk
Sophia
eating
brushed
her
it off
udon.
and
No, I
said we
didn't
could
drop
just
it.
staple it.
The first time? Yeah, I dropped it when we were at
Oh
Costco.
yeah, no. I'm sorry, but where are my red
Yeah.
flags?
This time
Where's
I
the
wasn't
red
doing
flag?
anything with it. Just using it normally.
The fence wasn't
And I
cheap,
opened
and a
it the
regular
next morning
stapler wouldn't fix it.
at home
She
with
should have
you, and I was like, what the
immediately
fuck? Half my screen is
offered
blinking out.
to fix it and pay for it.
But then it turned right back
immediately.
on.
Within the first
Well,
week,
now
her cat
that
destroyed
bottom
the
half of the
carpet near the
screen is,
bedroom
like,
door. She didn't
discolored,
mention
but
it
still
until I
functional.
noticed it myself. Her solution was to put tape over it and said it would be fine.
Yeah.
No, absolutely not. By the end of her first month, her daughter broke my soap dispenser.
Wow.
She replaced it with a cheap plastic
You're
one from
probably
Dollar
right.
Tree. Unfortunately, I can't replace
I
the original
made
because it was a
a
one-of-a-kind
felt
item.
That you took out?
In September,
Yeah.
my mom
Yeah,
sent
it's
her a
beef.
job application. It took longer to process because she wasn't from my state and needed a background
Yeah, you
check.
could
In the
refreeze it, it's
meantime,
beef.
I sent her several job postings so she could earn income, but she didn't take them. During October and November, she didn't pay any rent. We had discussed rent, and she suggested paying
Yeah,
between
you can
$150 and
refreeze it.
$350, depending on what she could afford. When she didn't pay, I didn't press the issue because I assumed she
It
was
reduces
struggling.
the quality
I
of
later
it, so it wouldn't be
realized
as
that
good
the
for
assumption
steaks,
was wrong.
but it
Never
would be good for if you were
I
dicing it
noticed
up
she was
and
very
stewing
secretive.
it in something.
In November,
or
she
whatever.
told me about a part-time job. We had multiple conversations about it. A few days later, after the conversation, my mom visited and asked her if she started the job my mom gave her.
Oh.
That's suspicious.
Is it painful?
Sophia told her she worked at
Yeah,
a
you're
different
full of
job for
farts.
3 weeks. When I asked about the part-time job, she hesitated and said she no
Yeah.
longer worked there.
You can take some
even
gas
though we
X
just
and it'll
discussed
relieve
it
some
a
of the
few days
pain and
ago.
discomfort in your belly, or you can like do the thing
No.
the way I rub your
there
belly.
are times in life where
Like,
I'd be
circular
willing to help a
motions
friend.
start from
I
the
have,
belly
like,
button
the
and work your way
space.
around
I would
for the
say
entire
no longer than a
intestine.
week, though.
Go in
And
counterclockwise.
they would need a job first. Like they would need to like come here and
'Cause
have a
that's the way
job
you're-
and like try and look for a
like,
place
from
to
your
live.
view
because I
down,
know,
it's
like I literally just
clockwise,
know
but
that this
looking
happens
at you,
like
it's
so often,
counterclockwise.
like more often than one would like to admit. It
Yeah.
sucks because like you do want to be able to help
And
people,
then
but like
the palms
in
of
the
your
end,
hand
it ends up being
rub
you
up and
that
down
gets hurt. Next,
either
during
spine,
October,
either
November,
side of
she
your
left her
lower back,
6-year-old
and
daughter
it'll
home
help
alone.
stimulate
I
your
didn't
guts
know
to
until
move.
one
You're
day
gonna
she
have to
tried to
do,
leave
but it'll
without
get rid
her
of a
when I
lot
was
of the
heading to
air.
work.
Lay down.
I told her this was not okay
Laying
because
down
both
will
of us
help
could get
move
into
the air
serious
along
trouble.
better.
Her response was, "Well, I guess I'll have
Yeah,
to take
you
her
can
with
take
me."
when you know you're gonna eat something very cruciferous like broccoli.
would hope so.
Take some
Before
Gas
Thanksgiving,
X
my mom sat me down
before
and
or
asked if
after.
Sophia was paying rent. I said
And
I didn't
it'll,
know and admitted I was overwhelmed.
with the
My mom
pressure and
offered to talk
pain.
to her since Sophia was more open with her. She told my mom she didn't think she had to pay rent. What, because you didn't ask? This is the thing. This is the thing, right? I'm the type of person where I just grew up in an environment that, like, my
Fill up
parents
a
and, like, their
fucking
friends were always
toots.
fighting over the bill.
You're gonna
They
just
were
toot them
always
out.
so
Move
adamant
along.
that they, you know, it's like, okay, well, it's our turn next time. Okay, well, let me get this one. No, you got the last one. No, you got this
Oh, yeah,
one.
I've
Let me
been
just,
live
let me
this whole
get it,
time
okay?
chatting on the
If
phone
someone
with
is
you.
being incredibly kind to you and, like, being incredibly
Okay, love you,
generous
bye.
with you, you better not have to chase that person down and ask for them to pay you back. That person should be like
Turn
so
off.
uncomfortable about the idea of owing you anything or letting you build up resentment because they're very clearly using you. That's just the way I operate. I don't know. Like, am I wrong?
You're gonna look at me and you're gonna tell me that I'm wrong? Am I wrong?
But this is the thing, like, yeah, you can't let the resentment build up
Oh,
either.
I got a
like,
free
you
shake.
should have asked her
I
for
don't
rent.
drink shakes.
Sorry, OP, but you should have asked her. I've been in situations like this before where, like, I haven't said anything and
I
the
don't
resentment
drink
built
milkshakes,
up
so.
and I decided that I wasn't gonna let that happen anymore and I just, like, flat out said, like, hey, you owe me this amount of money. Those people that I'm talking about, like, will just be like, oh, well, she didn't ask. I guess she didn't want it. After this conversation, my mom made it clear that Sophia needed to start contributing and looking for a new place. She also expressed disappointment in how Sophia was handling the situation.
I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed.
After Thanksgiving, Sophia and I talked. I told her I felt like I was financially supporting a family and I was exhausted from working extra shifts just to cover the bills. Her response,
I'm sorry you felt stressed out.
she wished I had said something sooner and didn't involve my mom. I told her I was glad because my mom stepped in because I was struggling and I didn't want to feel like a bother when it came to rent. So I dealt with the bills on my own. My mom was just looking out for me. I also had confronted her about the comment she made to my mom that she didn't have to pay rent. She was silent and didn't have anything to say about the comment. And I told her that she would be paying for that carpet repair because I was not. Why is she gonna tell me that she was just looking for a matching carpet so she could sew them together? No, I'm sorry, you break it, you buy it. I told her she could pay both utilities and the DTE bill, $160. It goes up or down depending on how much you use. I would cover the rent, $1,159. I also told her I plan to downsize after December. She has known since September that my lease ends in April, but I didn't remind her. I would also like to add that since November, I've sent her 11 apartment listings under $1,100 for rent.
2 bedrooms, no rugs. It's free.
Girl, you are going above and beyond. She doesn't want to leave, girl. Like, she doesn't want a job. She doesn't want to pay rent anywhere. Now, toward the end of December, I feel like my peace is gone and our friendship is dwindling. I recently checked my door camera last week and saw that she had continued leaving her daughter home alone even after I told her not to. I don't know what to do with this situation because I'm never home. Plus, I don't know what days she works at her new second part-time job and can't look at my door camera every time I get a notification.
Call 911!
Because of all of this, I plan to give her a formal notice this Friday stating that she has until the end of February to move out and she will be responsible for any damage caused by her daughter, or her cat. I do need her out in February, so that way in the beginning of March, I can have maintenance fix the carpet. I think the only time in which you can allow a friend into your space, a friend that's struggling, is if you have absolutely no problem setting boundaries. You cannot be a people pleaser about it. You need to constantly remind this person, and I know that you're sending her apartments and stuff like that, but you need to, like, constantly remind this person that this is just temporary, that you expect them to find a job, and, like, you're even being a little too nice about the bills. I understand, oh, it's like, you know, the bills are going up and down, whatever. It doesn't matter. You're sharing a space now. She should be paying part of the rent. You're still being too nice. I would never let anyone into my space for longer than a week that I wasn't willing to set clear boundaries with constantly. And you're gonna have to do that because at the end of the day, if you're not setting boundaries, people will take advantage of it every time. Like literally every time. I'm just saying. So we actually do have an update. So much happened, I don't even know where to start. Basically, on December 20th, I gave her a form telling her she needed to be out by February 28th, clean the room, and be responsible for any damage her kid or her cat caused. I explained everything to her and asked her to sign it. At that point, she hadn't been paying rent, even though we had an agreement, and it was honestly stressing me out because I feel like she was just living off me and didn't care. I already sent her 11 apartments in her price range. My mom offered her a good paying job that she refused, and my family had been helping her too. Then later that night, while I'm at work, she sends her part of December rent. Mind you, rent is due on the 1st, not the 20th, so it was obvious she only sent it because I gave her the move out paper. She tells me she'll send the first half, $314 on the 20th, and the rest, $314 on the 24th.
It's too late. It's too late.
No landlord would be okay with this. In fact, when you move into a place, like, you have to pay damage deposits that you lose if you damage anything. I get home and notice one of the forms is missing. I text her like, hey, you still need to sign both forms. No response. Print it out and pop it on her face. Saturday night goes by, nothing. Sunday morning, she's in the kitchen making matcha like nothing happened, which honestly blew my mind. How are you not embarrassed? Like, literally, how are you not embarrassed to be somebody's charity case? Like, I just can't. Like, I literally can't. I waited a bit, but before work, I texted her again, reminding her to sign it. That night, she finally responds, talking about how she doesn't want to sign anything because we are on a joint lease and wants damages handled by the landlord. No, she gotta go. I told her straight up the damage is from her cat, not me or my dog, and I'm not paying for it. I already sent the evidence to the office and they quoted $50, which is on her. That's not even that much, my guy.
That is a great deal.
Ugh. I also reminded her she's an occupant, not a leaseholder. Literally, you have literally no paperwork to say that she's an occupant, nor that you're sharing a lease. And that I've been telling her for months I was downsizing. I told her the form was just acknowledging responsibility and the move out date, and I warned her not to push me because it wasn't gonna end well. And after that, silence. So Monday, I go to the leasing office to confirm her status, and that's when it really hit the fan. The girl who handled our lease was on vacation, and because of how their system works, it looks like Sophia was a leaseholder. Oh God.
Well, that can't be good.
But that was not the case because before she signed the new release form and before I signed the new release form, I made sure to tell them 4 times that if she signs this, she's an occupant, not a leaseholder. They said yes. So I'm literally in there crying, trying to explain that she's an occupant and hasn't paid rent. Then someone in the office tells Sophia claims she's been paying $600 a month. Absolutely not. I was like, excuse me? I pulled out my phone and showed them every single rent receipt. They basically tell me my options are to wait 4 months or terminate the lease for $5,000 split between us. I kept that info in my back pocket. Later that day, my sister comes over because I made her food. Since I was outside taking my dog to the bathroom, I told my sister to go ahead and I'll be there in a minute. Sophia knows my sister, they've met before. My sister knocks, says who she is, and Sophia refuses to let her in until she slides her ID under the door.
McLovin?
Like what? My sister was about to leave. I had to explain to Sophia to let my sister in and that I'm just outside taking my dog to the bathroom, and her response was,
for what?
And I'm like, she's getting food. When I got home, I was talking out loud on purpose about terminating the lease so she knew I was serious and had the money if I needed to do it. Early Christmas Eve, she sneaks out with her kid and doesn't come back until January 4th. While she's gone, I go back to the office and talk to the original leasing lady. She was pissed because she specifically remembered asking Sophia if she'd sign a release when the time came, and Sophia said yes. Turns out Sophia has been running around the office telling people different stories about paying rent. How are you not embarrassed? Like, how can you literally come home to this? Like, how can she show her face in your house? Like, I just... Baffled. I also got my lawyer involved during the time Sophia was gone, but of course it was the holidays, so I had to wait until after New Year's until my lawyer got back to me. While all of this is happening, I install a security camera in the living room. It's legal in a common area, not hidden. When she comes back, she sees it and loses it. Because she's been stealing your food, probably?
No, I'm sorry.
I send her the law and tell her if she's uncomfortable, she's free to leave. I told her it's funny that she was feeling uncomfortable now with the camera, but was comfortable leaving her minor child home alone. Oh, that's why she's uncomfortable. Yes, okay, her child's home alone. Yes, CPS, yes. I also told her I don't trust her after all the lying. And if she touched, tampered, or even destroyed my property, I would call the cops on her. It's crazy that it came to this. Like, it's just so, Apparently the next day, she brought this up with the leasing office and they basically told her there's nothing they can do. For a whole week, she's in and out of the office crying, playing victim, telling people I've been refusing her rent money, which makes 0 sense because why would I refuse rent I'm asking for? At that point, the office had receipts, proof, and enough stories to realize she was lying. Eventually, they told her she can sign the release form and leave January 12th, which she agreed to. But before she could sign anything, she had to pay for the carpet damage, clean her stuff, and give me back my keys. She finally did. Oh, thank God. Now I've got my room back. I'm turning it into space for my cosmetics business, and I feel like I can breathe again. Huge weight off my shoulders. Oh, and I'm taking her to small claims court for the rent she never paid. I've got all the evidence. On top of that, I found out she's been telling people I told her she could live rent-free and randomly started charging her. I also made it uncomfortable for her to live there because I wasn't talking to her, and she felt confined to that room. And she noticed the camera when she came out of the bathroom. Which is wild because that never happened. Hearing that honestly opened my eyes to how easily she lies without caring who it affects. Honestly, it's crazy how far people will go to make themselves the victim and paint you as the villain. Lesson learned, never doing this again. It really sucks because like, I've literally been in situations like that before where it's like one person ruins it for everyone. And I'm sure that there are situations where people don't take advantage. They really do their part. They at the very least, you know, like, cook for you or clean up after you and like just really respect your space. But I think it's like a 90-10 rule where if you let someone live in your house, they're going to take advantage and it's going to end like this, like every time.
If you give a mouse a cookie.
And it ruins friendships. Every time I've lived with a friend, it has gone south. And like I didn't talk to that friend for ages or stopped talking to them entirely every time. So it is what it is. Don't let friends live with you, especially when they don't have a job. Oh, here's a good comment. My grandma has a saying, and it definitely applies here. Givers have to set boundaries because takers never do. Sorry you went through this, keep your head up. That's like literally what I'm trying to say, is that like takers will just take as much as they can. They'll paint themselves as the victim. They'll somehow like see you as the villain. They'll tell everybody about you. I really wish you had set stronger boundaries because maybe in her mind it was like,
Well, she never asked for rent at the beginning, so it's weird that she's asking me now.
even though you had those discussions. I've literally gotten to the point where I will scroll back and reply to texts with people like, oh, well, you didn't say that. It's like, well, actually, you did. I did. Yeah, I'm sorry that you went through that because like I really do genuinely think that you were trying to help. But the issue is that like if you don't have a set agreement, nobody's paying rent. I just genuinely feel like it's gonna get out of control. It just is. Would you be the a-hole for kicking your friend out of your apartment earlier than intended? You mean the squatter living in your house and breaking all your... No. Am I the a-hole? My friend invited herself to my vacation and I won't let her stay with me. Someone knows her boundaries. Everyone involved is in their early 40s, female. I recently got divorced and it's been a very rough go. I went to therapy and it helped me tremendously. I'm finally starting to feel like my old self. I got off my rusty dusty, as my grandma would say, hit the gym, reconnected with my friends. I feel good again. My ex and I used to take frequent vacations, which I enjoyed. There's no reason for me to stop now. So I decided to organize a trip with my friends. I've asked 5 of my friends if they want to go, and 3 said yes. Diane was one of the ones who said no. She already scheduled a few vacations and had limited time available. No problem. So I researched and found a 4-bedroom Airbnb. Everyone will have their own room. One friend and I will each have the master's room, 1 bed in each room, and 2 friends will each have a double room, 2 separate beds in each room. Everything is set, flights are booked, it's 1 month away. We're excited. But that brings us to this weekend. Diane called me and said one of her trips fell through and now she has availability to go on the trip with us. Great. I told her that our host has multiple properties. I'll ask her if she has another one near ours or if she can recommend a hotel that is close to us. Ooh, love the boundary setting. Diane got upset and asked why can't she stay with us? I told her all rooms are taken. She knows this. I was telling her about the trip all along. She then asked why I can't switch rooms with one of my friends and she can share a double room. I told her I didn't want to. Now, call me selfish, call me mean, call me whatever, but make sure to add, I'm a grown woman who needs her space. Period. Period.
Period?
Period. In your 40s, like I feel like as soon as I hit 30, I started really just genuinely feeling like I'm a adult. I'm not sleeping on a couch. I'm not sleeping in a room. Most of the time I actually get hotels because Airbnbs are kind of like very hit and miss. But like if I'm going on a vacation, I better be comfortable because what is the point? I'm gonna go away and spend a bunch of money and be super uncomfortable, lose sleep, have to deal with other people's bullshit. Like absolutely not. I've gotten to the point where it's like I'm going on a vacation with friends, but everybody has their separate spaces. Like we'll either all get separate hotel rooms, they can get an Airbnb, I get a hotel room, we meet up. Like that is the boundary that I set because I've been in so many situations where it's like, it's not even a vacation. It's just drama fueled, everybody's drunk and hungover and messy and nobody pitches in and people always try to get away with not paying. And it's just like, no, the bills are as clear as day. I'm paying the hotel and that's it. I got my own place to You get the point. I just spent 12 years sharing a room with my ex. I've happily adjusted to being alone. The other ladies are rarely away from their husbands and kids, so they want their space as well. From the very beginning, the decision was that everyone would have their own room. I explained this to Diane. She doesn't get it or doesn't want to get it. Then don't go. She probably just wants like a cheap room situation, you know? Or not to pay, just saying. She then called my friends, she's friends with them through me, who are going on the trip to see if they will share with her. They all said no, period. And suggested she get an Airbnb or hotel near us and we'll all hang out together. I just want to say we are all professional women who make good money. So money isn't the issue here. Diane often travels solo because she doesn't want to negotiate with anyone, her words. She had her own room on the group trip that fell apart. We are not suggesting anything that she hasn't done previously. Okay, fair enough. Now she isn't talking to any of us. I feel bad that I don't feel bad as much as I should. Why? Be so for real right now. Like, why is it so hard just to get another place? Like, she's coming in last minute. She's the one that told you that she didn't want to go, and she's coming in last minute. Plans have already been arranged. It's a no.
No means no.
So I've been through enough in the last year. I've learned how to handle my feelings again. I can't manage hers as well. She knew we had finalized this trip. She knows everyone is looking to get away for their own reasons. We don't want drama, and she's bringing it to us. Am I the a-hole for not accommodating her? No. I just genuinely feel like someone who is that willing to just sort of like, she feels entitled. I just think that it's not gonna be fun anymore. I think that she will find ways to make it difficult. Like, honestly, like even just the idea of like figuring out how to split the space sounds like a nightmare to me. Like to pay for the space, no. You already worked it out. She said she didn't want to come, decided last minute she did. She can book another place. What's the problem? And it's interesting that you went through so much. Like now you're willing to set the boundaries, and I understand you feel bad because maybe she feels excluded or whatever, but it's like you're not excluding her. You just had prior plans and you're not willing to change those plans to accommodate someone who literally didn't even want to go in the first place. So no, I don't feel like you're the a-hole here at all. Not the a-hole. She said no. She doesn't now get to inconvenience anyone else because her plans fell through. Exactly. That is how I'm feeling. We are her second choice and she wants us to scramble to accommodate her. Ooh, yes, second choice. I totally get where you're coming from with that. Everyone's like, I love that you're sticking to your boundaries. You can totally tell that these are like experienced women that have probably been walked all over in their lives and they're just not willing to do it anymore. And if people don't like that, too bad. People are pointing out like Diane's gonna like be a drama queen about it. Yeah, I agree. I honestly think it's probably better if she doesn't go. Oh, she isn't talking to you? Enjoy the peace, not the a-hole.
Oh no. Oh no, she's not talking to me. Oh no.
Let her wallow. It's fine. You are not the a-hole, my dear. That was some best friend drama. I hope you enjoyed. Subscribe! Oop.
It's not having access to 1 million industrial grade products that's so amazing. It's the feeling of knowing you'll...
Am I the a-hole for not attending my sister's wedding because of her wedding tax? What? What did you say?
What are you, deaf and stupid?
Oh God. All rise for the Honorable Judge Allen. Maybe seated. All right, Reddit, I'm in a bit of a dilemma, so I could use your advice. So here's the backstory. My younger sister, Emily, is getting married in a couple of months, and while I'm super happy for her, there's been some drama over the whole wedding planning process. Emily and her fiance decided to have a small wedding, which I totally understand, but they also decided to impose a wedding tax on family members attending. They have a list of wedding expenses, things like venue decor and catering, and they expect each family member to contribute extra to make it all happen. Oh. To top it all off, her fiance's family is also chipping in, making the whole thing feel less like a celebration and more like a business deal. My guy, if you can't afford a wedding, don't have one. Or find ways to cut costs. Don't make it everybody else's responsibility. Having a wedding is a privilege, especially in this economy. When my sister brought this up, I couldn't help but voice my concern.
Where the fuck
I
did
told her
Garnet
it
just
felt
wander
unfair
off to?
Ask family to cover the costs on top of giving a gift. Oh. I suggested maybe doing a more budget-friendly wedding so everyone could enjoy it, but she brushed aside my suggestions. We had a huge argument about it, and it turned into a shouting match. I told her weddings should be about love, not financial burdens. Weddings are already a financial burden for like almost everyone involved, you know? Like people most of the time have to take time off work, they have to get you a gift, they have to do your bachelorette, your bachelor parties, like your wedding showers. All of these things cost money. And quite frankly, if someone asked me to pay for part of their wedding in exchange for a seat at that wedding, I would say no. Bad. Nobody's gonna be at your wedding, my guy. So in the weeks that followed, she refused to speak to me and even blocked my number for a while. Ooh. Okay, is no one else telling her that this is absurd?
Nope.
I felt really hurt, but I received an invitation to the wedding, complete with a note that if I wasn't chipped in, I shouldn't bother coming. No, please, please, please let me pay for your wedding. I've been debating whether I should go or not. On one hand, I want to support my sister, but on the other hand, I feel like it's really messed up to blatantly ask for cash from family. My parents think I should just suck it up, contribute, and attend for the sake of family, while my friends are telling me I'd be better off skipping it altogether. So like, how much is she asking for? Just out of curiosity. I feel like you answered that later. Am I the a-hole for considering not going to my sister's wedding because of the wedding tax? Am I being a jerk for standing my ground on what I believe should be a joyful occasion and not a financial obligation? Edit, my sister did not make me a bridesmaid, but I'm totally okay with it. But she's having her wedding in a really expensive hotel, and she's also asking everyone for money, but she's not paying for anyone's hotel room, and I'm expected to pay around $250 to $1,000 on top of the gift. Yeah, that's a lot. I would argue that you're probably already spending that much on, you know, the dress, the makeup, like, you know, there's so many expenses that incur with weddings, especially like if you're close to the bride and groom. I'm surprised that no one else has said anything, because this is crazy. Anytime I've reacted to stories where people are like, yeah, we're charging ticket prices for our wedding, it's like, dude, like, no, please. No! That's just a surefire way to like not only push away everyone around you, but also to have like literally no one attend your wedding. If you can't afford a wedding, don't have one. Elope or think of something to do where people can pitch in that's not a financial obligation, because this is just like so entitled. So we do have an update. Hey Reddit, I'm back with an update on the whole wedding drama from my previous post about my sister's wedding tax. Buckle up because things have escalated. It's a roller coaster ride of emotions, sibling rivalry, and unexpected twists. So after much deliberation, I decided to stand my ground and not attend Emily's wedding. Good. It's on principle. Cause like, that's like, it's not okay. I sent her a heartfelt message explaining my reasons, reiterating I love her, but I can't support what feels like exploitation of family when joining a celebration. I thought that might lead to some sort of resolution or at least a civil conversation. But boy, was I wrong. The day of the wedding rolled around, and out of nowhere, I received a text from my mom freaking out because Emily's wedding had fallen into chaos. Apparently, guests who paid the fee were fighting about seating arrangements, and some of the vendors canceled last minute, putting everything in disarray. My mom was in a tizzy, insisting it was all my fault for not supporting the family during this important event. No. Here's the thing, when you're forcing people to pay for there's gonna be expectations. That food better be amazing, the entertainment better be incredible. I would have half a mind to think that, like, she's pocketing some of it. I don't trust that. I just don't. People feel entitled even when you give them for free. I can't even imagine how entitled they would feel, and rightfully so, if they paid for part of it. I took a step back. That wasn't guilt-tripping enough for my vibe, but then I received a call from our aunt who was furious. She blamed me for Emily's wedding day being ruined, which I found ridiculous considering I wasn't even there. My aunt accused me of causing a divide within the family over money and tarnishing the spirit of the occasion. broken. If only she'd seen the way Emily chose to treat her family like ATMs. As things continue to spiral, I heard through the grapevine that Emily's wedding day somehow went even more volatile. Guests who had fronted cash got into arguments over the wedding tax and felt cheated when the food didn't match the expensive price tag. Yeah. And right after dinner, a huge fight broke out. One of Emily's friends was tossed out for making a scene about the money they had to contribute, and it quickly escalated to shouting, with both the bride and the groom caught in the crossfire. I don't. Somehow, I believe it. But it gets crazier. My sister's new mother-in-law decided to throw her own fit, demanding a refund because she felt cheated on the wedding package. Emily was left sobbing in the corner, clearly feeling overwhelmed, and the whole scene turned into a reality show level of drama. Her fiance was left apologizing while the bridal party tried to salvage what little grace remained. So why is that your fault? Like, you weren't there. You removed yourself from the situation. Eventually, I got another message from Emily, conveyed through my mom. It was a half-hearted apology along the lines of, I'm sorry it turned out this way, but you still owe me. Owe you for what? You didn't go. Nothing about clarity on expenses or acknowledging how bizarre the whole situation was. Now I'm feeling a mixed bag of emotions. I mean, I do feel sympathy for my sister. No one wants their big day overshadowed by chaos. But at the same time, it feels a little satisfying knowing my intuition about the wedding tax was spot on. I guess it shows that I wasn't the crazy one. The whole situation was just flawed from the start. So here I am, still uncertain about my future relationship with Emily. Do I reach out and try to mend things? Is it too late, or does this create a moment of clarity for her to reflect on what was really important? I somehow feel like she's still blaming you, though. I don't love the half-hearted apology. I mean, intentions are high, emotions are high, her wedding was just ruined, but that's also her fault. Am I the a-hole for still holding fast to my beliefs about family and finances when it resulted in such explosive fallout? Should I let her contact me if she wants, or dive back in to pick up the pieces? What is the right move here? I would let her contact you. I wouldn't do the contacting, though. Oh, we have another update. Her fiance is filing for a divorce. Update 2, they ended up not divorcing. I think she might be cheating on him. Should I tell him? I haven't talked to them in a long time and he might not believe me. How do you know that? Ooh. Okay, yeah, don't love that. So yeah, let this be a lesson to those who want to have a wedding but are concerned of cost. Believe me, I get it. Me wallet's a little thin right now, and it probably will be for at least the rest of the year. No trips, you know, kind of keeping it tight for the time being. But in hindsight, you know, it was absolutely worth it, in my opinion. I had a beautiful wedding. I really made it the least inconvenient that I could possibly make it. Hopefully people enjoyed it. I mean, they still came. I thought having a destination wedding was gonna make people not come and I could have like a smaller guest list, but no, everyone came. It was worth it, you know? I wanted it to be like beautiful for everyone and worth it for the expense that they inevitably had to endure due to my wedding. I could never imagine sitting there and even expecting a gift from anyone, especially when they are doing so much to accommodate me and my wedding. I would never expect that. The idea of charging people money to go to my wedding is just like, you're hosting a party. Like, maybe it was just how I was raised, but like, if I'm hosting, I'm taking care of you. So yeah, if you're thinking of having a wedding and it's getting a little pricey, it does that. But you, under no circumstances, charge your guests money to attend, ever. So are you the a-hole for not attending your sister's wedding because of her wedding tax? No, not in my eyes. Good for you for standing your ground. We got some more wedding drama for you. Don't go anywhere. If you're enjoying this video and you like a little talking, you like to hang out, we do this quite often, like every 4 or 5 days. So please hit that subscribe button if you're enjoying this video and you'd like to see more. I like you. This next one is from the Charlotte Dobre YouTube subreddit. My friend called off his wedding/relationship partly because of me. I'm a 37 female in a wheelchair due to multiple health issues, and I haven't walked since I was 13. My friend is 36 male, let's call him Nick, and his now ex is a 38 female, call her Mandy. Her and I were friends too, just haven't known each other as long. I met Nick in 9th grade, and he was such a sweet weirdo like me, and we got along very quick. Even though I was in a wheelchair, he treated me just like everyone else. Nick and I met Mandy in 11th grade at a basketball game between our 2 high schools. She was a cheerleader, very loud, beautiful, extrovert compared to our introvert selves. This is not a jealousy story. She would occasionally hang out with us over the next few months, but she had a boyfriend, so Nick never made any moves to try and date her. Summer came, and I went to my grandparents' house like normal, and Nick stayed in town. We only talked a handful of times because long distance wasn't free back then. When I got home, the week before school started, Nick asked me if I wanted to hang out and catch up, which obviously I jumped at the opportunity because I missed not just him, but the whole group of friends. we normally hung out with. We all went bowling and grabbed food. Later that night, Nick asked me if I wanted him to take the bus with me home because it was kind of late and he was worried about me. Oh, that's nice. I would never say no to him. Did I have a crush on him? Absolutely. Most girls did. He was your typical blonde hair, blue-eyed, about 6 foot, could have been in a boy band cutie. When we walked to my house, since he walked me the 10 minutes from the bus stop, he asked if we could talk for a bit, and I said yes. He started off by telling me he doesn't want to hurt my feelings, and he definitely does not want to see me crying. Okay. So I was a bit confused. I looked at him kind of weird and said, okay, tell me what you want to talk about. He kind of laughed and told me for the longest time he had a small crush on me, but never wanted to ruin our friendship, and now he was afraid that he was going to because of what he did and how it happened. Okay. I was honestly still so confused, but I asked him to explain. He laughed and said, I accidentally got a girlfriend. I wasn't surprised at all because, I mean, it's Nick, after all. A guy like him can only stay single for so long. I said, okay, I'm happy for you. What does it mean that you can't also be happy and find what makes you happy? And trust me, it hurt being that. I asked him who's his girlfriend, and he stared at me a while, and it seemed like 5 minutes. Eventually, in almost a whisper, he said Mandy. Honestly, I wasn't surprised that they liked or started dating. I was thrown off, though, because I knew she had a boyfriend, last I heard. I asked him what happened to her boyfriend. That's when he told me why I will probably be upset with him. He said he messed up and was ashamed of what went down. I grabbed his hand and said I could never dislike him, so just tell me. Oh boy, I was not prepared for what he was going to say, because he was kind of like your good boy next door, went to church every Sunday, said yes ma'am, yes sir, you're good old good guy. So when he told me he went to a party, which wasn't out of normal, but she had been there and somehow talked him into drinking something he's not used to doing at all, he got wasted quick. One thing led to another, and the next thing you know, he was waking up next to her in the morning. Mandy had cheated on her boyfriend, and Nick was responsible. He said he panicked, grabbed his things, and left. He felt terrible because he did so many things he thought he never would, like drinking, at least to the point of being drunk, and sleeping with someone before marriage, and worst of all, being part of someone cheating. I tried to calm him down because at this point he was kind of hyperventilating, and I told him, you know, things happen and God will still love you and your parents will understand if they ever found out. That's when he threw a curveball at me and said after he left, he can't remember seeing a balloon for spicy time anywhere. He called Mandy and she laughed it off and said, silly boy, you never used a balloon and you didn't. He was horrified and she thought it was kind of a joke, and a couple days before this conversation, she told him she was 3 weeks pregnant and not sure if it was his or her ex-boyfriend. Nick, being the guy he was, told her, I've always liked you enough. This is a little off from what I'm used to. Let's date and allow me to man up for what I did. See where it goes. Let me state that he did not date her because she was pregnant, but because he did like her. Even though, through my eyes, the sweet girl she had been was shattered because of the way she acted. It was senior year, and Nick had half his life planned out after high school. He was going to join the Marines for 4 years, then cross over to the Navy and become a Navy SEAL, hopefully. But even if he did not become one, he was going to stay in the Navy and eventually go to college for engineering. So potentially having a kid was putting a little bit of a wrench in his plans. They dated for about 6 months when she supposedly lost the baby. I say this because she would never allow him or her ex to go to any of the doctor appointments with her. To this day, she still has never shown proof of being pregnant. A bunch of us kind of felt like she was trying to trap one of them. Regardless, after they broke up, we graduated high school. Nick followed through with his dreams and goals and ended up running back to her 5 years ago. Nick and I have always been friends, even though he moved from Las Vegas, where we are from, to Virginia Beach for work. It took a bit, but Mandy became my friend again because she seemed like she changed. Within reason, because she did make remarks about how it was crazy people could stay friends for 20 years, and the fact that I looked like I gained weight. I've never been skinny. Anyways, he fell for her all over and started dating her, and he seemed genuinely happy, and I was excited for him because he had a really rocky and tragic last 15 years. He was married and had 2 kids. He was deployed and found out his wife cheated and also got breast cancer that ended up taking her life. After which one of his best friends told him his kids weren't his kids because he knew one was for sure. Okay, oh, this is messy. Neither of which ended up being his, and both wanted to be with their biological dads, 2 different guys. It completely broke him, but he did go to therapy and somehow learned to deal with it. I wouldn't say completely covered, but did his best. Again, I say this is not a jealousy story, even though I've been accused of it recently. Also, for a little context, I've been very happy in a relationship for 11 years with my boyfriend, who I call my husband. I also did have the chance to date Nick at one point, but I did turn it down, so no jealousy there whatsoever. This is where I might have ruined my friend's wedding. After they got engaged last year, Mandy turned into a bridezilla times a million. She went full-blown psychopath, basically thinking everybody needed to bow down to her and that she was the queen of the freaking universe. I was going to say they chose things for the wedding, but she would not let him choose anything. She chose a venue here in Vegas, very fancy and expensive. Everything else she chose followed the suit of being very expensive and fancy. Of course, I was one of the people that Nick invited to the wedding, and the guest list was roughly 175 to 200 people. Ooh, expensive. And he could only invite 50 people. At one point through the planning, he called me and asked if he could talk. I never turned my back on him because he's been there through a lot of things. He asked me if I thought he was making a mistake. Ooh. The fact that he's even asking you means he knows he is. My response was only he could determine that. I did tell him he needed to make sure this is what he wanted and also probably get a prenup. He's not the richest person, but his family comes from money and he has a lot to lose. And the way Mandy was acting over the wedding, I didn't want something to go wrong down the line. He eventually told her she needed to sign one, and she threw a fit, of course. Him being a sweetheart never told her I mentioned it. Now she'd called me a few times to ask because I was in a wheelchair if I could wear something a little more glamorous to her wedding. And I responded I could probably find something I could be comfortable in. That's not what pissed me off. She had an absurd request, the real punch in the gut. It was when she asked me, considering that the venue was so fancy, if I could leave my wheelchair at home and not bring it. And do what? Crawl? I don't know if you're like paralyzed from the waist down or the neck down or whatever, but like it doesn't like really work like that. You can't just like, oh yeah, I just won't bring it today. What? She stated it would make her wedding tacky compared to the expensive surroundings, or if I could get a new one and doll it up with jewels and bling. I wonder if she would say that if she had like an elderly grandmother that needed to be in a wheelchair. That's crazy work. I'm sorry, what? I was so appalled at the request. Like, how the hell am I supposed to leave my wheelchair at home when it's my lifeline of getting around and my insurance was not just gonna pay for a new one to accommodate her wedding? My response was a lot more colorful language, but I basically told me I won't be going. I told her I could not break Nick's heart. So she would have to tell him that I won't be coming, and it was up to her to decide to tell the truth of why. I knew more than likely he would end up calling me to ask why, but I let it go. Now it's the beginning of June, and the wedding is in a month, or should I say, was. See, Nick called me and he was kind of upset. And I thought it was because of me, and it was not. But because of a few of the elders in his family he invited to the wedding, including his grandparents on both his mom and dad's side of the family. Two of them use a wheelchair, one walker and the other a cane. Literally, wait. He told me that Mandy asked him to leave their tacky, wore-down, and old assistant devices at home or don't attend because she refused to have her glorious day ruined by such ugly attire. Oh yeah, she gotta go. What the f? Of all things to be weird about. I had no words and no clue what to say to him. I was at a complete loss. Asking me is one thing, but to have the audacity to ask his grandparents is a whole other can of worms, and no one should ask that. I felt bad because I said it's the reason I'm not coming either. He laughed and asked, you knew my grandparents were asked this nonsense? I responded, no, the psychopath asked me not to bring my wheelchair. He lost his mind and yelled, most of which I didn't understand, and I've never heard him so pissed off. He hung up, and a couple days ago, I got a call from Mandy telling me my jealous, crippled ruined her wedding and relationship. I hung up and called Nick. Jealous, crippled. Yeah, no, she ruined her own wedding. I'm just saying that right now. He told me the whole explosion of a story. He confronted her and admits he did yell at her and called her a psychopath and a bridezilla. After all of it, her response was she only gets married once. She's going to get the wedding she wants and deserves for putting up with his work and life. It's not going to happen if he keeps trying to add his 2 cents. And if he doesn't like it, he can sit in the corner and deal with it. And she's the boss in the relationship. If he doesn't like it, he can also like not be in the relationship either. You know, there's another option too.
Just go sit in the corner and cry about it.
No, I'm good. He just needs to make the money and give her what she wants. Also, that he shouldn't listen to jealous B words. That'll never happen because they're too fat and crippled and can never satisfy him like she can because of her cheerleader past. And yes, she was talking about me. She then told him to choose between them or her, meaning his family, and me or her. This person sounds unhinged. I'd rather die than be married to someone like this. Of all hills to die on, she showed her true colors, at least. Thank God it happened before he got married to her. He's not a very violent person, but told me it took everything in him not to punch her. He did, however, tell her to get all her shit she bought herself and get the hell out of his house, and to leave the car since he owns it. She told him that he just needed time to cool down. She said, "I'll see you the day she walked down the aisle." He said the relationship and wedding were completely over, and he was beyond mistaken to think he could ever be happy. He said he was beyond glad that he got to see the nightmare before the wedding and making a huge mistake. She started telling everybody I was the reason why all this happened, not taking any responsibility for what she said and how she acted. Apparently, the people who were on her side think I'm a jealous person who wants to be with him and destroy the relationship in hopes he would come to me. But I'm very happy in my relationship. Nick has since told everybody what went down, and most people were appalled. Although there were a few people who said I should have just shut my mouth. You didn't even really say much, honestly. You just told him the truth. The thing is, I was just icing on the cake that made him explode. She told him his own grandparents couldn't bring their assistant devices. That gave them the ability to get around. What kind of psycho does that? Now, am I the a-hole? I do feel kind of bad, but at the same time, I'm kind of glad that it happened before it was too late and not for a jealousy thing. Honestly, 5 years ago, when she came around again, I thought she was a completely different person. And yeah, she's completely worse than she was years ago. I don't know, I think I'm just angry, but am I the a-hole? No, that relationship was headed south anyway. How are you not embarrassed? Like, what an absolutely ridiculous request. I would say absolutely not the a-hole. I don't even know why you're asking, obviously. This is insane. She's insane. But we do have an update. A couple of updates. I got a call from Nick today, and when I say a huge can of worms exploded, oh boy, did they. Nick has been finding out small tidbits of information about Mandy and her psychopath past and ways. She's been married twice before. She never mentioned it to Nick and always stuck to saying she was engaged. 2 other times, never married. He went down a rabbit hole and searched online for her marriage and divorce records. Not only was she married twice, but she still is. Oh. Wow. He confronted her and she got defensive because he inquired and told him it didn't matter. Her divorce was supposed to be finalized a week before the wedding, as if this was nothing. She then proceeded to tell him she had 3 kids, 2 by her first husband and 1 by some random guy, both of which have custody of their children. I mean, let me just pop up my glasses, my invisible glasses. It's interesting, most of the time in a divorce, the mother gets custody, or at the very least, joint custody. So the fact that they have custody is interesting. She refused to give up too many details, but she said she signed away her rights only to not have any responsibility or pay child support. She stated she didn't think it was his business or that anyone would ever find out or at the very least tell him. She said she forgot he had some nosy and doesn't know boundaries friends. This is not like a boundary thing. Like, I feel like this is like very important information that you should be telling your partner. What if like one of the kids shows up out of the blue?
Surprise.
Right now, this is all I know, but I've got my Coke and popcorn waiting for more details. Nick did tell me I could update only what he allows. Talk about dodging a serious bullet. Whoa. Obviously not the a-hole. Yeah, it sucks that the wedding was ruined, but like, you did him a favor, a big favor. We do have one more update. I wanted to give a bit of an update on what's been happening since my post 7 months ago. To be honest, I'm still a bit surprised by it all, even though everyone seems to think it was obvious. I'm autistic, so I don't always pick up on those written on the wall signs or read the room perfectly, and this caught me totally off guard. If you're confused when you hear this, just know I was right there with you. After the phone call and everything coming to light, he realized he couldn't go through with the wedding. He ended things with her right there and then. It's been, for lack of a better word, a show. He found out she was still married and her divorce was supposed to go through the same week they were getting married, but it never happened. She was only trying to marry him because she was in debt and knew he had money from his savings and his family. She thought marrying him was her way out. Everyone kept saying it was jealousy, but it is not jealousy from me at all. I would argue maybe it's from her. It was never that I wanted to be with him or anything like that. I've been in a relationship with a guy I call my husband, not that anybody needs to know, but we can't legally be married because I would lose my disability and my health insurance and I can't do that. I love the guy I'm with. My best friend is great, but he's not the one for me. Y'all, this is where my mind got completely blown. I received multiple phone calls from our friends asking what went down. There were people who knew both my best friend and the bride who thought I was the jealous one. No. It turns out that since we were teenagers, he's been telling this woman I'm the one who's amazing and stellar perfection. By the way, I'm in a wheelchair, I'm overweight, and I'm nowhere near perfect. I mean, okay, so those are outwardly things, but like, you're a good person. This part kind of broke my heart. He's been telling her that while my personality was perfect, being with me would be too complicated because I'm in a wheelchair and he wanted an active, outdoorsy military life. He basically told her I wasn't pretty enough or right for his lifestyle. That's why she hated me. She felt like she had to live up to this impossible standard he set, all while he was using my disability as a reason why he couldn't be with me. I don't love that he said that. Like, did he use those words exactly? Like, I guess we'll never know. I obviously did not read the room because I had no clue he was secretly in love with me, let alone telling anyone about it. Here I was thinking he was my best friend, like a brother to me. I mean, yeah, he's cute and sweet, but this is just crazy. My mind is honestly all over the place. Aside from the fact that she was using him for money, her feelings were ultimately destroyed because of him, and I had no idea. I don't feel sorry for her though. She has her own list of faults and problems, including finally admitting to faking a pregnancy when we were teenagers. Which is just a terrible thing to do. But honestly, I have no clue what to do now. I feel like a wall has gone up between me and my best friend, and I can't even bring myself to talk to him. People are telling me I was dumb for not seeing this. That so many people knew the truth while I was completely in the dark. How did I miss all of this? Am I the a-hole? I would feel a little weird about like being his friend if he's been going around telling people that. That's just like, you really don't need to say that out loud. Small edit to post. I'm asking if I'm the bad person. Aside from what I found out he's been saying to women all these years, and aside from the bridezilla being a nightmare, people are blaming me for being oblivious. But like, how could you have known? Like, you can even read it in the way that you wrote your last post that you didn't know. Apparently, I should have seen his feelings, but I swear to me he was just my best friend. I mean, I think that you kind of thought that there was, I don't know, there was a part of me that was like, oh, like when he asked to like go talk to her, you know, and like tell her that he got Mandy pregnant or whatever. There was a small part of me that was just like, interesting. And she said that she also had to turn him down at one point. But like, other than that, I don't know if it's like entirely obvious. Hindsight is 2020. Finding out he was destroying people's emotions killed me inside. I know in my heart now that if he actually loved me, he wouldn't say how great I am, but I'm not pretty enough to be with. Yeah, that part. I don't love that. And like to tell like your girlfriend that too, like your fiance, yeah, that's weird.
Disgusting.
If he actually loved those other women, he wouldn't tell them they were only pretty but needed my personality. How am I the bad person for not seeing what he was doing? If I would have known, I would have cut him off a long time ago. My motto is kindness is free and destroying someone else's life is never acceptable. Now I see everything. I'm being told I'm a terrible person because I went no contact with Nick. Not just for him, the mutual friends. And I think I'm beginning to realize I don't really have friends. How can someone say such hurtful things? If anybody says that kind of stuff to you, it's just sort of like, it is what it is. I'm sorry that that's happening. She did edit one more time because multiple people have asked. Nick's sister's the one that came to me and mentioned what he's been saying, not only to his most recent ex, but in general over the years. She even asked if I had any idea it has been coming up. I did not, because I would have shut that down so fast. I don't like my feelings being destroyed, let alone somebody destroys somebody else. I'm the most awkward person, and I have no issue calling somebody out or asking questions because I like forming my own opinion and not going based on somebody else. And I have been hurt in the past because I trusted another person. So naturally I did ask Nick, and he confirmed every last thing his sister said and a few other things that were just as cruel. He did try to turn it, and there's something that did not sound as mean as what originally happened, but I stopped him there. I told him there was no way in hell he had any feelings for me. And if he thought he did, it was not real love. And he basically used me as an excuse to hurt other people. You don't love somebody if you can sit there and say that she's amazing on the inside, but not the outside. And because I have a lot of health issues and I'm in a wheelchair, I would damage his active lifestyle and him doing what he wanted in the military. So I did not just listen to somebody. I did verify it with him, and it hurt me even more. Hearing it from somebody I thought was my friend for over half my life. Listen, I'm sorry. I like, obviously this is terrible, but like, I would stay so far away from that mess. You're happy in your relationship. I'm sorry that you lost a friend, but doesn't really sound like much of a friend, to be honest. Sorry, but Nick is a piece of crap. He's been using you for emotional support, confesses his love, but can't be with you because you're disabled. Sounds like a bit of a hero complex. Distance yourself and live your best life with your partner. OP says, I have gone no contact with him, but I'm being told I'm a terrible person for doing that, not just by him, but by people in our friend group, and it hurts. Well, like those people then. Like those people. You didn't know. I'm sure that you never thought that this would be possible, right? Honestly, no, not the a-hole. Screw those people. Go be happy in your relationship. Am I the a-hole for not properly matching a wedding gift? My husband and I were married this past summer. It was a family-only event. The only friends invited were the maid of honor and best man. We wanted it small. In total, there were around 60 guests. One of my parents' siblings has children, my uncle with 6 to be precise. We joke that he made up for none of my aunts having kids. I'm an only child. Only one of my cousins is close to me, and I strongly wanted him and his girlfriend, who I am also close to, in attendance. When I brought that up to my mom, she insisted that if I invite him, I also needed to invite his siblings for fairness. Yeah, they do that, don't they, moms? This wasn't the plan initially, but whatever, an extra 5 guests. Invites went out, and we received RSVPs, yes from all, including 4 significant others of the cousins. Here's the thing. You invite the cousins, you also have to invite their significant others. You invite one cousin, you have to invite them all. You invite the cousins, and then you have to invite their significant others. It's just, at some point you gotta draw a line, but I'm just saying. The wedding was magical and went off without a hitch. Happy to hear. My uncle's table was the only one not to participate in anything, but hey, their prerogative. We opened the gifts the next day and received a check for $1,000 from their family. A generous amount for sure, but a group gift that wasn't even individually signed. Again, fine, all gifts are appreciated. The cousin I'm actually close to snuck us a card with their own gift. Since then, 3 of my cousins have gotten engaged. The first one was on short notice, planned in a matter of months. It was last weekend, and my husband and I were invited to the cocktail hour, but not the ceremony or dinner. Okay, that's important, right? Because when you're giving a gift, you're supposed to pay for your plate. Yet again, fine. It was only a 2-hour drive, so easy enough to pop over, then head home on the same day. We said hi to everyone, but left early since it was mostly their friends with very few people we knew. Our gift was $250. That sounds pretty close to like what they gave you. Let me just do the math here. So it was $1,000 from a family with at least 10 people. So there's 5 cousins, there's significant others, so like around 10, plus your uncle and aunt. 12 people gave $1,000. I'm not smart enough to do the math on my own. Hang on, let's do the math. $1,000 divided by 12. Give or take $100 a person. You gave more than they did. Yesterday, I was shocked to see my newlywed cousin was calling. Okay. What could it be about, I wonder? I figured she was doing the give a call instead of the formal note thank you thing. Nope. It was to berate me for being a selfish B-word and only giving her a fraction of what she gave me. Oh, no. No. I was confused because the gift we received was technically from 7 couples. Her name wasn't even on the card. I tried to explain this since we really don't have the money to be gifting $1,000 for multiple weddings. It would be one thing if each person from that family, like each couple, gave you $1,000, but it was $1,000 for 12 people. Wait, more than that, 14 people. That's even less. Let me do the math. I would actually argue that it wasn't even her that gave the money. I would say that it's probably her uncle. But anyways, 14 people, $1,000 divided by 14. $71 a person. This is so tacky to me. Like, this is literally so unbelievable.
English?
It is not a requirement to give anyone a gift. I think at the very least,
Hi, Javi.
it's
Thanks for the
polite
thing.
to pay for your plate. And it's, you know, you can also take in their gift to you into an account. But there's other things at play. Like, let's say, hate to talk about myself, but it's my only point of reference. Let's say if you have a destination wedding and people are spending money on your wedding. I'm not expecting a gift after that. Would be nice to get a card, but no gift, not expected, and certainly not encouraged. But the idea of like holding it against someone, you can hold it against someone, I feel like, especially if you gave them something and they got you nothing. But like to call and yell at them, even if, let's say they actually gave you $1,000 each.
Probably the same thing I'm doing right now.
Have some decorum.
Craft some whatever.
I didn't have the money to be gifting $1,000 for multiple weddings. She hung up on me. Since then, she sent multiple articles about manners and how you're meant to match the wedding gift you were given. Yes and no, right? Like, yes and no. But like, if that's the case, then you should have given them $70 each. Let's call it $70 per person, so like $150 per couple. Interesting that she's dying on this hill when her entire family gave you $1,000, which is a great gift, but not if they expect $1,000 when they get married. I asked my parents how much they gave and found out they had given $1,000 as a gift from our family, specifically naming my husband on the card. Interesting. Oh, this is tacky. Yuck. Yuckity yuck yuck.
Oh, that is disgusting.
I'm a little frustrated. If a family gift is appropriate, then $250 we gave is a bonus and the amount was matched, literally. Oh my God. No, this isn't about you matching anything. They're being You're being entitled to
Hey.
You're not entitled to a gift. It's rude to not get a gift, but you're not entitled to a gift. I didn't want to start anything, so I haven't pointed this out to my cousin. I would. I'd be like, next time she brings it up, I'd be like, oh, by the way, my mom told me she gave you guys $1,000 and I gave you $250. So actually, if we're going by who should be price matching, it should be you. She ain't gonna like that. I'm just telling you right now, she ain't gonna like it, but it's gonna be funny. In fact, I would actually want to see her face when I say it. FaceTime or in person. No, if we're gonna be petty, then let's be petty. Let's go. Let's go. So I'm still getting texts from her and her siblings about
Hi,
how greedy
Nico.
I am. We've been uninvited to the next cousin wedding because they don't want to waste money on trash
And
like
I'm
us that
halfway
don't
done.
reciprocate. Are we really a-holes here? Trash like you that don't reciprocate. I would literally send it in the group chat if that's the case. Just so everyone's on the same page.
Just want to make sure we're aligned.
So passive aggressive, I might add.
Just making sure we're aligned on that.
I use that too, but it's like, listen, you're confused. Let me reiterate to you what the facts are so that we are aligned. And if we're still not aligned, we're gonna have a problem. Not the a-hole, $250 is more than enough to give, literally. That's pretty normal for weddings. It's actually pretty generous. How are these people affording $1,000 wedding gifts? No, they're not, though. That's the thing. Like, the entire family gave $1,000. And actually, I would probably argue that it wasn't even them that gave the gift. I would think it was their, like, the uncle, like their dad. Yeah, even other people in the comments are literally clocking it. They're like, I wouldn't be surprised if the cousins put in little to nothing of that $1,000 and it actually came from the uncle. I wouldn't put it past them, straight up. Also, going to point out, don't forget, OP wasn't invited to the wedding, so no gift was technically necessary since they were only invited to the cocktail hour, which requires no gifts. Next time, give her a book from Emily Post on etiquette. Yeah, that's very important to note as well. When you're giving gifts to a wedding, like, obviously you give a gift because it's like the nice thing to do, but like, you're paying for your plate. So like the more expensive the wedding, the more extravagant, you know, you tend to pay a little bit more. There's a tradition, I think with Italian families where they bring like a wad of cash, like in an envelope, and like based on how good the wedding is or how bad, they like take money out. So it's all up to you, really. Depends on your culture. But yeah, no, I would actually argue that like you went above and beyond with your gift. Them, honestly, like you did them the courtesy of inviting them to your wedding. You paid for them when it was already small, and they gave you next to nothing, didn't pay for their plate, and now they're getting mad at you. Not the a-hole. They're trying to take advantage of you and your family by trying to get $2,000 when they only put in minimal effort. I would reach your uncle pretending you're confused, like, sorry, uncle, but my mom gave your kid $1,000 and I gave $250, and now they're all writing to me saying I should have given $1,000 too because they did. But the truth is I only received $1,000 from you as the family, which is exactly what my mom did. Did I miss their $1,000 cards? Did they maybe give it to someone at the venue? Let me know. I'm afraid their cards have been stolen because they're literally talking as if they've given me $1,000 each. I love that. I love the play dumb. Here's a little tactic, all right? Let me teach you guys a little tactic I learned from my mother-in-law. But she's told me now, so it doesn't work on me. She can't use it on me. Not that she would ever need to, but like anyways. When someone's being a to you, you literally just say, I'm confused. Well, what do you mean? You literally just play dumb and just be like, oh, I'm so sorry. Like, well, this is what's going on, but could you explain to me what you mean by that? Because this is what I thought was going on. And then they have to repeat themselves and they look like the asshole. Let's say someone says to you like something that's super rude or like passive aggressive, but not overtly rude. What do you mean by that? Oh, could you clarify what you mean by that? I'm confused. Could you spell it out for me? And then they have to spell it out in not so uncertain terms. And then they look like an asshole, because they are. I love it. I love it. Am I the a-hole for not properly matching a gift for a wedding? You did. No. Jesus, Mary Joseph. Fiance's friend wants to wear an almost white dress to our wedding and is being condescending about it. Would I be the a-hole to withdraw the invite? Essentially, My fiance has a friend from college that I've only met once. I was never a huge fan of her, as she's been snarky with me in the past, but he wanted me to invite her and her boyfriend because her boyfriend is a fun guy and his friends still like her, and I was fine with it. My fiance and her aren't close anymore, so we were loosely considering inviting them and decided it couldn't hurt. I really didn't think much of it until yesterday when she posted a clothing haul on Instagram and pulled out this very almost white gown and claimed she would be wearing it to a wedding in June. Our wedding's in June. She gonna get ripped apart in those comments. You don't even have to do anything, I'm just saying. I replied to her post and said exactly the following. I love that white set you showed. I might have to snag it myself. For the dress though, is that what you plan to wear to our wedding? She replied, yep, nothing else, just yep. I asked my bridal party what their thoughts were, and every single person said this was outrageous. None of us are particularly conservative, but the cut feels a bit much for a wedding. But I could easily overlook that in exchange for it not being so close to white. On camera, especially, it looked very white. So I'm sure this will photograph white. I responded and asked if she would be able to find it in another color, and she said, no, I will be wearing this or I just won't come. It's a yellow dress, sweetie. Calm down. Sweetie, not the sweetie. Ooh. And then the little kissy face? Calm down. I haven't replied yet, and my fiance doesn't know any of this is happening, but I'm very strongly considering withdrawing her invite with my fiance's blessing. I would literally just text her and be like, I'm not comfortable with you wearing that to my wedding, so either find a different dress or don't come. Is that rude? A little. That's okay. So is she. With my fiance's blessing, which I'm sure I will have as we are on the fence about inviting them in the first place. It's not even just the dress color, but the fact that she's trying to call shots on our day and continues to be so snarky to me that rubs me the wrong way. Yeah, I get that. At this point, is it like even worth it? I'm surprised she didn't get ripped apart in the comments. Would I be the a-hole if we decide to cancel their invite? Photo of the dress attached. I could see how it could be deemed yellow, but it still seems way too close for my liking. The dress is one thing, the being condescending and downright rude to you is another. I would uninvite this person and not give it a further thought. If her boyfriend is cool, he can come on his own, problem solved. Yeah, like you don't even really like know this person much. It's a yellow dress, sweetie, calm down. The rage I would get from that, so passive aggressive. So passive aggressive, but you can play at that game. Like literally never tell anyone to calm down unless you want to invoke the devil. So we do in fact have an update. I know you like the updates. I know you like them. I got one for you. Quick but very important edit. Don't harass anyone you think may be the person I'm talking about. I've had a girl reach out to me that is no way involved who included this dress in a haul because she's being attacked. Okay, yeah, let's calm down on that. These are anonymous posts, okay? I bet you, like, it doesn't surprise me because it's like the internet is so ruthless when it comes to like, and this is what I'm wearing to a wedding, and it's not black tie, and like, you know, it's like, it doesn't surprise me that people took it upon themselves to like go attack people to try and find the original video. Apparently, this dress is pretty popular and people are managing to reverse image search it and find it in people's videos. Wow, the internet is crazy. This was posted, to my knowledge, only to an Instagram story, and I don't believe anywhere else. Even if you do find this girl, I don't want her being harassed. She is, in my opinion, not a great person, but that doesn't make it okay for people to attack her. Okay. Fine. It was heavily requested that I update my post from yesterday, and truly, who am I to disappoint? I got tons of feedback from people giving me ideas on how to spite her, to people calling me a raging control freak for wanting people to follow a dress code for a wedding my fiance and I am spending a lot of money on, for it to be a good experience for us and all of our adorned guests. I know I don't have to, but I do want to defend myself to a point. So skip ahead if you don't care. I do care, actually. And if you're not okay with it, you're the bride. Too bad. While I see the side of people having autonomy over their dress, I stand by my thought that it is reasonable to have a standard of dress for your guests. Should a guest be unable to afford something suitable for the dress code, a majority of our guests know they can contact me and we can work something out or help get them something that they're comfortable with that fits the vibe. Additionally, we were advised by our venue to enforce a dress code, which they said protects their reputation. Take that how you will. I've never been referred to as a control freak, but if not wanting a guest to wear a white-ish dress to my wedding makes me one, so be it. My upset comes more from a place of lack of respect for myself and our event than the concern of being upstaged. Intentionally wearing something revealing and white to a wedding is a show of disrespect in my opinion. It is. Like, it absolutely is. And like even yellow, like butter yellow, it's like, it can be a little too white. You know, that's why it's like, well, when in doubt, you know, ask the bride. She didn't even ask. I have absolutely zero concerns about being upstaged regardless of what anyone wears. There was someone that said I needed a better designer if that was a concern, but I love my dress and that's all that matters. I showed my fiance the original post and he said, it's like if someone wears muddy sneakers to your brand new Ferrari. You're not worried about them getting more attention because they're wearing muddy sneakers. You're upset because they don't respect your Ferrari and are taking away from what makes it nice. In regard to me seeing her post in the first place, I followed the entire friend group on Instagram and I followed her the day I met her and never unfollowed. Honestly, even though I don't like her, I do enjoy her shopping content. Obviously, this ended that, but I did enjoy watching some of her content. I definitely don't go out of my way to stalk her, as some have claimed. Oh God. It showed up on my feed and I watched casually. I just got lucky to have the post that she mentioned our wedding on my feed, I guess. But we were told by someone else in the friend group that is friends with her that they planned to tell us what she was going to wear since it again showed up very white on camera. We would have found out about this eventually because she was pretty obvious about it. A complete stranger even commented on the post, "You're wearing a white gown to a wedding?" That's a choice. I told you, like, people on the internet are very unforgiving when it comes to their opinions about what you wear to weddings. Lastly, people attacked me for not immediately alerting my fiance. For context, my fiance works night shifts and this began while he was at work. He came home from work at 6 a.m. and went straight to sleep. I didn't want to interrupt him working. What he does is important and him being distracted can be dangerous for others and I didn't want that. And I definitely didn't want to prevent him from getting his sleep once he was home. I thought this wasn't a big enough deal to affect his job and health and that it could wait until tonight, and honestly, I stand by that. So, on to the real update. Friday night, I showed him the messages and explained what happened. He said, absolutely not, and agreed that it was 1, not following the dress code expressed in our invitation, and 2, way too white for comfort. He was beyond pissed at the way she talked about me and said he'd handle it. I wanted to be involved, but as many of you pointed out, it could be very easily spun that I'm some crazy bridezilla. Should I be the one to pull the plug on her coming? He called her on speaker and she immediately asked if it was about me making a big deal about a dress. He said, no, it's about me making a big deal about the dress that you're not wearing to our wedding. Ooh, I like him. You could tell she was already escalated and went off about how she won't allow anyone to say what she can and can't put on her body. Oh, f off. Literally f off. Okay, no, you cannot show up to a wedding in a micro bikini. You can't show up to a wedding in a white dress. And it's not a matter of feminism, okay? It's not a matter of like, oh, this is my body, my choice. Okay, it's your choice and it's also her choice not to include you. Just saying. I hate people that weaponize things like feminism and like body autonomy to justify bad behavior. Like, off with that. I hate that. He stayed quiet for a while. She ranted for at least a couple of minutes. Took all I had in me to not chime in with calm down and waited for her to go silent. As soon as she did, he said something to the effect of, you are no longer invited, and hung up. That's kind of hot. That's kind of sexy. Ooh. I love a man who sticks up for a woman. It only took about 10 minutes before we had someone reaching out to ask us for the full story. Yeah, because you know the first thing she did was go complain to somebody and lie about it. That's what we do, right? Like when we're in a fight with someone, we go and we call everyone to see who's on our side because this is war! This is war! I need to know who my allies are. It really is that deep. She told one of my fiance's friends that I freaked out about her dressing like a whore. Mind you, I said nothing about the style to her. And I haven't said anything about
now
her
we got
looking
everything.
like a whore anywhere, including here on Reddit. The post blew up and she may have seen it at some point, but I know I never said anything like that. A lot of commenters did though. We explained our stance and that her behavior surrounding everything was unacceptable and we did not want problems on our big day. And everyone seemed to just let it go. People that know her are still reaching out and probably will continue as she makes rounds freaking out to people. I wanted to see if she was going to blast us on social media, but we've both been blocked, which is fine, honestly. All in all, I stand by the fact that having a dress code at a wedding is fine. She's no longer coming. No word on if her boyfriend is coming, but I suspect not. I plan to just move on and alert security that she's not to be let in. Thankfully, we will have security and a day of coordinator to hide behind should she try to pull anything crazy, since she does know the venue and date. If anything happens, I'll update in June. I'll be waiting. If you come across an Instagram reel or TikTok of a girl upset she was uninvited to a wedding because of her dress choice, I just know that it could be my wedding and the dress was only part of it. Thanks to everyone for the helpful advice. Oh my God, we have people linked it in the comments. Okay, this is the dress. That looks pretty f***ing white to me, babe. That's not butter yellow, okay? That's ivory. Not to mention even the style. Like, again, like, I don't love to judge people on what they're wearing. You know, some people can be a little sexy, but I could see how people would think that this is inappropriate for a wedding. I could. $12, I cannot. Wow, yeah, $12. Pretty good deal. Yeah, for her in her ivory dress. So, in case you're wondering, OP, no, you are not the a-hole. Subscribe! My entitled neighbors demanded access to my private pool. What about me? Can I have access?
Pretty please.
This is from Am I the A-hole, and it's Am I the A-hole for not letting my neighbors access our pool. My spouse, 45, and I, 46, bought a house in February with a pool. It's a non-HOA single-family home. We keep to ourselves, have friends over occasionally, and we enjoyed having people over for food, drinks, and of course, swimming pool parties, now that the weather allows for it.
Pool.
We fit in the neighborhood, or so we thought, until neighbors from three surrounding homes and us got into a weird conversation around their expectations to access the pool for weekend and holiday pool parties.
Excuse me?
It's so funny whenever I read entitled people stories. It's almost like I squint my eyes because I'm trying to see their point, but I'm having a hard time. I'm gonna need my glasses, and I don't wear glasses. I got 20/20 vision, honey. I wish I needed glasses. Let me just prop those up. I fail to see how this is their business. So out of curiosity, are they, you know, in exchange for access to the pool, are they paying for any of the fees that are associated with the pool? You know, like cleaning the pool, general maintenance. Are they gonna clean up after themselves?
Well, that was a waste.
Or they just like can just go use your pool like whenever they want because they said so. Apparently, the owners before us had kids and were friends with the neighborhood kids. Okay, so the kids were friends with the kids, and then you have new neighbors, and now automatically you think that you get the same rights to use the pool. Like, no. See, if these people were smart, they would like invite OP and their family, you know,
Did you finish your
over for
dinner?
They'd start a relationship, you know, because it's like everybody loves a friend with a pool, but it's like we don't just demand access to the pool. We like
can manipulate them completely.
You know, we like cook them dinner. We bring over bottles of wine and cookies, and we butter them up a bit. And even then, you know, they still have a right to refuse us access to their pool. But like, if they were smart, they'd go about this a different way.
Get the best certified pre-owned
Ooh, the
Hondas,
floaty
all
island.
backed with a 7-year, 100,000-mile warranty, a 182-point inspection.
And let me get out of this damn
Search your
commercial.
local Honda dealer today.
Don't raise dragons right off the bat. For new players, at the start of the game, don't rush to raise.
So the neighborhood kids and adults would use the pool when they wanted to. The gate was always open, and they even had their inflatables nearby and had arranged paying for the maintenance of the pool. Well, that's good. At least they paid for part of the maintenance. I don't mind that. There's also, like, to be honest, though, I get that, like, you know, it was friendly and shit, but there's no lifeguard on duty, I'm assuming. What were to happen if there was some sort of accident and it was on your property? Dude. Dude. I'm only saying this because I know someone who willingly did something dangerous on someone else's property that I know, got into a massive accident, and they're still dealing with the lawsuit. Like years later. Yeah, I would say that this is honestly just like an insurance thing, a safety thing, kids going and being able to use the pool whenever they wanted, and like just the gate being open.
Wow. It's August.
I'm not about that life. I think that's an accident waiting to happen and a lawsuit waiting to happen, to be honest. So we told them that we're fairly private people and we enjoy our privacy and don't see ourselves letting neighbors have access to our backyard whenever they want. Each time any of us are wandering around outside, they ask us over and try to sell us the idea of having access to it. Well, this is dumb. They offer money and sharing the maintenance fees and such. I mean, I don't
Potato
hate
is the
that
red
they're
one,
offering
Mom is
to
the
at
green
least
one, and
pay
Alice
for
is
part
the
of
yellow one.
upkeep,
And
but like,
the blue
there's no right part
and
of the
Sausage
school.
Kitty
You
is
have a
the
right to your private
opal.
space.
Whatever.
It's a safety issue.
Are you done now?
I just...
Right on. I don't have my scissors. You borrowed
the
them.
audacity of like them assuming that they'll get access to it. I don't love that. That would make me like not want to do it just because they just walk in there and they're like, well, the last people let us do it, so can we do it? We literally don't even have a relationship. Like, what do you mean you can just walk onto our property and like use our pool? What? How are you not embarrassed asking that?
This is so embarrassing.
I was trying to enjoy gardening and was cornered once again. I just really firmly told them that they really need to stop talking about the pool each time they see us, stood up, and left. As I walked back toward the gate to the backyard within our property line, they were following me, talking my ears off. One of the ladies / mom was still going on because she asked nicely and offers to pay for the maintenance, and she still didn't understand why I was so against it. So many reasons. I turn around and ask them to leave now and never follow me onto my property ever again. We politely decline over and over, and we are seriously getting tired of the nagging and the pool and their access being the only thing they want to connect with us about. This is the thing. This is the thing. I am positive that if they played their cards right and they cared genuinely about like having, you know, a village, like having a situation where, you know, neighbors take care of each other, you pick each other up from the airport, you bake each other cookies, like, you know, you're like together as a neighborhood and you're friends.
Love friends.
I'm sure that if the time came and you were doing some sort of like 4th of July party or like, you know, family day party or whatever, you would invite your neighbors, but it's so insufferable. Like they're literally just coming over like, how's your pool? How's your pool? I hate that. I hate it. They're very bold. It's not like we created a bond or anything. All convos are about the pool. I hate it. I hate it so much. Like, how are you not embarrassed? Being so blatantly trying to use people. Like, I just... Whatever. People really do have the audacity, though. We had a party yesterday evening, and I was showing the front yard to my friend, and my neighbor popped up and was talking about how it must be nice to be invited to enjoy the pool. And I said to her, can you go now? I'm having company. And I'm the a-hole for not wanting neighbors to have access to my property and seriously losing my patience with their expectations. You don't even have to ask that. Like, this is so weird. So weird. This is a time where I would get cameras and I would also get a little sprinkler system. There's multiple things going on here. There's they're blatant, like them trying to use you without creating any sort of relationship beforehand. That's their first mistake. Bothering you constantly, which would just piss me off, honestly. Like I wouldn't want to, like if someone just like kept coming over to my house and demanding I'd let them use something of mine without like even knowing them, like it's like off, seriously. But then also you're private people, okay? And it's a safety issue. Just leaving the door open so that people can, like, kids can just run and go in the pool as much as they want. Like, I'm sorry, but that is...
Do you want a snack?
Based on, like, recent developments, like, things that have happened, like, to people who have pools and younger children, like...
Yeah?
I'm not...
Okay.
I just really feel like this is a lot more
get down and eat
trouble
them?
than it's worth.
Okay, hang on.
Not the a-hole, in my opinion, but let's see what Reddit had to say. Not the a-hole. Those are some entitled, persistent neighbors. Also, the liability of having an open gate for everyone's access.
Sausage? She's a girl.
This is so dangerous. What if a kid wandered and drowned? That will be on you, and that's the thing. Like, it actually will be on you because it was on your property.
That's the law.
You know, even if it wasn't adults that, like, willingly put themselves in a situation to be, you know, like, in a dangerous situation, if that took place on your property... Lawsuit.
Sausage?
They might not win,
yeah.
but like lawsuit. Stand your ground. I would do the same. Good luck. Yeah, I'd be double bolting that gate there, bud. Everyone in the comments was like, you need to consider a lock on the gate if there isn't already one, and cameras near the gate and the pool just in case. No trespassing sign. If they think you're out of town, they might help themselves to a swim, and that's a huge liability. If these people are pestering you about the pool, they likely won't hesitate to sue if one of them drowns.
Exactly.
Or gets injured, too. Like, people slip on pool decks all the time. Let's see if OP updated in the comments. They're gonna get a no trespassing sign. They don't have one yet. The pool's covered when they don't use it. Cameras, they have. Yeah, I mean, like, I think this is pretty self-explanatory. You're not the a-hole. And the sheer audacity of those neighbors. Wow.
Wow.
You are not the a-hole, my dear. Don't go anywhere. We got a ton of entitled neighbors to shame in this video coming up. And if you're enjoying this video, and you like a little shit talking, like straight up, like can we just talk together like on a daily basis, please? So if you like that, then subscribe. Unsubscribe. I swear I'm funny most of the time. Most of the time. My neighbor doesn't seem to think theft is a big deal. This was posted in Neighbors from Hell. My neighbor is a Karen, and I'm just at my wit's end about it. I moved here from the country, and I'm not a monster, so we brought our 14-year-old barn cat with us. All the neighbors loved him. We put retired barn cat on his collar. It was cute. Karen got my number and was texting me upwards of 50 times a day about absolutely nothing. Can I unsubscribe from these texts? Then would get upset when I didn't reply. Oh my gosh. Please no. I have kids and a job, but she sits around all day. I couldn't keep up, so I stopped responding completely. Then our cat went missing.
One bag, infinite possibilities. Kate Spade.
I accidentally cut my phone bill by 90%, and the reason will make you furious. Most of the time, your phone quietly switches.
Kisses.
I beg your finest pardon. I put flyers up and checked the shelters, and finally her daughter, we'll call her Stacy, who has no contact with Karen, got my number and texted me that Karen had given her cat to a stranger on Facebook Marketplace, claiming he'd have a better life. I beg your finest pardon. What are you talking about? Are you freaking kidding me right now? Oh yeah, no, yeah, no, that's like jail. Yeah, like, je téléphone à la police immediately.
Arrest her.
I just don't have proof outside of her daughter texting me that. Her daughter, Stacy, has a son who's the same age as one of my children. Karen's lovely husband would take his grandson and my daughter to the circus, aquarium, stuff like that every week. Well, Karen's husband finally left her. Husband would still come by every week with grandson to pick up my child for fun weekend activities. And seeing his car and grandson in my yard made Karen very angry. Karen started selling an insane amount of things on Marketplace. Then a 6-foot privacy fence was installed, literally touching her driveway to separate our properties because of the yard between our driveways is mine. Children were livid that Karen stole their cat and put up a fence. They talked to her husband, who said they could hang a bird feeder and a light on our side so they can enjoy it. They're still married, so he is the property owner as well.
Poor guy.
The spike fence went all the way around the road so we couldn't see when leaving our driveway. The city came out this morning and let her know it needed to be shortened to 4 feet max. Then immediately after they left, Karen walked onto our property and stole the bird feeder and light. Okay. I texted her asking for them back. They were $80, so I did want them back. She said she threw them away in her trash can in her backyard, but I was welcome to go get them out of her trash.
She's awful, awful, awful woman.
Okay, so you have writing, like texts of her admitting to destroying your property. I told her I'd already filed a report that she trespassed and stole from us. So unless she wanted destruction of property added as a charge, she needed to return them to the property line, period. Yes, queen. She waited a couple hours and texted back that she'd put them there and she just wants peace. Strange coming from someone who woke up this morning and chose violence. She only wants peace when she knows she's beat. When I went to get them, the lantern was busted up like it's been slammed against something. I told her she needed to pay for it, and she said only if I gave her the damaged lantern. That's such weird behavior. I'm sorry, but can you not get your cat back?
Meow.
Wait, like, I want you to get your cat back. Can you not, like, find out where it is and, like, find out what happened? Anyways, I've now bought shepherd hooks to put in my yard near the giant fence to hang the bird feeder and lights so my very feral kids aren't trying to wage war on her. Having a Karen neighbor is horrible and I hate it. I'm not usually one to call the police or be petty, but I think I've been too passive now and I'm not sure how much is too much or how little is too little.
listen, we all get in petty arguments and like we can all be a little bit petty. But I think that you absolutely did the right thing by calling the police. Like, she stole from you. She stole your cat. I'm kind of baffled that you didn't try and track this cat down, honestly, and talk to them about, you know, how they came upon the cat.
I need to know more.
Husband is documenting all the things in their home she's selling, riding lawnmower, swimming pool, living room set, etc., so he can be compensated in divorce court. Good for him. Damn. I mean, I hate to be messy, but I see why they can't get divorced. I don't hate to be messy. I love it. So everybody's like really up in arms about this freaking cat. I am too. I don't understand why nothing's being done. OP said they didn't get their cat back as of 12 days ago of this recording. We did not get our cat back. We're looking. It's been since October. I'm keeping his flyers replaced and his posts are updated frequently. He is microchipped as well and flagged as stolen since we haven't registered, but no such luck. But like, can't you call animal control and track down the cat? That's literally what microchips are for. If his microchip gets scanned, it'll say he was stolen, but I guess no one has taken him to a vet. Oh. He's a senior barn cat and would absolutely not go in a litter box and will rip the door frame off trying to get outside. We tried when we moved here, so I doubt someone would keep him inside for long. I think I'll always be looking for him. Oh my goodness. This poor cat. This person said, release the children! If someone steals my cat, they're gonna be DAD. Release the feral children. Sick 'em. Sick 'em. I am so sorry. This is crazy. I just don't understand like why you would want to live and create such hostility in your neighborhood. And why is it always the people that are so unbelievably bored? You know, they have absolutely nothing else going on. They're retired. They're stay-at-home moms. They're like, sure. You know, they just sit around all day and create fake narratives in their head and bother people and like start fights with people. Like it's
Spiky McSpikeball, eat it.
Grateful that me and my neighbors have a good rapport because like I'm not saying that it would be bad for me. I'm petty as fuck, so I'm worried about them. I also have a dog that poops. Don't worry. Nothing's transpired yet. Well, there's no update. I'm very curious to know if you ever find your cat. I would not back down about that. Like that in and of itself has to be a crime. Has to be. May the force be with you. Hope you find your cat.
Good luck.
Ooh, we have a passive-aggressive note, you guys. Yay. I found this letter taped to our door 8 hours after getting the keys to our new apartment. I love a cheeky passive-aggressive note. Me and my girlfriend moved into our new home yesterday afternoon. This is our first apartment together without another roommate, and we were so excited to start this chapter of our lives. Came home from dinner to find this lovely note on our door. Hey, it's day one for you, and you're already interrupting all of your neighbors' lives. Your disrespectful slamming doors, yelling, stomping will not be tolerated. This is a strata. With strata rules, noise will not be tolerated. Should you continue, there will be a noise violation warning from our strata. Then fines will start, which can lead to eviction. We paid very good money to purchase these homes to get away from tenant and disrespectful renters. Read your booklet of rules. Scribble. Let's get some context.
Pajama time.
To give some context, we began moving small things in at around 2 p.m.
Bah.
We would do a trip home at a time from car to apartment without leaving any boxes,
Pajama.
containers, or anything in the hallways and common areas. From 2 p.m. to 4 p.m., we ran into two people in the elevator, and both were super nice, welcomed us into the building, and wished us good luck with the move. The only other thing we moved was our mattress at around 6:30 p.m., and again, we didn't see anyone on the elevator or halls. However, we did notice a woman, probably in her 60s, on her balcony 5 units down, staring right into our unit.
I begin to explore the island, gathering resources, uncovering secrets hidden in the jungle and ruins. With every step, I grow stronger. With every discovery, I learn how to survive. I build
Told you. They're always sitting around, retired, nothing else to do. The average person doesn't spend that much time at home. Unless you're me. Well, no. I think, listen, I know what my audience is. I know you're all a bunch of introverts like me. That's fair. But I'm assuming that a lot of you have jobs, right?
In this economy?
Like, I'm assuming that a lot of you, you know, go out for coffee or dinner once in a while, and like, you're not just sitting around at home like all day, every day. I'm sure you leave the house sometimes, but then there's other people who really just don't. They, like, that's their life. So we closed the blinds. She quickly went inside. When we left, we noticed her staring at us from the window. Scoping you out, eh? If I had to guess who wrote that letter, my money would be on her. 1000% it was her. But I have no idea what she's basing these claims on. We don't even walk past her unit when we take the elevator. It doesn't even sound like you've been doing anything like late either. The latest you said you're moving your mattress at 6:30 p.m. I actually don't even think that you're, depending on building rules, I don't even think that they can call the police or anything.
That's too bad for them.
It depends on the building rules, honestly. I did live in a quiet building more than once. Noise was not supposed to transfer from unit to unit unless you gave like a heads up to the building and like the neighbors beforehand. I would think moving where you're speaking to people sometimes in the hallways, you know, what does she complain about? Slamming doors, yelling, stomping will not be tolerated. Like, you're not even playing music. Like, this is just, unfortunately, this is the reality of living in an apartment building. It's the reality of living in a city with neighbors. If you want peace and quiet, you gotta leave, unfortunately.
The hard truth.
Or get earplugs, honestly. So I'm not so much worried about the consequences. As building management said, we didn't break any rules and agrees that this is borderline harassment and was very apologetic for it happening, as was our landlord. I'm just upset that it really put a damper on what was otherwise a very special day for me and my girlfriend. Thank you for letting me vent. You're welcome. Happy to hear it. Here's the thing. When someone chooses violence like this, when someone just like wakes up one day, this is a territory thing. It really is that deep. This is a territory thing. She's trying to let you know she's the queen of the castle. I think it's totally fair to set boundaries with people, but I think you need to be setting boundaries in a respectful manner. Because who are you to tell other people that they're not allowed to speak, they're not allowed to close doors, like they're moving? Those are in general just kind of moving sounds, okay? They're not playing music, they're not having parties. They just got there. Let's set boundaries with people, but let's not be rude for no reason, okay? I think the only way that she's gonna back off is if you also leave a passive-aggressive note to her.
Yourself.
Letting her know, by the way, we spoke to the building and we've had no such violations, and if she has something to say to you, please say it to my face. That kind of thing. Watch her shut up real quick. Okay, some good advice in the comments. People are like, you know, keep a record of everything, because this does constitute as harassment if it keeps going. Get a doorbell camera. People are less ballsy to put notes if they know they're on camera. Yeah, definitely don't throw away that letter. I mean, you have a picture of it now, but you know what I mean? This is Strata! Why does that make This is Sparta! Strata! Okay, what is Strata though? Like, I'm very curious. Hang on a second. Is it like HOA or something? What is Strata? 1,000 Instagram followers. Strata real estate brokerage. Strata. What is a strata? Someone help! Individual ownership of a property called a lot. Okay. So I think that what she's trying to say is she owns her unit.
Impressive.
And she's paid for her unit. And they're renters, I'm assuming.
I'm a classist.
This is Strata! Strata! Oh, okay, never mind. Strata is what we have for apartments in Australia. They create rules and manage things when there are issues. We pay quarterly fees for them, even though they're useless. Not much we can do. Okay, interesting. Yeah, it sounds like there's an HOA. But I also think that she's kind of being like, by the way, we own our place, like, we don't like renters, etc., etc. So I think there's also something to do with the fact that she owns and they rent. So OP doesn't want to retaliate. Love some of the ideas in the comments, though. Boring. We have lived individually and together with roommates in several strata condos over the years and never gotten noise complaints and know how to be respectful of our neighbors. Yeah, they probably, like, I'm guessing you're young, you know, like you didn't leave your age, but I for sure, just the way that you're writing this, like you're probably in your 20s or 30s or something. I'm young. Unfortunately, she probably saw you and is just like,
I'm gonna nip this in the bud right now. You young people, be quiet.
okay, here's a this is really good.
Has
I really
tonight.
like this. This is very passive aggressive. Next time you spot her staring at you, smile and wave enthusiastically. Hi, neighbor. Never acknowledge to her that you got a note. Introduce yourself and gush about how welcoming everyone has been. Then completely stonewall her for the rest of your tenancy. Yeah, you could literally, because you don't know if it's her, right? But like, obviously it's her. You don't know if it's her. So like the next time you see her, you could just be like, oh my God, everybody's been so nice. And we have such a good relationship with our landlord. And like, you know, we have really good rapport. We're in constant communication if anything goes wrong. So yeah, have a great day.
Bye now.
I've been watching this girl on TikTok and she has really fun ways of like combating people who just hate her out of nowhere. And she says that when someone starts hating her, like for literally no reason, she'll go and follow this person on Instagram. God, what's her name? I really like her. She's kind of low-key evil, but like I really like it. It's what's her name? She's always on my like For You page. Okay, Gracie Draskovich. If you watch this video, babe, I like your shit. Listen, I don't apply everything to my life, but it's interesting to see how she deals with it. So when she has someone that hates her out of nowhere, she'll go and she'll follow that person on social media and just like start like DMing the girl and just be like, oh my God, we should hang out. Or another thing that she'll do is she'll go like really, really far back in their posts to like the very, very beginning and just like a bunch of things and just with the person's head. Or she'll go and befriend all of that person's friends and like become this like amazing person to everyone in the group. And then this like crazy bitch that hated her from the beginning has like no one to complain to about her. It's very funny. It's very funny. I do enjoy that.
So satisfying.
I'm sorry that this happened literally as you just moved in. It doesn't surprise me. It also happened to us when we were moving in. We had them like there's virtually nowhere to park on the street. We have like a laneway kind of situation. A lot of houses in Toronto have a laneway where all the houses are connected by the laneway. And I think like a piece of the moving van was kind of like sticking out on the laneway and they were like moving. There was nowhere to park. Like there was literally nowhere to put this truck. And anyway, someone's like literally barreling down the laneway, speeding. And then she gets really upset and starts yelling at us because the moving truck kind of is blocking the laneway a little bit and she couldn't speed through it.
Get out of my way.
Anyway, so I had to come out and see what all the commotion was about. And she was just screaming at these movers who were just trying to do their job at the end of the day. Like I understand maybe they, you know, it is what it is. There was nowhere to put the truck. It's a one-way street and there was nowhere to park. In that case, don't speed. And we would have, you know, moved the ramp and she could have gone through. It would have taken 10 seconds. So I had to come out and be like, listen, lady, you're fully right. We should not have been blocking the laneway, but my movers are just trying to do their job. Could you please next time just speak to us in a calm manner and not scream at us? Because, you know, this is an easy fix. We can easily just move the ramp. They're just trying to do their job. Thank you very much. No, because ain't no way. They were so tired and I felt so bad for the movers just getting yelled at like that. I'm sure they get it all the time, but it was just, you know, that was fully her trying to like assert dominance on me. She saw that we were moving into the house and she was asserting dominance and okay, like this is Toronto. There's no parking and we all got to be considerate of each other needing to go about our lives. So you, if you see this video.
What does Garnet and Peridot combine into?
We don't have to be angry, okay? We can be respectful. We can set boundaries and be respectful about it. Am I the a-hole for not letting my neighbors use our yard? Oh, we got a little bit of theme for this video. All rise! Who made this decision? I, female 26, recently bought a house with my husband. Our house is a beachfront house with an amazing yard. Can I come over?
That's the problem.
The backyard is designed to basically look like a hidden oasis. It has a pool, hot tub, water fountains on the side, and a small slide all surrounded by trees and other plants. Sounds heavenly. The trees give us privacy from both houses next to us, but still gives us views of the beach. The backyard is why we bought the home, and we already spent the majority of our time being back there, even when my husband works. The entire back side of the house is mostly glass, so it's also what we see when we're in the house. It is definitely the focal point of our home. Yesterday, we started the construction on a new fence. This fence goes around the backyard with a gate only to the beach. So you either have to go through the house to go through the beach to get to our backyard. We didn't think anything of it before I got a knock on my door this morning from someone who lives in the condos across the street from us.
Bad feeling about this.
I've seen her a few times, but we never really talked. She introduced herself and then asks about what we were building in our yard. I just told her we wanted to put up a fence before tourists start coming. This was recommended to us by our realtor. Marie, her name is Marie, kind of looked shocked and asked if we were putting a gate on the front or anything. I said no, and we already had a landscaper come and look to get more plants to put around it. She then asked me if I could put a gate on the front. Not her helping herself to your house. I didn't really understand this, so I asked her to clarify when she explained that the previous owners would let people walk from the condo through their yard to get to the beach because otherwise they have to walk 5 minutes down the street to get onto the beach, where there are a lot of tourists. Our street leads to a private beach, so there isn't as many people.
No, 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 no.
She said that mostly everyone in the condo started doing this over the past few years, especially people with kids, or even letting their kids go to the beach alone. Okay, no. She also said they would let people use their pool if they texted and asked. Imagine that. You get your dream house on a beach, you pay for it with the thought that you are finally gonna have a space of your own where you can do what you want and not be bothered by other people, and your neighbors somehow think that it's their right to use your property at their disposal.
That's whack.
It's gonna be a no from me, dog. And it's not even like a big walk. It's like 5 minutes down the street to get onto the beach. Side eye, bombastic side eye. I immediately told her no one would be in my yard unless I knew them. She obviously got upset by this and said basically everyone in the condos would be upset by this. Okay, and I told her I understand why they want to use my yard and it's just to pass through, but I hate the idea of being in my backyard and having random people walk through. Yeah. What are you, like, what? She started getting mad at me for it and saying I'm ruining a lot of people's way of life by blocking off this path. Are you kidding me right now? Oh my word. She claimed a lot of people let their kids during the summer go to the beach through this way, and a lot of kids can't walk to the popular spots. The beach is kind of quiet where we are. Not her trying to reap the benefits of someone else's property. Again, it's a liability thing. I did get annoyed and told her I don't really care and I will not let people into my yard. She tried to bring up the pool, but I just told her that I wasn't going to talk about it anymore. Dude, the sheer audacity of like her just showing up at your house and demanding to use your property however the fuck she likes. Without no welcome basket, no invitation to dinner, just...
Oh, yeah, so the other people let us use it, so I'm gonna use it.
the audacity.
No, thank you.
Clearly this wasn't a one-off thing. So this was yesterday afternoon, and I've already seen people standing outside the condos and pointing to my house. I even had someone run over to talk to me and ask if I was really gating off the beach path. It's not a public area. Like, it's not a public path. This is private property. What about that is so shocking to you? I've talked to both my neighbors who agree with me, but my friend and sister are both saying I'm in the wrong, so am I the a-hole? No. What do you mean, am I the a-hole for not letting people run around on my property as they please? Like, what are you talking about? Again, it's a liability thing. What if someone slips and falls? You know, kids walking around by themselves on your property? No. What if you want to enjoy your backyard and do a little, like, sunbathing? Oh, sorry, there's just the neighborhood kids running around. No parents, just hanging out on your property. Said no one ever. You should literally go to their condo and be like, oh, by the way, like, can I go to your condo and just like help myself and walk in to your kitchen and take all the stuff in your fridge? Do you mind? Is that okay? Do people not know how to human?
There's no scientific basis for it.
Clearly not. So people are again, you know, put cameras. Clearly, you need to do that. Oh my God, no! Install a locked gate. Send a lawyer to the condo board of directors, stating under no circumstances is your private property to be an access point in any circumstances. It's for everyone's safety and insurance. They will be trespassed. I would not want anyone to sue. What if someone is hurt on your property or drowned in your hot tub? What if a child was lost? Someone attacked? The scenarios are alarming, and they do happen. Like, they straight up do happen. I know someone who's been through this and is still going through it. It's been like 10 years.
I feel so old.
Protect yourself, and a 5-minute walk is not the end of the world. It's not your responsibility to ensure access for the public. Confirm this is your personal legal access. It is irresponsible. What would your insurance company say? There's so many reasons why this is not okay. So we do have an update. Goody. So OP updated and added. I did want to cover a few things. I do have a fence around my pool. This is to protect my yard. Secondly, we have indoor and outdoor cameras all around our house. Some are visible, some are hidden. We do already have a sign up that says we are recording. The fence will also be finished by tomorrow afternoon, so it shouldn't be too long for us to have it up. I also called our local police and said they did not have a right to use private property to access the beach, so everything is clear for me to move forward with. The previous owners had the house for 10 years and only let people use it for the past 3 years, so it's not long enough for any legal action to give my yard, per our lawyer. I called my realtor this morning, and the owners called me after she talked to them and said a lot about the situation. They told me they only used the house as a vacation home, so they did let people cross during the summer, but when they were there, they put up a sign telling people not to use the path. Oh, so they were lying.
Surprise, surprise.
They were lying. The condo people were lying. They said they didn't let people do it at first, but when they weren't home, people did it anyway. They also allowed certain people to use their pool only when they were in it themselves. It was never a free-for-all pool, and they never even put covering on it before leaving. The previous owners did also say it was smart to put up a fence and recommended calling the condo manager. When I did call the condo manager, they asked me if we could find a middle ground. Huh? Because they know a lot of residents use my yard and kind of made it sound like they told residents they could use this path. That's not your problem. My neighbor thinks they used it as a selling point because there were times where they would point toward our house specifically while people were looking at condos. Well, that's their mistake. Either way, my husband is having our lawyer send the condo a letter saying no residents are allowed in our yard for any reason so that we have legal writing with them. So basically, people have used our yard in the past, but my husband and I aren't allowing it. I get them using it if we had it as a vacation home. I don't even get that either. It's a liability. We are living in it year round. A lot of my neighbors who live in the houses have messaged me saying they're really happy that I'm cutting off the path, and I feel like it's the right move. I've already put up no trespassing and no beach access signs, and had permanent ones for the front of our yard and on the fences. I'm also putting up a privacy fence in the front and adding trees right in front so it's harder for people to jump it. We are currently connecting our gate right to our neighbors so there isn't a spot on the side they can try and squeeze through. Either way, I'm gonna cut off the path, and I kind of don't care if they hate me for it. Thank you everyone for your suggestions. Yeah, imagine that. You find your beach home, your dream beach home on the beach, and like everyone around you is like, well, it's my beach home too. I can use it, right? No. Absolutely not.
Get out of here.
No, you are not the a-hole. It is decided. This kind of thing seems to be a little common, eh? Everybody's just asking to use other people's private property whenever they want.
I'm gonna fall down this hole.
Okay. Am I the a-hole for not delaying our rebuild for our pregnant neighbors? Ooh, this is spicy. We are planning on doing a major rebuild on our old row house and finalized everything around 2 weeks ago. We are excited as it's taken us nearly
Rose
a year
quartz
and a half to get here. We texted our neighbors this weekend to let them know construction would start at the end of the month for approximately 3 to 4 months. We are not extremely close with the neighbors, but always pleasant. Good of you to let them know. One neighbor came to talk to us after we sent the text and expressed disappointment in the timing because his girlfriend is pregnant and due next week.
So?
Okay, so why are we asking people to make exceptions for us, but we're not willing to make exceptions for other people? We ourselves were never told of her pregnancy until December and that she was due sometime in February. Yeah, but even so, the world does not stop because you're pregnant. Like, I can understand maybe them asking about like noise situations, like maybe there could be a way that you guys could communicate, because maybe they'll have a newborn and stuff like that, and like, you know, maybe we could keep work around certain times or something. I can understand that, but delaying the process entirely,
Hessenite.
man, it's like a once in a lifetime opportunity to even get contractors to start a project on time, let alone to then delay that because of your neighbors. No way. He also asked about our rebuild on his own, and my partner mentioned it might happen sometime in April, which was our original start date. We told him how sorry we were for the timing, but obviously it wasn't intentional.
Oh no.
10 minutes after he left, we received a text asking if we were available to talk the next day about possible solutions and if we could delay the rebuild by another 3 to 4 months. Wow. We agreed to meet, but told him delaying was not possible because we already have another place lined up for us to live in, contractor agreement, etc. Needless to say, the meeting was not ideal. The girlfriend cried the entire time while apologizing for crying and hormones. So what are they worried about? Noise? You know, as someone that lives in a city with constant construction going on, never in my wildest dreams would I go to someone's house and tell them not to do their reconstructions and renovations because of me.
Sapphire!
I cannot even imagine how someone would accommodate that. Like, life goes on, you know? She says she's not cried as much as she has in the last 24 hours as she has cried in the past 2 years. Okay. She's worried how this will affect the baby because she's stressed now. What are you stressed about, babe? Like, she couldn't believe that we just sent them a message with only a month in advance and that we should have come to talk to them in person, as this was the first she was hearing about this.
You are owed nothing.
Did we even put ourselves in their shoes? They have nowhere else to go. They're concerned with how this affects their own sleep because the baby will be up all night and they need to sleep during the day and they won't be able to with construction. Okay. I mean, listen, I totally understand the stress about, like, I get stressed out about the idea of having, like, a newborn and not being able to sleep properly. Like, I totally get that. And maybe she's reacting a little bit out of hormones. But there's ways around it, you know? Like, I've been sleeping with earplugs for the last 15 years. They do wonders. What about the garbage truck? Like, what about, like, you know, like service people that come and, like, you know, service the power lines or whatever. Like, this is the reality of, like, living by other people. The world doesn't stop because you're pregnant. If we did the rebuild 3 months later, it would at least be summer and they could go outside to escape the noise. What? No, what? It's even worse outside. What are they talking about? They also just kept repeating, what if we just say, no, this can't happen? Well, it is, though.
Tough luck.
We obviously feel for them as new parents expecting a baby, and we all live in old row houses, so I get how noisy and distributive? I don't think that's the word you meant, but it's just, I get it. We told them we would get them a build schedule. There we go. So they could see what days will be the noisiest. And they want us to ask the contractor if there can be quiet hours from 12 to 3. Okay.
Prime time, sure, whatever.
I think that you're doing them a solid by giving them sort of a heads up by what days are going to be noisy. I think it's a little unrealistic to stop contractors from working in the middle of the day, because then those contractors have to, like, find something else to do and then come back and not be done work until, like, God knows when. I don't think that's realistic, and I don't know what else we could do to amend the situation. Yes, I think that they are stressed out about being new parents, which is totally valid. But, you know, when you live
in a city, even if you don't, if you live around other people, let's say you share a wall, it does seem like they share a wall. And part of the rebuild includes insulating the entire house. I just, like, you just can't expect that. I feel for them, I do. Like, that would be tough, but unfortunately, that is the reality.
That's the hard truth.
Meet Sarah and Henry. They just moved into their first home, which is just the beginning. There are boxes, and boxes inside of boxes.
We found out work will go on from 8 to 4 p.m. each day with a 30-minute break for lunch at 12. The builder is fine to give an overview of what will be done and when. After that, I think we have done our best to assist them during this time. Yeah, unfortunately, it is not necessarily your problem. And I do feel for them, I do, but, like, you know, they're gonna have to figure it out. They're not the first new parents to have to deal with noise, and they won't be the last. First comment says, it's a baby, it's going to make noise all on its own. That's the other thing too. What about the baby crying? You know, you're sharing a wall. That baby's gonna make noise too. It can now make as much noise as it likes without disturbing you next door and without its parents being worried about it doing so. This is a massive overreaction from your neighbors. I would suggest you stop being quite so accommodating and concentrate instead on your own plans and carrying them forward, not the a-hole. There's ways around it. People in the comments are like, tell them to buy a white noise machine. A fan is also another option. We have a dog, and, you know, unless the fan or the white noise machine is on, the dog hears, like, absolutely everything and wakes up. But there's just normal living noises that are associated with living in a neighborhood, sharing walls with other people. Life goes on. I feel for them, I do. Honestly, there are a few things that scare me more than being in the trenches as a new parent and, like, not getting any sleep.
Deprived of one sleep.
That's tough. However, do I expect everyone around me to accommodate me? Because it's going to be hard? No. I don't. I also arguably think it's probably a good thing that the baby at the beginning... You know, I've
The
seen
floor
stuff
keeps
online,
going away.
I mean, source, trust me, bro. Of, like, babies, when you let them sleep in environments that are a little bit noisier, they're probably going to be less likely to, like, wake up so often. They'll get used to the noise and sleep better. So I feel like maybe this could be a good thing for them, but I digress. 100% agree. Tell them to buy a great white noise machine and don't think anything further of it. I have a 1-year-old. If they want to sleep, they will sleep through anything. If they don't want to, a tissue dropping will wake them up. Yeah. Dogs barking, you know, horns from cars. Like, there's so many, you know. And I would also argue that newborns sleep, like, quite a bit. They, like, when they're first out of there, like, they are big, just balls of flesh that just sleep the whole time, you know? At least in my experience with my friends that have had kids recently. I, like, haven't even seen some of my friends' babies open their eyes yet. Like, they've just been sleeping around me. And we're, like, all around them, like, drinking beers and stuff. And the kids are just flat out passed out, not waking up.
Sleep tight.
I can get the anxieties as a new parent, but that's not your fault. So, are you the a-hole for not delaying your rebuild for your pregnant neighbors? No. Neighbor kept treating my driveway like free parking, so I taught him a $300 lesson.
Yeah, buddy.
Okay, this is a bit long, but I need to get it off my chest. I live in a small cul-de-sac, nothing fancy, just your average neighborhood. My driveway fits 2 cars, mine and my husband's, perfectly fine. For the most part, everyone here minds their own business. That's the way I like it. Except my neighbor. We'll call him Jack. For whatever reason, he thinks my driveway is like extra parking for his family and friends.
Oh.
Without asking. First time it happened, I thought it was a mistake. His brother's car was in there and he just said it would just be a sec. A week later, it was some friends of his dropping something off. I didn't love it, but figured whatever, not worth making it awkward.
I see a disturbing pattern.
Okay, in a situation like this, you ask permission. Because what if someone, like, parked there needs to get out? And furthermore, oh God, I hate having to justify all of it. It's like, it's not your property. Like, why do you feel like the need?
Did you pajamas?
Why do you feel entitled to help yourself? Like, I don't get it.
Noise.
So it kept
Hey,
happening.
it's
I come home
7:30.
from
Turn
work,
off the
I'm a nurse,
TV.
so
It's
some
time
days
to
I'm wiped
read.
out, and there's a random car blocking me. Literally. One night, I had to park halfway down the street and carry 5 bags of groceries because his buddy's truck was in my spot. Oh, absolutely not. No. Every time I said something, he'd do that half smile and go, oh yeah, sorry, they'd be gone soon. Like I'm the one being difficult. The final straw, I get home late Friday night after a 12-hour shift. Still in scrubs, starving, with takeout that's already getting cold in the passenger seat. And boom, giant white SUV just parked dead center in my driveway, not even off to the side.
Huh?
Like full on blocking me from even pulling in. Oh, hell no, sister.
What
I
about
knock,
your what now?
No answer. I call Jack, he finally picks up, super casual, and goes,
Oh yeah, that's my in-laws. They'll only be here a couple hours. Just park on the street. It's not a big deal.
You need another one?
why didn't they park on the street then?
There you go.
That was it for me. I called a tow truck. And yes, I checked before. Where I live, if someone blocks your private driveway, you're allowed to tow immediately. Tow guy showed up in 20 minutes. SUV was gone before I even finished half my fries.
When I think of the West Side, I think of family, our neighborhoods.
Goody. About an hour later, furious pounding on my door, Jack's beat red, his in-laws are yelling in the background, he's going off about how I didn't have to take it that far. I just said, you told me it wasn't a big deal, so I treated it like it wasn't a big deal, and then I closed the door. They had to pay almost $300 to get their car back, and funnily enough, ever since then, my driveway has stayed crystal clear. Not even just for a sec. The audacity of fucking Jack and his SUVs.
Oh, it's not a big deal. Just park on the street.
Why aren't you parking on the street then? What the fuck? Cray cray. Jack can suck an egg. Big ol' rotten egg. The interesting part is that Jack must have been actually specifically telling people to park in that driveway. That must have made it extra awkward when the in-laws got towed. No, he fully, because like no one in their right mind parks in someone else's driveway without being told that it's okay.
He's guilty.
We all took driving lessons, right? We all know how to parallel park. I actually know how to parallel park now. We know that when we're in a city, we have to parallel park and we can't just help ourselves to other people's driveways, correct? Right? This is how things work. Okay, the only time where someone would, even in my house, like they'll call and ask if there's any parking first. They for sure did that with him, and then he told them that it was okay to park in someone else's driveway. OP responds, $300 is cheap compared to the free parking he was getting off me for months.
I can't hear you when you mumble
All right, we have
quietly,
another one
Bubba.
that's gonna be very satisfying. My neighbor tried to get my mom fined over our shed, so I got his $40,000 pool filled in. Oops. Oopsie. I live with my mom.
Garnet's
She's
made out of a
quiet, keeps to
sapphire and a
herself,
ruby.
Never bothers anyone. A few months ago, our new neighbor decided to report her to the city for having an illegal shed in the backyard. Illegal shed. We didn't know sheds could be illegal. If it's on your property, who cares? It was total BS. The shed's been there for years and has full permits. Wow.
I like.
Didn't know that. An inspector came out, checked
Lapis.
everything, and left without saying a word.
Lapis.
But the neighbor,
Yeah. She happens later. You have to watch
proud, thought
you
he
have to watch
cared
the
about.
show.
So
Lapis lazuli.
Lapis lazuli.
Turns out
It's a
his
blue
brand
one.
new pool was way too close to the property line and illegally built over a utility easement. What do we say on this channel? Don't throw stones when you living in a glass house, honey.
Blue or yellow?
I reported him, attached photos, quoted city
Blue or
codes.
yellow?
2 weeks later, the city ordered him to either
Left
move
or
it,
right?
impossible, or fill it in. He lost the whole thing, $40,000
Left or
down
right?
the drain, literally.
Blue or yellow?
Now he gets to look at our completely legal shed every day while
Left
standing
or
over
right?
a pile
Blue
of
or
dirt
yellow?
where his pool used to be. Mom sleeps great
Yellow
now.
or blue?
Blue.
This is the thing. This is the thing about being an asshole neighbor, all right? If you're gonna be an absolute prick, you better hope to God that your
Why don't you
neighbor
wear your
isn't
new
a
ones?
bigger. Those are some entitled neighbors that needed to be put in their place.
A pirate
This
or sausage?
Secret is MVP Asia Wilson's go-to in.
Okay. Ooh, does Spill have a new one? No, I already watched that one. Oh, we have a lot to watch here. We're gonna
But,
finish
like,
this one.
The choice to have their baby shower on the day of your wedding says a lot. Like, them's is fighting words. So, we do have an update.
How I have longed to hear those words.
I know you say that. Say it again. I was talking to my dad last night, and shockingly, the baby shower fiasco came up again.
Oh, there's a big surprise.
Turns out Pat and Hilly went over to my dad's house on Saturday, my condolences, and he confronted them about why the baby shower was scheduled on my literal wedding day. Pat immediately played dumb and claimed he had no idea it was on my wedding date, and proceeded to claim that it was the only day they could host the shower.
That pink one that you just dropped.
Be so for real. Which is hilarious, considering he knew the date when I asked him to be a groomsman, and when we got to save the date, Hilly openly admitted she knew it was the same day as our wedding, so yeah, that was a lie.
That was a lie.
For some background, because this behavior didn't come out of nowhere, back in August 2025, when I asked Pat and Jay to be my groomsmen, we were on a family vacation. Normally, my dad buys the groceries for these trips and doesn't expect anyone to pay him back. This time, before we even arrived, Pat and Hilly decided to go rogue, bought groceries for everyone without telling us, and then informed us we owed them $70 for each person / couple. No discussion, no heads up, just a
Oh,
Venmo
am I supposed to keep my
request.
eyes closed?
Interesting. That's very interesting. So, when your dad buys free groceries, they'll take it without complaint and seemingly forget. When they
I don't know where it is! I can't do it with my eyes closed!
I genuinely couldn't afford it, especially since I had already paid my dad $450 for our
Nah,
share
you're
of
too
the
silly.
Airbnb, which is normal in my family and something we plan for months in advance. What I did not plan for was a surprise $70 grocery bill for food I didn't ask for. And didn't know
Don't throw them all
existed.
over the floor, please.
Yeah, I mean, nobody knew that they were going grocery shopping, and you would have gotten it for free too. So like. However, I refused to pay it, considering I couldn't afford it and their lack of communication was not about to cost me $70. My refusal apparently caused too much drama, so my dad paid Pat the $70 on our behalf just to make it stop. Fast forward to this weekend, while visiting my dad, Pat mentioned that his wedding gift to me would be the $70 I never paid him. This is so funny! The $70 that he also got from your dad. So he wants to, like, make money. Absolutely not. My dad snapped and told him he already paid it. Pat then denied ever receiving the money confidently until Hilly finally corrected him and confirmed that yes, my dad did pay him. And because why not pile it on, Pat also complained about how expensive our wedding registry is before purchasing the cheapest item on it. This is from the same man who proudly put a $700 Yeti cooler on his registry a few years ago. So to recap, lies about the date, selective amnesia about money already paid, and complaints about how expensive my wedding registry is. To be honest, if they're gonna choose to not attend your wedding, they better be buying the most expensive thing on that list. Maybe not the most expensive, but I'm always of the opinion that if you choose to not attend a wedding, you know, for monetary reasons whatsoever, you better be prepared to, like, at the very least, get a nice gift, you know?
So I got you this box.
Honestly, OP, this is cray-cray. Yes, the brothers are causing drama, but your sister-in-law is definitely causing drama too. Like I said, with people like this, honestly, it's just better that they're not there. You're barely gonna notice. Like, you might have a moment where it's like, man, like, I really wish I saw my brother when I was walking down the aisle. But other than that, like, that day is gonna be about you, bestie. You're gonna be surrounded by people who love you and want to celebrate you. It's gonna be the best party of your life. You don't need this. And everyone's pointing out, don't buy them a baby gift. Don't. Just say, don't get me a wedding gift. I won't get you a baby gift. Let's call it square.
Even Steven.
I wouldn't even be buying them a baby. Like, okay, here's the thing. For brothers, sisters, like, you know, I would probably get a baby gift if it was a third baby. But an entire baby shower,
You're doing too much.
Or send a children's book, so your parents have main character syndrome, or going NC at 18, a step-by-step guide. That's also nice. Yeah, I think the best thing to do, and everybody else in the comments is pointing this out too, just send your regrets.
I regret nothing. The end.
Say, sorry, can't attend your baby shower. I have a prior commitment. Lots of love. Enjoy your day. And that's it. Don't react, don't get a rise out of them, and just kind of go low contact, I think, for a bit. Because, like, in this lifetime, you only have one wedding. If you have more, whatever. But, like, you know, you plan to have, only one wedding, right? That's what everybody wants.
Speak for yourself.
Baby showers, it's not the type of thing that you're supposed to have more than one of, in my opinion. Maybe that will change. My opinion might change. I still feel weird about it. And certainly not a baby shower, a third baby shower on a conflicting date where they are supposed to be at your wedding. Like, they consciously chose to not be there for you on your wedding day. Do not react. Go low contact. I promise you, you're gonna have an amazing time at your wedding. And congratulations, by the way. We got some more family drama coming your way. And by the way, if you're watching this channel and you're not subscribed, I think like maybe 23% of you watch this channel and you don't subscribe. Please subscribe, stay a while. Let's hang out.
Why don't you take your coat off and stay a while?
All right, this next one is also from the Charlotte Deborah YouTube subreddit. Am I the a-hole for asking my grieving boyfriend to set boundaries with his mom after she wears my bathing suit? I, 39 female, was dating Mark, 38 male, for almost 5 months when his dad sadly passed away from cancer. Oh, awful. It was awful, obviously. His dad was awesome, and Mark and him were very close. I tried to be supportive, respectful, give space, all that. But here's the thing. His mom. Before his dad passed, she was already a lot. Here's a list. FaceTimes my boyfriend 2 to 3 times every day. Shows up unannounced 3 to 4 times a week. She lives 45 minutes away. Does his laundry. Cleans his house. Cooks for him. Rearranges his furniture. Decorated his entire house. This man is 38. Ooh. See, and you best believe he's gonna be looking for a replacement for his mom and a wife. I'm just saying, it's the way it goes. Every weekend, she would just appear at his house, where I also was, and sit there bad-mouthing his ex for hours in front of me, which felt like less bonding and more like an audition. Look how much I hated the last one. Meanwhile, she was syrupy sweet to my face in a way that made my skin itch. There's something about that that's like, makes me wonder if she's syrupy sweet to your, like when you're not there. Fast forward, his dad passes. I'm walking on eggshells because grief is brutal and I'm not a monster. One day, while I'm not there, she goes into his house and wears my bathing suit in the spa. Not a random spare, my bathing suit. I only find out because she takes it home with her to wash it. Okay. I think you would be much less mad about this situation if she had told you up front, or if she had asked permission. I don't know how you feel about like hygiene and stuff. I really don't. When I go to a friend's place, my friend has a pool in her place.
Ooh, fancy pants.
She lets me borrow her bathing suit. It's no big deal, but I do take it home with me and wash it after that. I lend my friends my underwear sometimes. Not used underwear, just like underwear, you know? Like it's just like, I'm never gonna get it back, but it's like, they ask first. Usually it's okay, right? So let me repeat that. She drove 45 minutes home with my used bathing suit to wash it, even though she usually does her son's laundry at his place. Oh no, she was trying to hide it. Like 1000%. That was her trying to hide it because she knows she shouldn't have done that. After the bathing suit incident, I stayed quiet because she had just lost her husband. I didn't want to be the villain over swimwear. The next day, my boyfriend casually tells me he's turning his basement into an apartment for his mom so she can move in. Not a discussion, a decision. I took a few days to process, and then I asked to talk calmly. I said I understood she's grieving, but before she moves in, he needs to set boundaries. I think that's quite reasonable. I mentioned how intense things are already, and that her wearing my bathing suit without asking made me uncomfortable. He got defensive immediately, took her side, and told me to leave. Then he gave me the silent treatment for 2 days. And after that, he dumped me by text. It hurts, but honestly, if asking for basic boundaries ends a relationship, it probably wasn't much of one to begin with. Here's the thing, guys. I know I always talk about preaching, boundaries and, like standing your ground. When you feel uncomfortable about a situation and like people are kind of walking all over you and all that kind of stuff, like I have issues with it too. But it's also because the people that I set boundaries with are used to that. They're used to me not having, like letting them do whatever they want. And unfortunately, when you set boundaries, you are going to lose people. You are going to lose people. people that don't respect your boundaries, okay? They don't respect you as a person. I think all you're doing is asking your boyfriend to just like, you know, we're gonna
Thank
share the
you.
same space. There needs to be like some boundaries here. And he doesn't want to do that.
So get rid of him.
He probably worships his mom, like, you know, she does everything for him and stuff like that. But he picked his mom over you at the end of the day. The good thing that happens when you set boundaries with people is that they're actually much less likely to f around and find out. You know? Some people might be turned off by the idea of like you having a boundary. The good ones will respect that and not push your buttons anymore. Either way, in my opinion, you win. Quite frankly, this dude is 38. He's gonna be living with his mom. I understand it's time for them. Let him figure it out, you know? Like, it's not gonna be easy. Like, I don't think it's gonna be... If I was dating a 38-year-old man and I went over to his house and I found out his mom lived in his basement, like, I'm sorry, but, like, that would be, like, a hard pass for me. You only lost 5 months on this guy. It's a difficult time for them. It is what it is. You set a boundary.
Ugh.
He also has a greater stake in it because he lost his dad and, you know, he's seeing his grieving mother and stuff like that. It's just bad timing. And, you know, it is what it is. He needs to do what he needs to do for his mom. And unfortunately, that doesn't include you. But I think it's probably best for both of you. Am I the a-hole for asking your grieving boyfriend to set boundaries with his mom after she wears my bathing suit? Like, no. I think that that's like a reasonable thing to do. You're not the a-hole just because the relationship ended and like you know, he chose his mom over you. And don't let it stop you from setting boundaries in the future. Am I the a-hole for not changing my bachelorette party location so my sister-in-law can attend? I, 27 female, and my fiance, 28 male, have decided to start planning our wedding for 2026. We've been engaged since 2023, and honestly, life has just been hard, and we've been trying to get financially secure before having our wedding. I've already been married before, and it was a courthouse wedding. My fiance has never been married before, so we're both pretty set on having an actual wedding where both of our families can attend. We've been together for 7 years this coming Halloween, and 5 of the 7 years we lived with his brother, his wife, and their growing family. They went from 0 kids to basically a football team within 4 years. My brother-in-law, let's call him Mike, and his wife, let's call her Katie, are in the bridal party as a groomsman and a bridesmaid. Mike is very stuck in his own ways and is very narcissistic. If it's not his way, it's not happening. No benefit to him, doesn't happen. Everything is his, nothing was ours, and Katie, deep down, I don't believe is like that, but I believe Mike has rubbed off on her and she's just adapted. We finally get out on our own and are growing our own family. My son, 9 years old from a previous marriage, and the son we have together. He proposed in September of 2023 after spending his last dollar on my ring. And then life happened and we just haven't gotten around to planning until recently. They had a situation happen where they lost everything except their car and furniture. So them and their 4 children, 14 male, 5 male, 4 female, and 1 female, moved in with us for 6 months. We didn't charge rent.
There's always room for family.
We didn't ask for much. We even paid some of their bills, sometimes to help out. They cleaned every day and used their food stamps to fill the house with food. In the midst of their crisis and living with us for free, they thought it would be a good idea to get pregnant again. Okay. One day, I sit down in my living room with Mike, Katie, and my fiance, and we're talking about the wedding and the bridal party, who's gonna do what and stand where, etc. My 2 best friends are obviously bridesmaids. Katie speaks up and says, I don't care as long as bridesmaid 2 doesn't walk with Mike. I don't like her. He can walk with bridesmaid 1. Okay. I didn't like that she started up telling me who I can have where in my wedding, and honestly, the way things lined up, Mike was going to be walking with bridesmaid 2. It wasn't intentional, but I'm not changing my wedding plans to make her more comfortable. Okay. To some degree, I can understand like not liking someone and not wanting someone to walk down the aisle with my husband. But like at the same time, like what is that? 10 seconds, 20 seconds out of my life? Yeah. I don't feel like that's a hill that I'm willing to die on, but anyways, I'll let you continue. Mike was and is still upset with my fiance for not making him best man and is now refusing to give a speech at the wedding or participate in any planning of the bachelor party, donating any money, or just helping in any way at all.
Okay, and?
Tale as old as time. A couple of months later, I get with my maid of honor and we're planning my bachelorette party in a town in Tennessee. None of us have money really like that, so I find it easier to just be a part of the planning to help budget and keep things cheap but fun. Small Airbnb, couple small bars, dancing, and a small shopping day. The trip itself is 2 nights. My brother-in-law comes up to me one day and says,
"Why are you having your bachelorette trip here? You know Katie isn't allowed to go there because of our history."
What?
Our history. She feels excluded and like you guys aren't really friends because of it. You should change the location. And gave me a list of locations his wife is allowed to go to.
Fuck.
I beg your finest pardon. Allowed? What do we mean by allowed? Like legally is she not allowed to go to this state or something? Or do you just not like it when she goes there, sir? For context, these two have tried to control every aspect of my wedding. Who stands where, who wears what, where the wedding is. Mike even tried to turn my wedding day into a music video shoot since we have the property rented and we should use it to the fullest extent before we leave at the end of the night. I said, I understand why you don't want her going there, but I don't really see how she considers us friends. He looked angry and asked me what I was talking about. I proceeded to bring up all the time she took my clothes without ever returning them after I asked, and if she's seen me wearing something of hers, she'll throw a tantrum until I took it off. How she tells me I need to submit to my fiance and have as many babies as he wants me to have. Okay, I have to say, I feel kind of sad for her. How when we worked together any day, I wasn't there, she would talk about how much money I owed them, talk bad about my parenting, and how she didn't like me and couldn't wait until I was out of her house for good. Okay, I almost felt bad for her there for a second. But like, let's unpack this for a second, because like, it kind of sounds like your brother-in-law is quite controlling. Maybe you're right. Maybe some of that is like coming off on her. But it kind of is hard to feel bad for some, like she's not like a shrinking violet, you know what I mean? Like she's not just like a battered housewife. She seems to be also participating in the general fury of this marriage. Anyways, he said regardless of that, I should be considerate and change the location of my bachelorette so she can attend. Sounds like he's used to pushing people around, including his wife. More context, we live 2 hours away from my family and 2 hours away from my fiance's family. Most of my bridal party will not be attending my bachelorette for that reason due to work and kids. My bachelorette party is going to be me, my maid of honor, one other bridesmaid, and just a couple friends that live in the same town as us. I told him their history is not my problem and I'm not ruining my good time and rearranging my whole wedding for them. I'm so confused as to what history you're talking about.
America's Most Wanted.
It's my wedding and I will have who I want where I want them. And I will have my bachelorette where I want to have it, especially considering I'm paying for most of it. Period. Stand on business.
Okay, period. Okay.
Period?
Period.
He shut up about it that night, but periodically keeps bringing it back up and trying to make me change it around to accommodate them. But I keep refusing, and my fiance refuses also, telling me to do what I want to do and not worry about anyone else. At this point, I'm ready to not even have her as a bridesmaid. She's only a bridesmaid out of obligation anyway, to be honest. Plus, my fiance has 8 groomsmen, and I only had 7 bridesmaids. I want my wedding to be aesthetically pleasing, so she's basically a filler anyway.
Well, why don't you tell us how you really feel?
But for the sake of my sanity, I'm willing to take the title away from her to remove any more obligations to include her in my bachelorette. To add, I'm not having it where it's planned to exclude her in any way, shape, or form. I've just never been to the town it's in, and I've heard great things. She grew up in the town over from it, so they're very close to each other. So, am I the a-hole for saying no, or should I just conform and change my party location? I think you know the answer to that, babes. Like, I understand that this is something that's causing a rift in your family, but like, it's clear that your brother-in-law is used to pushing people around. It's your wedding, it's your bachelorette at the end of the day, and like, I'm very, like, I wish you would be a little more forthcoming. Oh, there's more context. Oh, I see. Okay, so there's more context as to why she's not allowed in this town. So some background on how these two people are. My 1-year-old and their 1-year-old share a birthday. Not because of divine intervention, but when they learned my fiance and I were trying for a baby, they also started trying. They took over my gender reveal to have their own, took over my baby shower to have their own, as well as turned my son's first birthday party into a birthday party for their own. Mind you, the only guests at either celebration was my family and my fiance's family only, not anyone from their family, not any of their friends. My due date was Christmas and hers was before, about a week. So they scheduled their induction date for my due date.
Oh, hell no!
They're obsessed with you or whatever. I'm saying, this is weird. once they saw I wasn't in labor, yet intentionally missed their appointment and waited until I went into labor before going to their OB and being induced on the same day, giving birth 5 hours after me. What in the flying is this? What the This is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my life. Boulder Dash. Who are these people? They're weird. It's not just about them trying to control or determine what happens on my wedding day. It's about them refusing to let anyone have attention anywhere and making sure it's about them every day, all day, and everything they do. Honestly, I don't know how you're around these people. Like, this is like they're literally stealing your life. So, small update. A bunch of people in the comments are suggesting that you just demote them and have them be guests. They're not gonna like that, just FYI. So, OP is gonna speak to them about the change. We'll add an update after we talk. Update. My fiance and I spoke with them about everything and decided it would be best that they didn't participate in the wedding. We told them we would gladly still have them as guests, but any title of groomsman or bridesmaid was being taken due to obvious issues. They both got livid with us. I told you. I told you so.
Gotta deal with it, honey.
And began cursing and yelling, telling us how they deserve to be in our wedding and they won't come if they don't have their titles.
Oh no. Oh, please, no. Please come. It won't be the same without you.
Probably a good thing. We told them it was up to them whether or not they come, but we're not changing our minds. After more yelling, we left and have not heard from them at all. Mother-in-law and father-in-law have called us to tell us they agree with our decision and to ignore anything coming from brother-in-law and his wife. Well, good. So, commonly asked questions. She's not allowed in this town because she has a history of cheating on him with men she went to school with. Okay, that definitely adds some color. When I said nobody from their family showed up to baby shower and gender reveal, I meant her family. Nobody from her side showed up. And the people that did show up were only prepared for a baby shower gender reveal for us. But when they arrived, she showed up in a dress with a mom-to-be sash. And they both flipped their lid when they realized nobody got anything from that. Well, yeah. Something tells me, like, there's a reason why they don't have anybody attend these things. It kind of sounds like lots of people wouldn't want to be around them. Just saying, like, I don't want to be around them. They no longer live with OP, haven't for a month. They lived with us for 6 months for free. We lived with them for 5 years, and we were charged $1,200 a month for a 1-bedroom in their home. I had 5 to 6 bridesmaids when this started. My fiance had 8 groomsmen. So I asked a couple more girls since there would be balance at the ceremony and it wouldn't look uneven. I had my bridesmaid order decided before he decided to order his groomsmen, so technically he's the one who plays brother-in-law with bridesmaid too. They are the only couple in the bridal party, so it's not like I could pair everyone off that way to prevent issues. Yes, I could move the other bridesmaid she doesn't like, but I know if it was her wedding, she would not do the same for me. After the history, I'd be like, you, I'm not doing anything. Okay, I wouldn't buckle to these people at all. Like, they have single-handedly hijacked most of your life events in the past few years. I wouldn't compromise one bit for these people. In fact, I would make them uncomfortable and force them to not attend my wedding.
Taking beads where they've never been is fun. Whatever your imagination can come up.
If they're not trying to steal the shine in this way and they're already trying to push you around, imagine what they do on the actual day.
We decided to renew our vows today because since everybody's here. By the way, we're pregnant again!
Like, on your wedding day. Like, I'm dead serious. These people have a history of this. I wouldn't want these people near me in any way, shape, or form. And I understand their family, but like, just because you're family, that does not give you the right to push people around. So, am I the a-hole for not changing my bachelorette party location so my sister-in-law can attend? No, I would keep that location because she can't attend. This is a good thing. No, you're not the a-hole. Advice needed. I need advice. Attention-seeking cousin ruined my birthday and is planning to ruin my birthday party. Seems like we have a little bit of a theme for today's video. Ooh, love a theme party. My sister, who I'll just call Sis, and I just turned 30, both female. I wasn't there for this event as I was celebrating with my partner and friends, but since our birthday fell on the day of the Super Bowl, we are in the US, sadly.
My condolences.
My parents hosted some people at their house and had cake with my sister to wish her a happy birthday and all that jazz. My cousin, 27 female, who I will call Dana, is a hot mess. Express. The thing is, she used to be married and was the first one of the cousins, 9 in total, to get married. She's also the first to get divorced and is now with a guy who I'll call Gabe for a little less than a year. My immediate family theorizes that since Dana's brother Zane, fake name, is getting married in May, it's making Dana miss the spotlight. So, on the day of my and my sis's actual birthday, Dana made the announcement that she is 14 weeks pregnant, also sending our cousin group chat the same announcement, which was how I found out. My immediately family shared their worries about Dana wearing white to Zane's wedding, but now show up pregnant is a definite way to steal the spotlight.
People have their own lives.
Okay, I mean, interesting choice of timing to announce it. It's so weird how it's like, we have to wait, we have to make sure it's not on the same day. Like, listen, there are certain times where it's like, it's kind of hard to plan around all the special days of everybody else, right? Do I think that she could have chosen to announce it maybe the day after? Yeah, maybe. Sis texted me saying she felt hurt that not only was our birthday more or less put on the back burner for the Super Bowl, but now it's being overshadowed by a pregnancy announcement. While I wasn't there, I was mostly annoyed that Dana would choose a day meant for a birthday celebration and make it all about herself. She evidently started to hold her belly even though she wasn't even showing, and was getting princess pregnancy treatment, thus making the day more about her than sis. Okay. I mean, there is the thought that, like, the whole family was together, so maybe she... I don't know. Is it that deep? It might be that deep. You know your family better than I do. I don't know.
I will make you the villain of this story.
But let's continue. Now on to the main subject. Sis messaged me saying Dana told her she knew the gender of the baby and she plans on announcing it at the next family party, which would be celebrating our birthday. Dana wants to essentially hijack our birthday again and make the day about her and her baby. Just tell her no. Like, with someone like this, it's like, just tell her no, you know? Personally, I don't think anything will come of it since there's like 6 birthdays among my extended family, whose birthdays we're also celebrating that day, but still. The nerve to not only try to shift the attention away from 6 people and make it about yourself, but to pull one of the birthday people aside and let them know of the plan ahead of the time. She didn't even ask. The party's gonna be held at our parents' house. She just told sis that she's gonna do it. I really need advice on how to handle this. I've never been in a situation like this before. Our whole extended family has been drama-free thus far. I'm thinking about getting like a special 30th birthday tiara or something for me and sis to wear during the party, but I don't know. Any help or advice is appreciated. Here's the thing though, you're also celebrating like 6 other people's birthday on the same day, you know? I'm fully of the opinion that like family gatherings are like a fair place to want to like announce things like engagements or pregnancies or whatever. But like, I think maybe it doesn't have to be on the day where it's celebrating somebody else. Like, I was recently at a baby shower. I was sitting next to a woman who, you know, we were having a great time chatting away, like, but I noticed that she didn't order alcohol. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. I mean, I clocked it like right away. She got like non-alcoholic champagne or something like that. And we're just chatting and stuff. And I, you know, was also talking about starting a family, et cetera, et cetera. Don't get excited. We're just like thinking about it. And she quietly, you know, just because we were talking about it, said, you know, like, I'm actually pregnant right now. There was this moment of like, oh my God, that's so exciting. But it was quiet. Like, it was quiet. It was not her baby shower. It was not her place to announce anything. No one else at the baby shower, apart from the 2 people that we were sitting by, knew about it, and she wanted to keep it that way. And we all wanted to keep it that way because at the end of the day, that this was not her. Ow. Place or event to announce her own pregnancy. And it's also like, you know, she was early and like it kind of made sense to her to just sort of like, I think people wait until like the 2nd trimester. It's like quite normal to wait, but she did the guest of honor the courtesy of not making the day about herself. You know, like there was a moment where we say, oh my God, congratulations. But no, the day did not become about her, like in any way, shape, or form. If it's up to the guest of honor, like let's say you're a really gracious person and you don't mind sharing the spotlight, and you know, you heard about like someone else's pregnancy and it was your baby shower or something, and you took a moment out of your day to be like, and by the way, like I hear we also have like a few other examples of good news or what, I don't even know. The point is like if the guest of honor chooses to say, I also want to share this day, like let's take a moment to just be like, you know, a lot of other people are pregnant right now, and like this is, you know, this day isn't just about me, it's about you. You know what I mean? If the guest of honor chooses to share it, then it's fair. But I think it's social decorum. Have some social decorum with these things. It's impossible to plan around everybody's anniversaries, birthdays, you know, baby showers, all these things. But like, if the family gathering coincides with the celebration of somebody else, it's not an appropriate time to take that away from them. So, advice on how to handle it. I mean, first of all, like, I would send your cousin a text.
Communicate.
Maybe not you, maybe the person that she told, your sister, I'm guessing. Sister needs to reach out to Dana and be like, hey, like, honestly, we are so excited for your pregnancy and like, obviously so anxious to hear the gender, but I feel like I would be more comfortable if we waited for a day to announce the gender. Like maybe we can all throw like a gender reveal for you, or like maybe we can all get together like for not for drinks, but like, you know what I mean? Let's go for lunch or something like that, and like have a day where we go and celebrate you. Like I think I would be more comfortable if this day was about me and my sister. We haven't, you know, had a chance to celebrate together, and I would hope that you're okay with that. And if she still, you know, kind of does it anyway, then be mad. Okay, so this was another thing that I was wondering. OP asked, like, when your cousin announced her pregnancy, did she wish you guys a happy birthday? I'm curious about that, and OP had answered this. Because my memory's sporadic, I want to add, Sis is the type of person to be the first to wish someone a happy birthday in our cousin group chat. On our birthday date, nobody had said anything, which kind of stung. It wasn't until after Dana had made her pregnancy announcement that others started to congratulate her and also wish us a happy birthday. Kind of update. I've been loving all these petty ideas. I've read all the comments and I've been quite tickled by the replies. Ooh, maybe I should head down there. Head down into the comment section. There's only two things to do. One, make your birthday party a pub crawl and apologize to her for not being able to attend on the account of the baby. Two, go all out, theme your birthday something like horror movies or zombies versus wizards. Heavily encourage heavy makeup, people going all out. Tell them there'll be a prize for best dressed. If your cousin tries to do anything to hijack, any photos she takes will be of her surrounded by gory things trying to eat her and her stomach. That is very funny. That is so creative.
I like it. I like it. I like it.
Oh my goodness, that is very, very funny. I really enjoy that. I mean, okay, that is like very funny. That is a funny way to go about it. I was like, okay, let's just like communicate our feelings, but like me, right? You could also do it like that. Sometimes it doesn't really help to communicate our feelings. Maybe it makes sense to do the petty thing.
Petty girl.
Get the tiaras, but set them aside. Then at the beginning of the party, announce in a wine glass tapping dramatic way. Ding, 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 ding. Dana told Sis she wants to do the gender reveal today at our birthday party. So over to you, Dana. Ooh. Hand her a mic even. Then after she does it, snatch that mic back and announce, now back to why we're here. Present each other with birthday tiaras, party back on, yay. And I would even do a final flourish with party poppers over each other's heads while the cake gets wheeled in by mom, all lit with candles. The whole shebang. To be extra petty, cut an extra big slice for Dana, exclaiming, here's an extra big one for you, seeing how you're eating for two. Oof, you guys, Jesus. Some people are saying announce it before her, find out what the gender is, announce it before her, ruin it for her. I don't know. I kind of like the idea. I kind of like the either like the pub crawl, but like she could still go, you know, like you can be pregnant and still go to a pub crawl, just not drink. I like the like theme party thing. That's very funny.
Why not both?
I feel like having a theme party is a really good way to, you know, not only have it be probably something that she won't want pictures of as her gender reveal, but like people are going to be so focused on like the theme and that they'll probably not really give her that much attention over it. I don't know. I'm still a fan of communicating it.
Like an adult.
And if she still refuses, then do the either of those options, I think. I've gotten the chance to talk to Sis and our mother about it. Sis is wanting to let it go, be grumbly, that Dana decided to overshadow her birthday again by making another pregnancy announcement as well as announcing the gender of the baby. Sis says that while she's hurt, she'd rather take it on the chin and let Dana steal the spotlight in this instance rather than at the weddings. But she'll be visibly pregnant, so she'll probably be stealing the spotlight anyway.
Hey!
Let's also come to terms with the fact that
Steven
Universe. For your wedding, I had several pregnant women at my wedding. It ain't no thing, okay? That day is gonna be about you, make no mistake. Our mom said that our grandparents are excited about the announcement, and mom was kind of guilted into going along with it. Be the bigger person, blah blah blah. I also predict the announcement will be made at the start of the shindig, and then we'll divide into grown-ups and kids. Cousins like to hang out together rather than strictly with the parents, with the grown-ups being the ones to mostly fawn over Dana. Ugh, this is super annoying, and like, I don't know, I'm still
like
of
when
the
they try to
opinion
steal my
that, like,
stars when I ain't
maybe
got
there's
none.
a petty way if she does announce it to just be like, okay, well, let's do presents, you know? Can we get the cake going? Like, just to like divert the attention back to you guys. I don't know, it kind of just sounds like she's just that type of person, and believe me, there's lots of those types of people. We've literally done an entire video on it, many videos on it. I still think that talking to her would be good, but maybe a few petty comments wouldn't be the worst idea ever. Am I the a-hole for accidentally telling my parents about my sister's pregnancy because I was tired of keeping the secret? Go on. I, 24 female, have a younger sister, 21 female. We're not really close, but we're not enemies either. We always had a competitive sibling dynamic. About 2 months ago, she told me she was pregnant. It wasn't planned, and she was freaking out about how our parents would react. They're pretty traditional and can be judgmental. She made me promise not to tell anyone. Like, full, you cannot say a word until I'm ready, serious. I agreed, but I was hesitant about it. She still lives at home, and I visit my parents pretty often. My mom kept making comments to me about how my sister has been moody and gaining weight, and asked if I knew what was going on. Every time I had to pretend I didn't. I'm starting to get tired of keeping this up quickly. I also felt weirdly left out of everything. She wouldn't update me much, but expected me to cover for her constantly. I was lying to keep her cover, but I had no idea what was going on, and I felt used. Yeah, she definitely should not have told you. And like, I feel like your mom knows what's going on. Like, I'm sorry, but like,
My mother knows.
moody, gaining weight, like she knows what's going on. Like, you're not drinking. Like, I'm gonna be like, when I choose to have a child,
Boom. A child.
it's gonna be so obvious, because like, I am not the type of person to say no to a margarita. I'm literally just not. Like, I might take, you know, a month off of drinking here and there for my mental health, for, you know, like, because I have like fitness goals or something, but like, it is very unlike me to say no to a drink. And for those of you who are a little worried about me, just so you know, like, I don't drink like at home. Like, I don't like drink wine. Like, we actually have so much liquor that people have given us over like the last year, because we got engaged and married, and like, we have so much liquor because we literally do not drink at home. So like, just FYI, at social functions, I am known to say yes. With that being said, me saying no, they're gonna know. Last weekend, my mom directly asked me if my sister was pregnant. I hesitated and finally gave in. I think you should talk to her. I told you she knew. Which obviously confirmed it. My mom confronted her immediately. It turned into a huge blow-up fight. My sister is furious and said I betrayed her and stole the chance for her to tell them on her own terms. Hold on though, because like, no, like, you did kind of confirm it, but like, only because you were forced to lie about it again and again. And I don't think you would have confirmed it if your mom didn't already guess. I told her I didn't outright say she was pregnant, I just didn't deny it. And honestly, I was tired of carrying the secret around my parents. She says I made it about me because I was uncomfortable for a few weeks while she's been dealing with something life-changing. Now she won't answer any of my texts. Part of me feels guilty because I did promise, but another part of me feels like I shouldn't have been put in that position in the first place. I think your mom was gonna know. Like, I think it's obvious. There's so many hormonal changes. Like, you look different when you're pregnant. Like, you just You just do. I do agree with your sister that like this was something that she told you in confidence and stuff, but like I get where she's coming from as well, but I don't think it's fair to like ask people to lie for you for like extended periods of time. It's also not the type of thing that you can hide from.
Boo boo, bedtime.
You cannot
Brush your
hide
teeth.
the
Use your
You just
puffer.
can't. I just I swear the minute I gain like 10 pounds, everyone's like, "Are you pregnant? I see a pouch." I'm like, "No, babe, I just have fat." It's just, yeah, it's just a hard thing to hide. That being said, I do kind of understand where your sister's coming from. I think it was kind of getting to the point where she should have told her herself. Then again, it's not really up to you. Could you have lied to your mom? Yes. But I think that you could have also, like, maybe just said, I don't know, like just play dumb, right? And then maybe gone to your sister and been like, by the way, like mom, she seems to know, like I kept your secret but like I'm feeling uncomfortable with like how long I'm being forced to keep this secret. Mom's asking me questions. I'm being forced to lie for you. You should tell our mom. I think I would have preferred that. I'm just saying. Still love you though. So people in the comments are saying, I was ready to vote the other way, but then you got to how you told your mom and she knew. Clearly, it was becoming increasingly obvious. It had been 2 months. The changes were apparently noticeable. If you had told your mom no, she probably would have known you were lying, and that wouldn't do anyone any good. So I have to say, not the a-hole. I understand why your sister is mad, but it's kind of on her. 2 months is too long to keep it going under those circumstances. But that doesn't make her an a-hole. It just makes her someone who failed to figure out an effective plan in a reasonable amount of time before it would be obvious. Maybe the parents are a-holes for being judgmental, but I can't confidently say that in this situation with the information that I have. Okay, I agree there. I actually don't feel like the sister's the a-hole either. I think that she has a right to tell her parents on her own time. I don't think that you were an a-hole. I just kind of wish that
Yellow
you had done
diamond
better.
and Hessenite.
Agreed.
Come
2 weeks,
on.
sure. You could have kept the secret. 2 months. Sis will be showing pretty soon, so the jig will be up. She roped OP in and then made it their problem. OP responded, this is how I feel. I just don't understand what her game plan was to do. I kept it for as long as myself I could. I'm human. I'm not a liar. Okay, I get that. I do get that. Promising to keep a secret isn't the same as promising to lie to cover it up. Not the a-hole. There's a lot of emotions and stress about this pregnancy, and I'm sure it's just being directed at OP. But OP, you did nothing wrong. You did not tell your mom she was pregnant. Your mom already thought she was because your sister behavior suggested it. You didn't give it away. She did. Yeah. No, I would agree with that. She's definitely directing her anger toward you. I don't think you're the a-hole. I don't know if she's the a-hole either, honestly. It was just an unfortunate situation.
I gotta go.
Could you have
sure
sort
Alice
of
comes
like
to bed.
said to your mom, like, oh, I'm not sure, I don't know. And then like gone to your sister and been like, by the way, like, I think mom knows. Like, I didn't tell her, but like she came to me and said this, like, you should probably tell her soon. And like, if you want me to help you find a way to tell her, let's do that. My personal opinion. Not the a-hole, but could have handled it a little differently, if I may say so. That's the end of the video. Thanks for watching. Subscribe! These revenge stories deserve an Oscar. Compilation.
Sweet revenge.
A standing ovation for these petty revenge stories. Cousins wanted money after their father died, but are getting slapped with reality instead. Oh, goody. This is the first post I've ever made, but I love hearing these stories until it started happening to me. I apologize if this is a long story. Never apologize. I like them long. I like them chunky. It has now turned into a drama worse than a telenova and K-drama combined. And I thought all my fellow petty potatoes would appreciate this story. My uncle, 68 years old, was diagnosed with colon cancer about a year ago. I'm very sorry to hear. And this past month has been bedridden. My aunt, 64, has been taking really good care of him, despite being mostly blind, having onset Alzheimer's, and shaking due to other neurological issues. My cousins, Kevin, 34, and Karen, 30, in the meantime have been draining their parents' bank accounts, overdrawing them, and even making my aunt drain the rest of her 401k to buy a car for Karen. My aunt and uncle's bills are now months behind, and now utilities and phones are being shut off. Okay, I mean, like, are your cousins doing anything to help with your uncle and his health issues? I'm just curious. Aunt finally calls her two sisters, B and Lynn, to see if they could help because she felt like she was drowning. B and Lynn discovered the overwhelming pigsty Aunt has been living in. Oh my god, how are you not embarrassed? Her fridge was empty and Kevin, who is living with them, was not helping with the cleaning or the bills. But he was helping send their bank accounts into a high negative while complaining that his mother doesn't help around the apartment. I always find it interesting how people behave when there's like health issues and pending looming possibilities that there might be a death in the family. It says a lot. B and Lynn, on the other hand, cleaned the apartment over the span of 2 weeks. That's how filthy it was, and paid most of their bills, spending over $2,000 each. They filled their fridge with food and cooked meals for Aunt, Uncle, and Kevin. I mean, realistically, that's what you should be doing, like all the time. Not just, you know, when people need help, but you should be showing up. 1 week ago, Uncle fell into a coma, and the doctors told family to keep giving him medicine to be comfortable until he passes. And here is where starts to hit the fan. Karen starts telling Aunt that she's owed $42,000. For what? Because that is the amount Karen gave to Aunt and Uncle to help them with bills. This is why I didn't have the wedding I originally wanted, and hit her mother, causing a black eye. Oh geez. Kevin decided to take out several payday loans over the course of a year and tells his mother that she owes him money because he had to get the loans for them. I mean, how are their parents in such disrepair if they really had to take out this amount of money? He owes more than $30,000. Aunt was distraught with her children and the thought of losing her husband and calls me, her niece, 35, to see if I can help her. I visit, see the state of my uncle in a coma, hear what my cousins are doing, and decided, with the help of my mother B, to start filing all the legal paperwork to become the power of attorney, living trust, living will, and executor of the will. Essentially being fully in control of my aunt's life, finances, and being in charge of how she lives the rest of her life, and how she wants her things and money distributed after passing.
Better call Saul.
Fun part is, Kevin and Karen don't know about this because Aunt doesn't want them to know yet. You know what this means? Yeah, moving.
Oh, I need the thing in the jig.
Since I appreciate my aunt wanting to tell them at the opportune moment, I made sure to call Adult Protective Services on Karen for hitting my aunt, and Kevin and Karen for elder financial abuse. Unfortunately, Uncle lost his battle to cancer this past Friday, November 1st. Oh, that's sad. My condolences, I'm sorry to hear. And not even an hour after his death, let me guess.
Hello? Where's my money?
We should have no expectations of our parents and grandparents to leave us any money if we don't have a good relationship with them and if we take advantage of them. Not even an hour after his death, Kevin and Karen are asking about Uncle's 401k and his life insurance policy. Karen was screaming at Aunt, saying that she's entitled to this money along with Kevin. You're not entitled to my love. God, the buzzards circling. Ugh, terrifying. I, on the other hand, am amping up my protective petty self and found out that Karen's car is actually under Aunt's name, and have filed a report to the police to go get my aunt's car because it was illegally taken. I already have a buyer in the car in as-is condition. I told another family member to take my uncle's car and sell it for my aunt to help with the money issue she has right now. My family and I are going to be moving Aunt away from her toxic children, but I'll have to give an update later on that. This Friday, November 8th, is when I get to tell Kevin and Karen that they aren't getting any money. And I'm going to start a lawsuit against them if they look at, access, or try to use Aunt's bank account again. I feel bad for not knowing Aunt has been treated to this abominable behavior before, but I get to make sure that she's taken care of from now on. I will probably update this weekend to let everyone know who's interested what happens.
I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I kind of want to know.
Is it bad that I really want to know?
Just give me the tea.
My petty sitting over here just dying for the petty filth to be read to these entitled... Okay, cool. So we all feel the same way. Got it. I would pay good money to see the look on their faces, but I will settle for an update instead. On Friday, November 8th, Kevin and Karen decided they weren't available to meet. So Aunt, my mom B, her sister, my other Aunt Lynn, and Lynn's daughter Alice started calling all the bill companies, insurance companies, and all the different accounts Uncle had before passing. I even called the credit bureau to see if anything surprising was opened under Uncle's name or Aunt's name. Fortunately, nothing was a surprise and all the accounts were accounted for on our end. Unfortunately, due to unforeseen circumstances, there is a delay in getting the death certificate and filing his life insurance because of the people at Uncle's company being on vacation and unable to file the claims and paperwork. So we'll have to wait a little longer to schedule his funeral. On Saturday, November 9th, I was able to meet Kevin at a public place with Alice right across the street if I needed her. Ooh, you got backup, eh? Nice.
I'm your backup.
And I told him that I'm now in charge of his mother's accounts, living trust, living will, and basically everything in her life. He shocked me by being docile the entire time I was talking. Docile? That's unexpected. Kind of disappointing. I was hoping he would be angry. Damn.
Definitely fishy.
He and I were as close as siblings for the first 18 years of our lives, but drifted apart due to me going to college and both of us starting our own lives. I told him that he really messed up here, and I'm not going to allow this behavior anymore. I also told him I have no qualms calling Adult Protective Services or the police on him or his sister if their behaviors do not straighten up. He surprised me again by telling me that he needs to change his spending habits and attitude. Oh, that's good. And is starting to understand that everything he was doing was uncalled for. He even understood why he wasn't getting any money. Now, I wasn't born yesterday. Oh, plot twist. Okay. What does that mean? Is he moving in the shadows too? So I heard what he was saying and will hope for the best where Kevin is concerned, but plan for the worst. Honestly, I'm prepared for a little delayed pettiness on Kevin's behalf. Since Karen was not able to be there, I told Kevin to get Karen on the phone and put it on speaker since we were outside a coffee shop. Kevin started to say I was in charge of their mother's accounts, and Karen interrupted and started yelling,
How dare you steal that car, Ron Weasley?
No, that's not what she said. How dare you take away my money from me? Those are my accounts and I deserve nothing. You deserve nothing. I took Kevin's phone and hung up on her. She tried to call back several times, but I declined all the calls. She finally gave up after about 5 minutes. I told Kevin it's now up to him to relay the basic information to Karen. And if she wants to call me and speak to me like an adult, to give her my phone number. I knew this was not the end, but it felt good hanging up on her several times.
So satisfying.
Now for the last piece of drama for today. Today, the Social Security check went through for my aunt's account, and for whatever reason, my uncle's check from October went to his account instead of aunt's. Before we could go to the bank to see what we needed to do to transfer the funds, someone accessed uncle's account and tried to withdraw all the funds. Well, that's stupid. Yeah, it looks like you gotta sue some people. Luckily, we froze his account with the bank and we attempted to ask who tried to take the money out of his account. The bank said until they have the death certificate, they can't release any information to us. I called Kevin and hinted that someone tried to hack into uncle's account and steal money. He sounded genuinely shocked, and even checked his own account to see if anyone tried to also get into his account. I asked him for Karen's number and called her, where I also hinted the same to her. She started the call sounding arrogant, and I started talking about how concerned I was about everything that's happening, and I'm gonna tell the bank to call the police so we can file charges. Her voice started to shake when I mentioned getting the police involved because the bank said they would release the information to me when a death certificate is provided. She was like, oh, yeah, you should do that. Then I reminded her that stealing from the bank is a federal crime. And I hope they add on the charges of financial elderly abuse on top of the federal charge. It took a while for her to answer, but her voice was shaking even more than before. I asked how her husband was getting along in the Navy and asked after her newborn baby girl, but she suddenly had to hang up the phone. At this point, I don't think anything she can or will do is going to surprise me, but I'm looking forward to making that final decision to get the police involved. That was, how you say, oddly satisfying. Not even oddly, just plain satisfying. It's funny how when there are deaths in the family, that it really just brings out the worst in people. Even before there's a death in the family, you can start to see the buzzards circling a little bit. The idea of being like somewhat happy about your parents passing away because you're gonna get something out of it is so fucked up. Well done on protecting your aunt and uncle, my dear. Let this serve as a lesson to any buzzards who want to circle around their vulnerable parents. I got my entire team fired accidentally. Accidentally? Including our manager. I, female 28, got my entire team fired accidentally. It was kind of intentionally unintentional thing that happened, and even I got caught off guard. Let me give you some context. I'm working in a very specialized field under a huge company and had been in the team for over a year when our manager resigned. Then the company decided to add more people on our department, including the manager. This team that were hired were placed under our care to train them on all processes. We have tons of processes that I could barely believe that I managed to master everything. We did our best, but one specific new hire, we'll call her Morgan, kept on disagreeing with everything we teach her. Hence, we eventually stopped talking to her and let her be. If she gets in trouble, her fault, we won't help her out of it. I always find it funny when like you could be considered like an expert in something and a novice will come in, essentially tell you that you're wrong at something that you have much more experience in.
Are you new here?
I always like to watch those people fall on their face. It's so satisfying. We've escalated this matter to the new manager, let's call her Anna, but she kept brushing it off, saying that Morgan's just too knowledgeable, that she wanted to help us learn based on her 18 years of experience in the field. No, she's basically picking a fight with anyone who disagrees with her, but whatever. Oh, okay, so she does have experience. She's just in a new job where she doesn't know everything, and she's just picking a fight with everyone. Interesting. Okay, ignore me.
Bring it on.
We let it go and move on. I thought that was the hardest part of having them on the team. Well, I can't be more mistaken. These new hires, together with Anna, find a way to add extra hours, overtime pay on our system, and we don't get questioned. As what I mentioned, since we are on the specialized field, our positions are quite important to the entire company. So we're not getting too many questions whenever we have a huge submission of extra hours. I didn't agree with the idea when it was mentioned to me in a meeting. I questioned the funds and told Anna that I want out of it as I don't want to get involved in a shady heist. Apart from it is basically illegal. Yes, time theft is at the very least cause to get fired. I don't want to risk my name and principal over a few $1,000. It's just not worth it. I mean, you might get the few $1,000 in the short term, but the long term, not so much. We proceeded just to work as usual. Anna spoke with me and mentioned that one of my colleagues, let's name him Rio, told her it was my idea to not follow the group plan. I was surprised to say the least, as I just spoke with Rio and he didn't mention anything to me. This is where she fucked up. Rio and I have this friendship that is hardly obvious with the rest of the group. We usually just banter with each other on group meetings, so some of them thought we were at odds, which isn't true. That is why we exchanged screenshots and realized that Anna was trying to make us fight each other by telling us lies, basically. Since we already had the idea who spreads lies and I hated drama, I started distancing myself from the team and Rio did the same. We tried to work properly despite all of this happening in the background. Then the performance rating came. We were called into a meeting one by one to discuss our performance, to which will be the basis of our yearly salary increase. And guess what mine was? Apparently, I was failing it. Right, because you're not falsely inflating your work hours. Or is there someone meddling behind your back? The category, which gave me an almost 0 rating? Camaraderie?
Why don't you join it?
Oh, so because you don't want to participate in their little sham, they are trying to get rid of you, honestly. You guessed it, Rio had the same rating. So in the fit of my rage, I created a very short email saying to investigate the entire team because there's something illegal happening. Using a throwaway mail that I created and schedule sent it to the upper management. It was a fairly new email that had a bunch of numbers as its name, so it could be considered a spam email. Or so I thought. That wasn't accidental, babe. You did that on purpose. A few months after this incident, I hardly interact with the rest of the team, the same as before. But I still need the job, so I stayed and just want to finish the year and then I would quit. But something huge happened. The company suddenly announced hiring an additional 12 people for our team. We thought they were just expanding, but
oh no.
You're right again. My entire team of more than 10 people got fired all together and only me and Rio were retained. Shock was an understatement. I mean, I'm surprised. It took them months to figure this out. We were so confused because it was so sudden. They were called by the HR team and they were fired. We had no idea what happened in between, but me and Rio basically carried the entire team's work and had to push through even though we were blindsided. We had to train the newbies again. After a few days, I got a call from the senior director himself, and apparently they confirmed they received an email that stated to investigate the entire team as something illegal was happening. Sound familiar? Yep. I guess it's mine. I never confirmed it, but I got the feeling it was the one I sent months ago. They checked all our records and only me and Rio were clean. We were offered managerial posts, but we both declined as we didn't want any more drama for the meantime. Needless to say, that was one of the pettiest unintentional revenges I have ever made. You didn't necessarily act out of turn. All you did was simply alert your boss and upper management that there was something fishy going on. And the weird thing is like maybe you wouldn't have done that if they didn't also try to get you fired.
She's not a team player. She doesn't play with us.
Is that what camaraderie is?
That's just teamwork.
I kept a present for years for petty revenge. We played the long game, didn't we, darling? Hi, Charlotte. Hi. My partner and I always watch your videos on YouTube. I binge them while crocheting. Crochet! English is not my first language, so excuse the grammatical errors. You are excused, my dear. I, female 25, have always been overweight. My parents spent years obsessing about my weight and appearance and were always mentioning it. At some point, my mom said, if you're happy with the way you are, we will stop talking about it. I told her I was, to which she responded, you really believe yourself when saying that? My brother, male 23, grew up with this toxic behavior toward me. So he got taught this behavior and made these kinds of comments as well. This resulted in a bad relationship between us two. For my 16th birthday, my brother gifted me a weight loss cooking book. Oh, hell no. Absolutely not. It's not gonna do what you think it's gonna do, okay? That's just a slap in the face. She's happy with the way that she is. Leave her alone. My mom thought it was a thoughtful gift and made some nasty comments as well. I never took the book out of the plastic and kept it in the closet. Let me guess. They gained weight too. This is why you really gotta keep your body shaming remarks to yourself. Cause guess what? We all gonna get fat and ugly one day, including you, including me. I'm already fat and ugly. I moved out of their house when I was 20 and took the cooking book with me. Since moving out, I've been working on myself and got supported by my partner. I've lost 50 kilograms and my parents finally treat me normally, even though I still get comments sometimes. Well, listen, babe, I'm glad that you came to the conclusion on your own. Honestly, when people tell me to do something I don't want to do, like, I just want to do the exact opposite just to spite them. Making nasty comments is not how you get people to do what you want. My parents moved to a new home after I moved. Since the move, my brother gained a lot of weight. He was always tall and slim, got really chunky, and got a big belly, which he calls a beer belly. He also slacked on working out for a while. You see? Careful. Oh God, this is so satisfying. On my brother's last birthday, I wrapped his thoughtful gift and returned it, stating, I thought you might need it now. My brother pretended not to know he gifted this to me and put it away quickly with a shrug. My mom asked me where I got it, to which I replied in front of my whole family, it was my 16th birthday gift from my brother. She also pretended not to know what I was talking about. Gifting it back was a little victory for me. My aunt screaming, I love this. This is such a move for you. While laughing hysterically made it even more satisfying. This is why you shut the fuck up. Other people's bodies are none of your business. Worry about yourself. The call is coming from inside the house. My roommate sent me a condescending checklist and then lost her mind when I stood up for myself. I love that this says trigger warning, entitlement. I am very triggered by entitlement. Thank you for the warning. I, female 22, live with a roommate, female 27, who frankly barely cleans. I'm the one who's constantly wiping counters, taking out the trash, doing dishes, cleaning up after her dog when she doesn't, all while working full time and trying to keep the peace. I don't nitpick, I don't complain every time I clean something up. I just try to do my part and sometimes hers so the place stays livable. I've always had this mentality too. I had a bunch of roommate situations. I lived with roommates for a very, very long time. I left my home like with my parents at a young age. And I always just felt like, and listen, not everybody feels this way, but I would rather the home be clean and everybody do their part and everybody feel good about doing their part because everyone else is doing their part than to have like a checklist and like, you know, one person does this, one person does that. To me, it's a better living situation for everyone if everyone just pitches in whenever they can. I feel like you should have the mentality that when you are sharing a space with someone else, and this crosses over to like relationships and when you're living with your significant other, what was I saying? Everybody pitches in and everybody maintains the place and keeps it clean. You should want to keep your space clean for other people. You should not want to disadvantage or inconvenience people by leaving a mess. And they should feel the same toward you.
Don't be gross.
So the one time my roommate finally decides to clean, and by clean, I mean wipe the stove and toss out some trash, she texts me this long message while I'm at work. Oh, interesting. Okay, so the one time she does clean, now she's like, well, I clean for you.
I said give me compliments.
Not to have a conversation, but to give me a passive-aggressive list of reminders about wiping the stove after I use it, putting my drinks away, emptying the dishwasher before she needs it, and sticking to some decor-only counter rule that she mentioned once forever ago, like it was a binding contract.
I begin to explore the island. gathering resources, uncovering secrets hidden in the jungle and ruins.
Okay.
With every step, I grow stronger. With every
Can't
discovery,
go any further,
I
I
learn
guess.
how to survive. I build shelter from the wreckage. I craft tools with my own hands.
It's interesting that she did not clock all of the things that you did and is now holding it against you when you didn't do it one time and she had to do it. You know what I would do in this situation because I'm petty? If she's not aware of how much work you put in, I would literally just stop putting in the work so she sees exactly how much you're doing. What's gonna happen when you leave? The place is gonna fall apart.
Please don't tell anyone how I live.
She even made a weird point to say she cleaned out the quote oil and asparagus in the trash, like that was some noble act that needed public acknowledgement. This is why I don't like bringing problems, because a lot of the time people just sort of react defensively and they're like, well, you didn't do that. And more often than not, it's kind of just like projection, right?
You're projecting.
The message was condescending and honestly caught me off guard. I told her I got the message, and while I understood being overwhelmed, the delivery was unnecessary. I reminded her that I have been pulling my weight and cleaning up after her and her dogs more than she probably realizes. I said if we're gonna start keeping tabs, I'll stop cleaning up her messes too. I also said her burnout isn't mine to carry, that we both live here and that I shouldn't have to walk on eggshells or be guilt tripped just because I'm in the same space. She came back defensive, accusing me of overreacting, saying she was just asking me to pick up after myself. I mean, if the shoe fits, maybe you should do that too, Bessie. Then we ended up fighting in person, where she kept gaslighting me, telling me I was delusional and twisting everything I said. I snapped at her and called her a bitch. Not proud of it, that crossed the line, and I owned it. I sent her a respectful apology for the name calling, and I told her I shouldn't have said that, but I stood by the boundary I was setting. I let her know that I wasn't gonna keep going in circles, and that all I wanted was for us to live respectfully and decently, nothing more. Her response? You f***ed up real bad. You're gonna wanna bite your tongue next time, girl. You extremely crossed the line beyond my boundaries. Keep your apology and stick it up your butt. Delusional B word. Don't stop going to therapy either. Whoa, 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 whoa. Absolutely not. So that's where we are now. I guess I struck a nerve. You absolutely struck a nerve. There's also a downfall to like doing the most for other people. Number one, they don't appreciate it or don't even realize that you're doing it. And number two, they might resent you for it. I've been trying to be the adult, do my share, and not make everything a thing. But the one time I speak up and set a boundary, I'm suddenly the problem. She acts like I'm a monster for reacting to her disrespect when all I've been doing is trying to live peacefully in a space we both pay for. I'm tired of walking on eggshells around people who can dish it but lose their mind when it's handed back to them. I'm not perfect, but I've been fair. I've tried, and now I'm just done. Thanks for letting me get that out. Oh, you're welcome. And how long do you have left on the lease? Okay, so people are kind of saying in the comments you should probably find a new place to live. OOP says her lease ends soon, and she already has her next apartment in mind. Good. She threatened to end the lease now, but I can't afford it, and I'm not sure if she can either. Another person responds, that's why you're already planning to part ways. She can't deal with mild abandonment issues, so she picked a fight and dug in as hard as she could. It's hard to know the psychology behind some of these outbursts when you're sharing a space with other people. Maybe she just wanted to make you feel like you were the problem. Who knows?
Maybe she's just a raging bitch.
So we do have an update. A couple of days after the fight with my roommate, where she disrespected me after I apologized. Yeah, she totally did. You apologized for using that language, and then she responded to your apology by using the same language you used. In a more like kind of disrespectful and threatening manner, I may add. Not demure, not mindful. I slowly started moving stuff back into my room. One of those things was my Snapware Pyrex set from Costco. I had originally let her use it, but it's mine, and I always intended to take it with me when I moved out. Ooh, she's getting petty. I love it. Anyways, I found one of them in the fridge with some soggy chicken that had clearly been sitting there for days. It looked gross, so I tossed it. When she got home and realized I threw away her food, she got super mad and started loudly talking crap about me on the phone to whoever she was talking to. I ignored it and just went to bed. The next morning while I was showering and getting ready, she starts yelling at me, asking where the trash bags are. I asked which ones, because I thought I had bought the last pack, and there's no way we had finished them. She starts gaslighting me, saying they were hers from the shop, whatever that means. Jeez. I was too tired for drama, so I just gave her the trash bags and I told her not to use my stuff anymore. She flipped and said I was unbearable to live with and that I should just leave, and she wanted me gone. Or you could leave. So I said, fine, you know what? I'll leave. Later that day, I went to the leasing office to explain the situation. They gave us 3 options. 1, we both transfer to separate units. 2, we break the lease early. 3, I drop my name from the lease, pay a fee, and she shows proof, pay stubs, that she can afford the rent on her own. Later that night, she texted me asking, do you want to leave or do you want me to? I said, I'll leave. I told the leasing office and asked them to follow up with her for the pay stub so we could move forward. That same day, I went to tour an apartment I'd been eyeing. It was the exact unit I wanted and I applied immediately. Fast forward to today and I got approved. I'm moving in tomorrow. Yay! But here's where it gets messy again. Let me guess, she didn't realize the consequences of you moving out? Typical. A few days ago, I asked the leasing office if they'd received her pay stubs. They said no. Shocking, coming from someone who's very disorganized and messy. Even though they'd asked her 3 times, she kept saying she'd email them. She never did. So today I texted her again, letting her know I'm moving out and the leasing office still needs her pay stubs. She responds, I can't. I asked, what do you mean you can't? She says she can't send them or she can't afford it, which she never expressed that she couldn't afford it. Okay, then why you be acting like this, bestie? This is a whole lot of entitlement for someone who can't even afford a place on her own. The basic standard for living with people is to, number 1, not make the situation stressful for others, and number 2, pick up after yourself. You're not gonna find a roommate, or if you did, they'd also be a slob and you'd be living in a pigsty. You're not gonna find a roommate that's okay with these kinds of living conditions. I honestly still don't know what she meant. I reminded her that this was the option she agreed to, and if she wanted to stay, this is what needed to happen. I told her again, I'm moving out. If you want to stay here, that's on you. Then she says, let's just break the lease then. I told her again, I can't afford that, which is why we agreed I'd just leave and she'd stay. She responds, I don't care about ruining my credit. Okay, you might not care, but other people might. I left her undelivered after that. Then 30 minutes later, she goes, I guess I'll have to leave too then. Okay. It's interesting that she's like asking you for help and for you to change the plan after being such a jerk to you. You don't have the bargaining chips right now, bestie. The ball is not in your court. I honestly don't know if she's just being petty, playing games, or genuinely doesn't understand the situation. I mean, I wouldn't put it past her. She doesn't seem like the brightest crayon in the box.
Burn.
Tomorrow, I'm going back to the leasing office to sort it all out once and for all. I feel stuck and frustrated, but I'm also so ready to get out of this toxic situation. Honestly, it doesn't really seem like your problem anymore, bestie. I feel like I've told this story before, but I had a roommate once that like refused to do dishes. And then one time I just like stopped doing them because I'm like, I'm not gonna do this anymore. Like I'm clearly the only person doing it. And then so it got so out of control, like the dishes were overflowing and smelly. I actually heard her once. She came in the door and blamed me. She was talking to another person. She was blaming me for not doing the dishes. And I was like, wow, okay. We were actually best friends before this, and like I barely talk to her now. Haven't spoken to her in like 10 years. So yeah, she blamed me for her pileup of dirty dishes, and then when it came time for her to actually do the dishes, instead of doing them, she just threw them out.
Who does that?
If you were ever confused about who the lazy person in that scenario was, there's your answer. Am I the a-hole for ending a friendship after my roommate licked my food? I, 26 female, have been living with 2 roommates, Natalie, 24 female, and Heather, 24 female, for over 3 years now. In October of 2024, Natalie and I had an argument over small things I'd done months before, like leaving my clothes in the dryer too long, cleaning up later in the day after baking, or telling Heather that a joke she made hurt Natalie's feelings. She was really angry, and I apologized profusely, saying I'd work on everything. She is one to hold grudges. She does it with everyone and explodes months later. She can be condescending and often stoops to name-calling or making things personal. I love my friends, and I hate hurting them in any way. I wanted to work to be better, and I thought she did too. Fast forward to November. She got mad at me again. This time for leaving the stove on while finishing up making pancakes for the house. She told me, "You can't keep making mistakes like this." I finally snapped. You know what? Just enjoy the pancakes. And I sat down. She stormed off. So wait, you did her a favor and you did something nice by making her breakfast, and instead of thanking you, she fixated on what you did wrong?
What is your logic?
No, this whole like getting mad at people and expecting apologies thing is her way of controlling. I'm one for apologizing. It keeps the peace, it's whatever. It's supposed to make things easier for everyone, and oftentimes when both people apologize for how they could have handled a situation better, your friendship ends up in a better spot. But I do know people who get mad for very irrational reasons, almost like as if they want me to be the villain, and they've already had this preconceived notion of me being not a good friend. they just get mad over little things that are miscommunications, and then when I try to like talk to them about it and explain that no, that's not what I mean at all, I want to like work this out, they refuse to communicate. It's a control thing. I guarantee you it's a control thing. I went to talk to her later, saying we both needed to speak to each other with more respect. Her response threw me a bit. Well, now my plan for revenge feels kind of dumb. I beg your finest pardon. I asked what she meant, thinking, hoping it was a joke, and she casually admitted she'd been trying to figure out something she could put on my pancakes to make me sick. Oh, that's kind of illegal. She remembered my allergy, latex. But when that wasn't an option, she tried to think of something in the house that could make me ill. Medication, poison, specifically mentioning arsenic. Oh, hell no, you live with a whole murderer. Then she brushed it off with, it's fine, I wasn't actually going to do it. I just wanted to fantasize a little, I guess. Hey man, that's messed up. I'd be scared for my life. I told my other roommate, obviously. I told my therapist. I told my dad. More than anything, I was scared. My friend, the person I live with, enjoyed fantasizing about harming me when I got a little snappy. For months, I was paranoid about communal food. I didn't eat leftovers. I tiptoed around the house because even if she was joking, what if next time she actually did something? I tried to move past it, but I never felt like I really could. Yeah, I feel like her mentioning that was her way of scaring you into submission. And like, guess what? It worked. It's a control thing. She wanted to control you to do whatever she wanted. This week, I got a notification that Natalie sent a message in our roommate group chat, but she unsent it. I was in my room and she came in with some urgency asking me to borrow my laptop for something school related. I said yes, but something felt off. Natalie used my laptop and rushed off to a friend's. After she left, I asked Heather what the message was, or if she'd seen it too, and she said she wasn't sure either. We both asked Natalie in the group chat. She tried to lie, but eventually she admitted, oh, I meant to text Heather, but I guess I should just come clean now. She confessed that she meant to text Heather privately, but accidentally messaged our group chat, but that she needed to come clean. She licked the leftover pancakes that Heather ate. Ew, that is so immature. Jail. She had run into my room and used my laptop to delete the text. I have an older Mac, and she unsent the message. She went through my messages, found it, and erased it. I was already spiraling. Then Heather told me the truth. Her admitting to messing with our food was a cover story, true, but a cover. Because what really happened, what Heather knew and couldn't keep from me, was that Natalie had read my journal. Oh. For context, I'm 26. My journal isn't a daily diary with playground crushes and that mom made meatloaf again. It holds 2 years of my deepest thoughts. Entries about my family, my relationships, my self-image, and entries processing trauma. I used it before and after therapy sessions. Things I never wanted anyone to see. Hence, the journal-like nature of the journal. I had a full breakdown at this point.
This is so messed up.
The next morning, I told Natalie we couldn't be friends anymore. I'm moving states for work in a few months, so we'll just be roommates until then. Because the truth of it was, I had trusted and cared for her, and she messed with my shared food, invaded my privacy, and broke my sense of security. She took my computer and lied about why and read my journal. She just said, yeah, understandable, sorry. Well, for someone who demands apologies, that sure is a hapless one. I told her I'd be putting a lock on my door because I need to feel like I have some control over my privacy. She agreed, saying, yeah, I would too. Honestly, I'd put cameras up. Okay. I told her I wasn't comfortable with that. It felt unfair to have cameras in a house where we all live. She said, okay, and thanked me for considering that aspect. I thought that was it. Oh, Lord. Yesterday, I found out from our mutual friends that Natalie's now telling people I put hidden tiny nanny cams around the house, including in the shared bedroom that guests use. Oh, absolutely not. No. Claiming I'm overreacting and adding in that I never even use my door lock. It's literally been a week and I work from home. She also tried to gain sympathy from Heather, who is having none of it, and apparently trying to make herself out to be the victim of the situation. Of the situation she created? The consequences of her actions? Anyway.
Oh boy.
Now I don't know what to do. I don't want to start more of this, but this whole thing has messed with my head. Should I confront her again? Am I actually the one overreacting? Should I just ride this out until I move? I need advice. Anything is appreciated. I think she's broken like several laws here. This is not just like about keeping the peace. This is about your safety and your privacy. Both things you are entitled to have. I genuinely think that you should contact your landlord or even consider filing like a police report because this is hella messed up. Like I am crashing out reading this. this.
No way.
She just seems so unbelievably delulu. She sounds kind of like a criminal like waiting to happen. I would be very concerned for your safety, and I think that you need to escalate this. Update. Thank you all for your concern. I did reach out to my landlord, who told me to file a police report, right? They stated they could do nothing until one was filed, which sucked, but it was understandable. I decided not to file one because I feared the report would make things worse. Living with someone who has a history of trying to or fantasizing about harming me when they're upset didn't seem like a good situation to report these incidents to the police in. So you'd rather live in this situation? My roommate moved out this week and is staying with her parents, but all of her things are still here. In the time since I confronted her and ended any friendship, she's been a terrible roommate. I think this is either to piss off or run off Heather and I from the house. She left trash all over the house, food on the counter for days, spilling things on the floor and not cleaning them, letting her dogs pee on things and not cleaning it, slamming doors and cabinets while the house is sleeping, etc. She left last week and it's been bliss. The house is clean, I started baking again, and I found a new apartment. That's the update. Not exciting, but an update. I mean, I do have to admit, I kind of wish that you got the police involved. Because be freaking for real, dude. This is crazy. So are you the a-hole for ending a friendship after a roommate licked your food? So are you the a-hole because you're terrified of your roommate and don't want to be friends with her anymore? No. You're good. Am I the a-hole for not telling my roommate I own the house? Brief backstory. About a year ago, my last remaining grandparent passed away and my father inherited all assets, including a house. I've been saving for a nice down payment, at least 50%, so I could have a lower mortgage payment each month, thus allowing me to save money for travel. When my father inherited this house, which he had no interest in moving into yet, he offered to sell it to me for slightly below market value, with the caveat that he and my stepmother could eventually move into the basement apartment. I agreed, because they're both incredible people who are not at all invasive and would give me my privacy if they lived there. So I paid a 60% down payment, financed the rest, and moved in. Present day. About 6 months ago, I started considering renting out the furnished basement apartment. It has 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, and a living room, and a small kitchenette, sink, fridge, microwave, but no oven. A friend of mine said his brother was moving to my city and needed a place. He's a brand new teacher and doesn't make great money, so he needed a place that wasn't expensive. I offered to let him rent my basement for way less than market rate, $650, which would include utilities. He accepted and signed a year-long lease. Well, a few days ago, he asked if he could start paying the landlord directly instead of giving me rent money each month. Interesting. I was under the impression my friend had told him I own the house, so I was confused and I told him we don't have a landlord and that I'm the owner. He got very upset and screamed at me for lying for over 6 months and taking advantage of him by making him pay so much in rent.
Hey, yo, what the?
Right, okay, so he wanted to go and make some other deal with the landlord where he would pay less when he's already paying less. I mean, listen, you signed a year-long lease. If you couldn't pay that much, you shouldn't have lived there. He seemed pretty happy about that amount at the beginning. Nah, man, he's just trying to get you to rent it for him for cheaper. For the record, an apartment similar to the one in my house would be well over twice what he's paying me. Closer to 3 times for something as nice. He asked how much of my mortgage he's covering. I'm sorry, but that's none of his business. And I said, why does that matter? You're getting a nice, quiet place to live, access to a full kitchen and laundry room, and you're paying an amount you can afford. My personal finances aren't really a factor here. He stormed out of the room and slammed the basement door. He's still not speaking to me. Man, he's just throwing a temper tantrum because he wants to pay less. Don't give in.
What a baby.
I asked a few other friends and some family members, and most said I'm wrong for having him cover my mortgage payments. Let me get something straight. You as a renter, if you rent, you are covering part of the mortgage payment, okay? That is the deal. Some people end up paying off their whole mortgage and then they use the place as an investment property. But guess what? When you pay rent, you're either helping the landlord pay off the mortgage or the property is an investment property that they are making money off of. Let's not live in a world where we expect, to live in places for free. So only a few friends say I'm in the right. Am I the a-hole for having my roommate cover $650 of my $775 per month mortgage? I mean, no, because at the end of the day, you also paid down 60% of that mortgage with your own money. So yes, the mortgage is only $775 per month, but you also paid down a larger chunk of that mortgage than most people. Most people, I think they do like 50% or something like that. No, isn't it 50%? I feel like it's even less than that. When I bought my first place, I think I paid $50,000 to buy the house, and then the mortgage was like $300,000 or something like that. So by paying 60% of that mortgage down, you already paid for your rent up front. Some added context, he has a lease, so I won't be evicting him over this alone. If he does damage or become hostile, I'll look at the eviction process. I'm just glad that he lives in like a basement apartment and like you don't ever have to like cross paths with him. For now, he will remain unless he chooses to break the lease, which I'd allow him to do if he wants. He also didn't bother to read the lease before signing. The lease clearly states I'm the homeowner. Okay. I didn't trick him or keep info from him. He didn't read what he was signing. Oh wow, okay. I didn't get the house for almost free, as some people choose to believe. My father sold it to me for about 75% of its value, more or less as an advance on rent he and my stepmother will pay when they move in here in a few years. We already agreed they won't pay monthly rent, but will contribute to utilities and groceries at that time. I also made a 60% down payment, so I have quite a bit invested, as well as paying about $1,500 a month out of pocket for taxes, insurance, maintenance, utilities, etc. Your mortgage might only be $775 per month, but owning a property also comes with property taxes, utilities, all of these other things that, God, I hate property taxes, eh? It's like, wow, I have to pay to own something. To me, I don't see that you did anything wrong, and the people that are like mad that someone is covering part of your mortgage, like a large chunk, they don't understand how this shit works. You paid for your mortgage in advance to be able to have that low of a payment. OMG, are they freaking serious? What is it they think people do when they rent? They cover the landlord's mortgage payment. Thank you. It's not that difficult to understand. He has a pretty nice setup. The fact that he has a private space and he's acting like this is so unbelievably entitled. Like, you can't even rent a room in Toronto for $650 a month, let alone a private space.
It's not having access to 1 million industrial-grade products that's so amazing. It's the feeling of knowing you'll find the one you need. Granger.
I asked a few other friends and most said I'm wrong. It seems kind of silly to expect that. Like, maybe your friends are also weird and entitled. Like, I don't understand how they could expect you to like take in just some like random person and like pay for their rent, essentially. I think those are the friends the commenter was referring to when they said you need smarter friends. OP responds, my friends seem to like the idea of socialism and everything being fair in life. Fair to who, though? I probably need to find some smarter friends. Oddly enough, his brother is one of the few on my side, along with my father, the stepmother, and my mother. You're already doing him a solid by him paying as much in rent as he's paying. You are not the a-hole at all. It is decided. Divorce?
Revenge.
About a year ago, I was in the midst of a divorce. We were trying to be amicable about it. Due to financial reasons, we decided to remain living in the same household during the divorce process. Ooh, oh babes, no. Uh-oh. Not recommended at all. Well, yeah. I would say that if you can avoid that, do it. I was planning on moving after we had paid off a couple of bills. We agreed to live separate lives in separate bedrooms while under the same roof, but had one rule for each other. Do not bring a date over and giggity in the house. Okay, but how long are we talking? Like, how long were you guys like living together? Because I feel like that's a long time. We'll just go to their house, you know? I thought it was just common courtesy during an uncommon living situation. During the summer, we had a large storm that knocked out the power in most of our area. A massive heat wave, 95 degrees Fahrenheit, followed. We were lucky as we still had our electricity during this time. My soon-to-be ex-husband had just started dating someone new. She had no power and was sweltering in the heat wave. I see where this is going. In an attempt to be nice, to show that no hard feelings were abound, I told the ex that if she was dying, he could have her over to enjoy some glorious air conditioning. How kind of you to allow that, but what do we know to be true? Give them an inch and they take a mile. A small point for clarity, I work nights. Thus, I sleep during the day. I woke up one afternoon to find the ex and new girl pulling up in the driveway with an overnight bag in hand. Okay, I guess she's spending the night too, I thought. No matter, I had to go to work that night. The ex was horrified that I was home and awake. What did he expect? The new girl was rude when I introduced myself. Okay, but like, she's coming over to your place to use your air conditioning. I gave her the benefit of the doubt because, hey, the ex-wife is there in her pajamas, I guess. Not a good first impression, though. They went upstairs and I went downstairs to give them some space, remembering our rule of no giggity whatsoever. How naive and stupid I was. We didn't really speak to each other the rest of the awkward evening, and I went on my merry way to work. They were gone when I got home in the morning. A little time went by, she didn't stop over again, but they were still seeing each other. I really don't care one way or the other. I was happy that he seemed happier, but that was about it. One night before I had to go to work, the ex was sloppy drunk. He confessed that he slept with the new girl while I was home that night. I saw red. I'm not much of a yelling / screaming type of gal, but I let loose. He apologized, I went to work and started to scheme. But did you get him back? Did you also have somebody over? All hell has broken loose! He was at work when I got home that morning. I went up to his bedroom and threw back his blankets and sheets. I bounced on the bed for a while and rolled around to mess everything up. I then took a fun balloon. A balloon. We took a balloon.
You'll figure it out.
Unrolled it, filled it with my under eye lotion. Wow. And threw that in the bathroom trash right on top. I stashed the wrapper in the blankets and half made the bed again. We didn't see each other that day again, and I went to work that night. I mean, that works too. You could have just had somebody over, but this is better, I think. I got home the next morning and his car was still in the garage. Uh-oh. He was supposed to be at work. I go in the house and he's still in the bedroom. Oh. He called down to me and asked me to come upstairs. He was still in bed and looked like he'd been crying. He asked if I had giggity in his bed. I tried to look innocent, aka not laugh, and I said I had no idea what he was talking about. He stated that he found his bed messed up, a wrapper in the blankets, and a fun balloon in the trash. After a while, I couldn't hold it in anymore and I told him the truth. I staged the whole thing for revenge. He broke the rule of no giggity in the house. The most beautiful thing of all, he didn't believe me. Part of our problems that led to our divorce was that he was incredibly jealous and controlling. Always thought I was cheating on him, etc. Isn't it funny how it's always like the jealous and controlling ones that are actually kind of like doing it themselves? They're like projecting. They're like,
how could you possibly not be cheating on me when I am cheating on you?
Then he stated he had his first therapy session scheduled for later that afternoon. Even better, a few weeks later, he told me that new girl had broken up with him because of his issues and baggage. Subtle, but nice. Very nice indeed. Honestly, at this point, it wouldn't have even made a difference if you actually did bring somebody home. You should have just done it. You got the same reaction. Also, what's he crying about? Why is he crying? Y'all are broken up. He did the same thing. Allow me to play the world's smallest violin for him.
Oh, I thought she was actually playing the fucking...
Where did the violin go? Was ever an indication that Charlotte needs to clean out her desk? It is now. Backstory. I dated a girl from 2008 to 2016 when we got married in May. Things were amazing. Almost never fought, had the same goals, interests, everything. She'd always been a bit of a truth stretcher. Is that another word for liar? That's a really fancy word for liar, but nothing too serious. Usually just tried to make herself look better to others. Her best friend would comment on it to me, but we both blew it off because it was never ill-intentioned. She also always had to be the center of attention. Literally refused to play Mario Party if she wasn't Mario. I would throw a fit. Oh, okay. Yeah. Absolute minor things, really. Are they though? I don't know. I feel like that's a little like odd. Like, I think this is just, it's a minor thing that's reflective of a much larger problem that will only reveal itself in time. In the span of a year, her mom died. Oh, okay, sad, okay. She got off antidepressants used for allergies, but she didn't know they were antidepressants. We got engaged. She moved 2 hours away for work for 3 months, and we started wedding planning. Then she gets a new job for a guy that only hired young women, 17 to 23, who was just divorced by his wife for cheating.
Suspicious.
Interesting. Well, marriage is tough. Choices have to be made financially, and she was told no for the first time in her life, and he promised her the world, and within 3 months of getting married, she had already cheated. I tried to save it, shouldn't have even tried, but it was over. Oh, brother. The revenge. All of her stuff was in my house. Oh, goody, goody, goody. I do not condone destruction of property! say that right now. Clothes, furniture, everything. She left with the clothes on her back and a handful of other things. Lied about moving in with him, lied about going out of the country, lied about not having him over to our house. I got everything that wasn't explicitly hers. She had to provide a list, I had to approve, and she would let me know the exact day and time to pick up her stuff. And she was only allowed to bring her dad to help. So, I threw all of her stuff in my sunroom, safe from weather. You can get it two ways, through the side yard to a back door, or through the middle of the house. It was during the time of year it usually rains in the evening. Tonight was no exception. When she arrived with her dad, all of her stuff was laid out in piles in the sunroom. But I made sure all of her sexy hot dogs and outfits were on top. Oh, daddy! With her dad there? Oh, dude. Oh. Petty revenge, yes, but that's not all. Remember, there's two ways to get into the room. It's raining outside, so going through the yard sucks, but coming through the house had a catch too. That same night, I decided to throw a little party. I invited all the people that told her she was an idiot for doing what she did. Some of the guests included her now former best friend and maid of honor, 2 other bridesmaids, 4 other close friends, and a police officer to make sure it all went smoothly. We had a very lovely dinner watching the show. She did complain to her lawyer, but was told, tough. Now faced with walking your stuff through the rain or walking through all your close friends, which would you choose? The rain. Honestly, the rain. Oh gosh, this is just like poetic. This is lovely. She chose the rain. That was great. That was great. The poetry. I can literally picture it. What a very visceral description of a petty revenge. Thank you for that. I would have paid to see the look on her dad's face to have to go through all those sexy hot dogs. This happened to me almost 5 years ago. So he was my then soon-to-be ex-husband. As of today, I'm in a very happy, healthy new relationship with framed divorce papers showing that he is my now ex-husband. Wow, you framed them, eh? I love how some people frame them and some people just like don't sign them at all. What is that about? I feel like he did that, like, just saying, like, I feel like he didn't sign them on purpose. Like, who doesn't sign divorce papers?
A psycho.
Anyways, found out my husband of 21 years was cheating on me with not 1, not 2, not 3. Yes, 3 other women. So I moved him to the status of soon-to-be ex-husband by taking the kids, moving out, and filing for divorce. We stayed civil for about 2 weeks while we decided how to divide up property and visitations. I took almost everything in the divorce, both kids, his trucks, the pets, the house, everything down to the rolls of toilet paper in the bathroom. Right? He's gonna think about you every single time he takes a dookie because he doesn't have any toilet paper. He's like, oh, I shouldn't have been such a dickhead. At least then I would have some toilet paper. The few things I let him keep were the things that were given as gifts by his parents, clothes, and a few pieces of furniture. Here's where the revenge part comes in. When I learned some details about his cheating, I found out he had some of his women over at the house. It's always the same thing. Like, it's always the same. Give them an inch and they take a mile. While they were active in my bed. Active? Okay, yes. So the furniture I let him have was at one time our bedroom set, including the king size bed with mattress. I could see why you would want to get rid of that, yes. My reason behind this is that I didn't want the bed he had other women in, and I was going to make it known that it was at one time our bed. So the day he came with a moving truck, I had the bed all made up with the clean sheets, etc. But under the fitted sheets and memory foam topper, I'd taken an extra wide red Sharpie and wrote, "This bed purchased at insert name of furniture store in the year 19 blah blah blah." I made sure I got the exact date. And was slept on, made love on, changed diapers on, etc., etc. by insert my full name, who was married to insert his name on insert date of marriage. I wrote this all very large and bold on both sides of the mattress. He had paid movers loading all of his stuff, so he did not see the mattress until it was delivered to his new place. And of course, he was livid. He cussed me out over the phone. I just told him I didn't know what he was referring to and brushed it off. The reason I'm writing this now is because he had to claim bankruptcy because of one of the girlfriends and move in with his parents last week. My son went to help him move out of his apartment and reported back to me that he still had the same mattress with the red Sharpie on both sides. Good. Good, yes, good. That's honestly the least you could have done. I hope the girlfriend he was living with enjoyed sleeping on my old bed. I'm sure she didn't. I also feel like the Sharpie would like come off on certain things. You know what I mean? Like it would come off on like sheets if it ever got wet. This petty revenge story was posted in the Charlotte Dober YouTube subreddit. Hi, petty people of Reddit. Strap in because this one takes place over about 2 months, and it's probably the most satisfying thing I've ever done. Do tell. So I, 29 female, live in a mid-sized apartment complex where each unit has a shared hallway. Not the kind with locked mailrooms or package lockers. Just a small lobby and mailboxes in the hallway, and delivery drivers usually drop packages off at your front door. For the past year, I've had no issues. But about 4 months ago, a new neighbor moved into the unit directly across from me. She's maybe mid-30s, high heels all the time, always on speakerphone in the hallway, and just generally gives off entitled vibes. Let's call her Cassie.
I have never, ever been happier.
That is crazy that like there isn't like a better system. I guess if you don't have like someone at the front of the building, like a security guard or something. I'm sure there's lots of buildings like that. Unless there's cameras, I feel like that's ripe for package thieves. Perfect environment. I would be setting up a Nest Cam like so quick. About a month after she moved in, I started noticing something weird. Packages would show as delivered in my tracking, but they wouldn't be there when I got home. Nothing expensive at first. A book, a few skincare things, a dog toy. I figured maybe porch pirates were sneaking into the building. It happens. I started sending more expensive things to my work instead. But then one day, I worked from home and actually heard the delivery guy drop something off. I got the delivered notification, waited 5 minutes, and opened the door. Nothing. Just gone. And whose door was clicking shut across the hall when I opened mine? Cassie's.
Swiper, no swiping. Swiper, no swiping.
So I decided to test it. I ordered a cheap pair of earrings from Amazon, $6. I set up a motion-activated camera peephole, super discreet, and waited. 2 days later, the package arrived, and less than 2 minutes after it hit the floor, Cassie opened her door, looked around, and snatched it.
Attenzione pickpocket! Attenzione borseggiatrici!
Ooh. Caught in 4K. I kind of wish you included the video on. No, we're not gonna put real faces or real names. I'm not trying to get food on this lovely date. I now have video proof, timestamps, everything. At this point, I could have gotten to the building manager or the cops, but let's be real, nobody was gonna launch an investigation over $6 earrings. And this was now personal. So I planned my revenge. What'd you do? Glitter bomb? Poop package? Over the next 3 weeks, I ordered the following item, one every few days. A glitter bomb. Yes, no, the glitter bombs are elite because have you ever tried getting rid of glitter? It's never gone. So she got a glitter bomb, a fake pregnancy test that always shows positive, a box labeled live crickets handled with care. It was just empty. A spring-loaded package that shoots out confetti when open. Ooh, confetti's another good one. A book titled So You've Decided to Become a Sugar Baby. A tube of hemorrhoid cream, actually just hand lotion with a fake label. Every item was under $10 and every box was labeled with my name and address. I left them all out like bait. And like clockwork, she took every single one. Honestly, at this point, she's just kind of stupid. Like, I'm not... Cassie's not the brightest crayon in the box. What did she think was gonna happen? She literally lives across the hall from you. It's one thing if she's like taking a package every now and again, but she's taking every single one.
Something's gotta give.
I never said a word, never even looked at her. I just kept collecting video evidence and letting her embarrass herself. So let me guess, you moved in the shadows. The best part, the glitter bomb must have really pissed her off because one day I heard her yelling through the wall to someone on the phone saying,
I don't know who the frick keeps sending this stuff, but it's not funny anymore.
Then she stopped taking packages completely. About 2 weeks after that, the building manager sent out a mass email saying that due to repeated complaints, a camera system was being installed in the hallways to monitor package theft. I mean, I really feel like this should have been there to begin with, but okay. I'm pretty sure she thinks someone else reported her. I mean, or she was stealing packages from other people. Maybe you weren't the only one. Since then, I've had 0 packages go missing. Cassie still won't make eye contact with me, and I still have all the videos just in case she ever gets brave enough to try again. Does anyone wish you kind of like took it a step further?
Poop
Edit, a ton of y'all are telling me to go to the police with evidence. While I do agree, I think I should bring it to the building manager first. She doesn't come in for building calls on Saturdays or Sundays unless there's a true emergency. So I'll email the footage to her today and try to touch base on Monday. I just don't understand the mentality of package thieves. Like, everything you're taking, usually from Amazon, is like super cheap. Not really anything that you would actually want. It's always things that like I can't find like at the grocery store or something. I just get it on Amazon because it's like I can actually guarantee that it will show up and I'll have that very niche item. So like, I don't really understand the mentality of like taking other people's random shit. Do you just hope that one day it's something actually nice? Like one time we had package thieves that took like 5 packages off our front step, and like the stuff that they took was like poop. A piece of like wood that I was gonna install as like a floating shelf, like period underwear. Just like really and it was a guy that took it too. It was just like really, really random stuff. I looked at him on my Nest camera as well. It was at like 5 in the morning. He had been scoping out the place, right? So he had a mask on and he brought big bags so that he could carry everything. And I'm like, do you even know like what you're taking? Because it's not that great. But it is massively inconvenient for the people that ordered it. I honestly wish that you took it a step further. Like if you don't want to go to the police, like something a little more inconvenient. Is there like a poop bomb somewhere where it just sprays poop everywhere? Maybe you can make one. I genuinely think that like she got off really easy, and like although she can't take packages anymore, it's satisfying what you did, but it's also would be more satisfying if she had repercussions. We got some more petty neighbor drama for you. Don't go away yet.
And you're watching Disney Channel.
Am I the a-hole for turning in a school project that showed my neighborhood and neighbors in a bad light? I'm a high school student in a Spanish class, and we had an assignment to make a video tour of a place. It had to be in Spanish and had to be conversational, like you were showing a friend around. I decided to walk around my street and make a tour of that because my family wasn't going anywhere else. So I filmed a neighbor's house. When I walked by, they were having a screaming fight. As usual. Here are the neighbors. They are very angry. They like to yell in the morning, afternoon, and night. Oh no. How did they even find out about you doing this? Like, this is silly. The next neighbor's house, Joe and Tammy live here. They are very nice and have 3 dogs. Someone drives by and cat calls me profanely. As a joke, I yelled back, "Estúpido perro." I don't know if I'm saying that correctly, which means stupid dog. Then he slammed his brakes and yelled something racist before speeding off. I said to the camera, "This man is very stupid. He's a man but acts like a dog." I also introduced 10 other mundane things like flowers, a bird, etc. I cut out the long speeches of me walking, but I left everything else. My teacher had a rubric of the types of descriptions and numbers of things you needed, and taking any out would lose me points. It was too dark to film more. The second part of the assignment was to upload the video on the school website and post comments back and forth responding to several of your classmates' videos. Oh, I see. Okay, so it went a little public. I see. I thought we just like submitted it, but no, we're posting it. But like still, I'm just like,
your actions have consequences.
if you don't want people to talk about you negatively, don't do anything that warrants that.
Act more like an adult.
Like, just be normal. One of my friends from class recognized the racist guy as someone who volunteers with the middle school soccer team. So she texted me and said, "Haha, should I say something?" And I said, sure. So she posted in Spanish, "In the car, Mr. Jones, who coaches the children. I learned from your video that he hates women and is racist." I replied to say, "Does he teach the girls or the boys?" And she replied back, "Both." I replied, "That is terrible." Oh no. A guy in my class made a comment like, "That man yelling at his family is a police officer. He's always a very angry man." I replied back to say, "That is scary." Oh goodness. The next day at school, my teacher wanted to talk to me alone. She told me my video was inappropriate and I shouldn't have filmed the neighbors or the coach. Oh. To some degree, I can feel like maybe you shouldn't be filming people without their permission. I could agree with that. But like, you were very clearly walking around with your camera. At the very least, the guy that like catcalled you would see that you had like your phone out or like a video camera out, and he should have acted accordingly. And like, isn't this what she asked? Wasn't this like what the assignment was about? I said the assignment was literally to walk around a place you're familiar with and react like you're having a conversation with a friend, and that's literally how it goes when I walk around with my friends. My teacher said I was being belligerent on purpose, and I should have known that stuff has to be dealt with delicately. I said I just don't agree. It's life, and there's no point in pretending it's not happening. I feel like you wouldn't have had to film anything like that if it didn't actually take place. You're literally just like responding and reacting to like whatever was around you. She says she'd taken down the video, and it was the sort of thing that should be brought to authorities instead of posting for the whole class. I said I didn't even know who the guy in the car was, and who was I gonna call about the cop? The cop? I have a meeting with the principal coming up tomorrow. Am I the a-hole for having posted that video for the Spanish class? Okay, so
Nope.
to some degree, I can understand, you know, someone being recorded without their knowledge, like depending on where you are. Obviously, this is like completely dependent on like the laws of where you are. I'm trying to like think about like legally, like what are you allowed to do, but I don't know where you are. So I don't, even if I did, like I'd have to look it up. I think that your teacher trying to blame you for like literally completing an assignment exactly how she asked, maybe let's rethink this assignment and be a little more specific. Make sure you have permission to film somewhere. You don't need like a license or something, or a filming permit or whatever. I just find it very funny that like 100% the guy that was caught on camera doing like things that were rather untoward probably reached out to the teacher and is like,
You filmed it without my permission. You posted it on the internet.
okay, but like you also were really rude and racist.
What will you learn? What will you learn? That your actions have consequences.
Let's not blame other people for our own actions. Okay, so on to the update. I had the meeting this morning. I think it went well. I have study hall now, so I have a little time to write the update. Last night, I did a bunch of prep. So before the meeting, I emailed the video to the elementary school principal, guidance counselor, and a few parents I know with the kids on the sports team to say their coach had yelled explicit and hateful things at me, a student in the school system. I wanted to get out ahead and make sure the video was out there before the school might be pressured to delete it. Backed up the video to multiple places. I asked a teacher I trust to sit in on the meeting and have it recorded and sent to all participants afterwards. We scheduled it for just before the school day started on Zoom so I wouldn't miss any class. And I decided to write up a list of things I'd want to discuss in the meeting and shared it with my favorite teacher in advance so she could help me address those questions. Ooh, we love a bestie that comes prepared. And for the actual meeting, I decided I'd just go into it acting as if they would probably do the right thing and ask for help. I was hoping having a teacher on my side and the meeting on video would pressure them to help. I thought if I approached it from a,
well, you're going to take this seriously,
perspective and had it on video, it would put them in a tough spot to have to contradict me. So when I called in and everyone said good morning and the principal asked if I knew why I'd been called in, I just started out by saying, yes, I assume it's about kids coach. Thank you so much for calling this meeting with me this morning. I really appreciate how proactive you are about addressing the harassment from a staff member. Hang on, how old are you? I'm a high school student. So the coach kind of said some like creepy things to you? Did I read that right? Someone drives by and catcalls me profanely. Then he slammed his brakes and yelled something racist before speeding off. Oh yeah, no, he gotta go. I'm sorry. That one kind of like went right over my head. Ooh, he in trouble. I understand this is a mandated reporting state, and I wanted to ask if there was any information you will need to add to your report. Ooh, oh my goodness. Okay, so no wait. The principal seemed kind of caught out and said that a report had not yet been filed. And I said, well, as I understand it, there's a 48-hour time frame to file a report. I understand making you aware of this right before the weekend might have complicated things. Perhaps there was a miscommunication about the severity of events, but I was approached in a car, harassed and threatened by a man who works with other minors in the public school system. Oh, I feel like you should be a lawyer.
I completely agree.
As soon as I said all that, the meeting tone really changed. The meeting also had a school guidance counselor on it, and I could tell she understood how serious what I was saying was, especially because I was politely calling out that they were already past the legal deadline that should have filed a report by. She already took over, and the principal didn't participate as much. They fully went into that meeting to reprimand you, and you pulled out a nice little trump card.
Oh, I'm so scared.
I also tried to smooth things over somewhat by saying I was sorry I brought this to their attention in a school project instead of asking for a meeting with the principal directly. I should have reached out for help. So that's over. I'm still kind of freaking out about how big of a deal it turned out to be. Good on you, OP. That is like very impressive. You are very smart.
What, like it's hard?
And you turned a very, like, potentially really bad situation for you into like a kind of a plus. Because now this guy is probably gonna lose his job, as he should, and maybe you would have gotten like suspended or something, or like you would have gotten in trouble for like, I don't know, filming someone without their consent or something like that. But you turned it into something where you had the power. I think you should like be a lawyer. Very impressed. All right, guys, we got one more. Kid put their stuff in my yard. I ran over it with my mower. The mother wants me to pay for it.
Oh, hell no!
So my yard goes pretty close to the neighbor's concrete pad where they have a basketball court set up. Neighbors' kids always go there to play and usually leave their bikes and things on my grass. It's not that big of a deal, except I have to ask them to move their stuff several times when I'm mowing. This is the first time I've mowed this year and the grass is a few inches higher than it should be. Anyways, a kid comes over and I'm mowing, but he still puts the basketball he brought with him down in my grass. Yeah, no.
I'm not mad, just disappointed.
I get to the basketball and just decide I can nudge it with the front of the mower out of the way. I made eye contact with the kid several times, waiting for him to move it before I got there, and he never did, so I figured, whatever, it'll roll. Well, I bump it with my mower over to a section of mower grass, and I continue forward past where it was. There was a loud clunking and cracking, like I'd just run over a rock. The rock turned out to be his iPhone. Oh. Oopsie. He was upset, obviously, that his phone was broken, and I did feel bad. But my thought was that he should have said something or moved it before I got there. Yeah, you clearly didn't see it. I'm sure you didn't mean to, like, mow over a kid's phone. He goes home, and about 30 minutes later, his mom shows up and tells me I broke it and I'm responsible for replacing it. That I should have told him to move his stuff because I'm the adult. I tell her I'm sorry about the phone and politely decline her request. She just says,
I promise you will be paying for it.
I don't know if it works that way. He left stuff on your property. I ain't a lawyer, but I don't know if that will go over well. For her, at least. She storms off.
I am storming off now.
I'm not really sure what her next course of action is or what she plans to do. She mentioned something that has a friend that's a lawyer, so I guess she could take me to civil court. I mean, just because you have a friend that's a lawyer does not mean that, like, you're in the right. Am I legally responsible for replacing the phone? Would it be cheaper than court costs if she did choose to take me to court? I'm not a lawyer, and I'm not gonna pretend to know, but like, I do feel like her kid left his stuff on your property. Clearly, he doesn't really think much of it anyway if he just like left it in the grass. I don't know. I'm curious to know what happened. One thing that you could do, which actually does make sense to me, if someone like threatens you with a lawsuit, you can literally just like Uno reverse and just be like, your son's iPhone that was left on my property after he trespassed damaged my lawnmower. I understand that you're worried about having to pay for like legal costs, but like so is she. I think maybe in this situation, unless she like really presses the issue, is just ignore it. It would be very unlikely for a court to make you pay. You couldn't see the phone and had no reason to assume that someone else's phone was hidden in your yard. The son was the one who acted negligently in leaving their phone hidden in tall grass. In fact, if you wanted to, you could probably sue and win for the cost of repairing any damage to your lawnmower. That's worth mentioning if your neighbor brings it up again. Oh yeah, that's always fun, eh? So we do have a little update. So the mother and the son showed up at my door around noon and apologized. Interesting. She said she misunderstood what happened and thought I'd done it on purpose to teach her son a lesson about leaving his stuff in my yard. I guess he explained to her it was his fault, which I thought was commendable for someone his age. She told me that she just stressed about it. She's a single mother and doesn't really have the means to replace it at the moment, and if it was anything else, she probably would have gotten so upset. But he likes hanging out with other kids, and that's how she keeps track of him. Okay. Like, I mean, I know it's not happening to me, but I do appreciate the apology, and like, fair. I told her about my spare phone, an iPhone 7. His was a 6S. I took the advice of some of the commenters that it might be damaging to just give it to him and I should perhaps have him work for it. I have a detached garage and I've been meaning to clean it, and told her if he wanted to help me, I'd give him the phone. Oh, this is nice. Oh, this is cute. Ooh,
Ooh, this is nice.
I love a happy ending. He instantly looked excited. I imagined he'd never get a new phone, and she acted very grateful and said he could help. They left and came back an hour later, just the sun this time, and we got to cleaning. Took 4 hours and a lot of work, but nothing too hard. He's only 12. I had a couple of cords of firewood I wanted moved out and stacked onto a rack, and then a bunch of boxes I cut up and had him bag and carry to the curb. He swept, had a Coke, and a couple slices of pizza, then got his phone. I had a talk with him about paying attention to where his things are because it won't always work out like this. Oh, that's good. Oh, goody. I also told him if he wants to mow my yard every weekend and his mom says he can, I'll pay him $30 a week. He acted excited at the thought of making money, and when I asked him what he'd spend it on, he said games. We figured out new games would be about $60 and worked out that I'd pay him $20 for 3 weeks, then $65 on the 4th week so he could cover tax, because it might be hard for him to save. The 4th week, he will do a little extra chore to cover the $5, like sweep off the porch or the walkway. I hope I've done the right thing and I didn't make him think that everything just works out. I think that you did do the right thing. It's like positive reinforcement, right? It was a misunderstanding. Yes, he carelessly left his phone on someone's lawn and they mowed over it and he lost the phone. You're also teaching him if you work towards something, you'll get the things you want. I think that if you're not already a parent, I actually can picture you being a very good parent. And hopefully he showed an equal measure of kindness that he will carry with him. I also didn't want the mother to stress over replacing the phone, as my mom was also a single mother and I know how tough it can be. My own son is just 2. Oh, you do have kids. Oh, yes. Okay. So it was really my first opportunity to pass on some fatherly wisdom, which is what I hope I did. Oh, I love a happy ending. I was so ready to get mad. Anybody else? Guns blazing?
No, you're not paying for that phone!
But this is very neighborly, and I'm glad it ended this way. Good on ya, OP. Subscribe!
More boxes, more options. Grainger has over 1,700 box types in stock and ready to help you pack, store, and ship everything. And you can count on Grainger to deliver your boxes fast. Count on Grainger for boxing.
But like, the choice to have... This is a compilation of how to break up in 10 seconds or less. My boyfriend found out a secret of mine, and now he won't leave me alone. What's the secret? You gonna tell me?
You naughty, naughty girl.
I'm a writer, a serious writer who got her first book published and a few poems that made its way to the local paper. Period. I make a living out of it. I also have a very secret blog that I use to publish fan fiction under a pseudonym. I know when we mention fan fiction, the first thing that comes to mind is I'm an obsessed fangirl who writes countless of OCs, and all of them are in love with an alter ego of myself and blah blah.
I'm a huge fan.
No, I just really like exploring my favorite characters and the universe they live in. If I'm reading a book, playing a game, watching a movie, I sometimes think, what if? And write it out. It's been my secret for a long while
Alright,
now.
that's enough streaming for today.
My boyfriend found my blog when...
Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate you being here. Don't forget to check out social medias for updates and whatnots. And I'll see you tomorrow for my birthday. Bye, love you. Bye.